Chapter 37-36. In the land of Tai Li there was a saying, 1 pavilion for families and 13 caves. These represented the most powerful forces in the land of Tai Li. The 4 families represented the 4 great emperor families of the human race. Just the human race alone had 4 emperor realm cultivators in Tai Li. This showed how powerful the human race was in Tai Li. The Jiang clan was ranked first among the 4 great monarch clans. Jiang Yuexiao's strength was stronger than the martial monarchs of the other 3 clans. Therefore, the Jiang clan's ancestral city was located in a place with abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here was as dense as fog. Cultivating here was more than 10 times faster than cultivating in other places. As for the mountain range where the Jiang clan's ancestral hall was located, the spiritual energy here was more than 10 times denser than the surrounding cities. The moment he arrived, Ningqi noticed that someone had used some kind of spell to refine this mountain like a spirit treasure. This caused the spiritual energy in the other parts of the Jiang family's ancestral city to surge toward this place. The amount of spiritual energy here was only second to the main vein of the ancient star system pavilion and much more powerful than the mountains of the 7 great star palaces. They are indeed worthy of being a great emperor family. To occupy such a good place to cultivate, no wonder they have so many geniuses. Ningqi smiled. Ruo Zhu's expression was filled with fear. She was a human, so she feared the 4 great emperor families even more than other foreign races. Ordinary second-rate and third-rate sects were all related to the 4 great emperor families. They were either vassals or simply created by cultivators from the great emperor families. If it wasn't for the fact that the current emperor of the ancient star system pavilion was also a human, the human forces in Tai Li would have long been united by the 4 great emperor families. Senior, although my source is damaged and I won't be able to progress no matter how I cultivate, the Jiang family is too powerful. If we touch it, I'm afraid there will be no place for us in Tai Li, Raju said to Ningqi with a hesitant expression after careful consideration. The speed at which Ningqi suppressed Jiang Yuexiao was so fast that she couldn't even see it clearly. At the same time, as a Dao querying realm cultivator, she didn't know how terrifying an emperor realm existence was. However, she had a deep understanding of the huge and lush Jiang family. To her, even without a great emperor, the Jiang family was still an existence that ordinary cultivators couldn't reach. The strength of the Jiang family depends on who is in charge. Now that the emperor of the Jiang family has been suppressed, do you think the Jiang family has anything to fear? Ningqi smiled. But Ruo Zhu's emotions were very complicated. Logically speaking, she had been implicated by Ningqi's matter, and her origin had been severely damaged. She should have hated him, but now he wanted to stand up for her and fight against the enormous Jiang family. Not only did she not hate him, she was even a bit touched. Because of this, she did not want Ningqi to be in danger because of this. No buts. The Holy Council already knows of my existence, so I can't stay here for too long. I need, Ning Ruo Sacred said. Ningqi smiled. Watch how the Jiang family is destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck with his palm. The sharp power was like a knife, slashing on the board with the words, Jiang family on the vermilion gate. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The board that had been refined with a secret technique and could be used as a 4th or 5th grade primordial spiritual treasure was cut in half and fell to the ground. The cultivators who rushed over saw this and looked at Ningqi with even more respect. Countless disciples of the Jiang family stood around the mountain range like wooden statues. Many others hid in the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. When they noticed that the Jiang family signboard had been smashed by Ningqi, they were filled with anger, resentment, and fear. How many years had it been since they were born? They had been instilled with the belief that the Jiang family was invincible. In reality, the Jiang family was indeed invincible. With Jiang Yueshao around, even the forces of the other 13 caves would not attack the Jiang family disciples. But today, they had personally witnessed the Jiang family plaque being split in half by an outsider, and they couldn't do anything about it. However, some Jiang family disciples didn't know what happened in Muyang town. How dare you! A rebirth state cultivator flew through the air. When he saw the broken plaque on the ground, his eyes turned red. He stared at Ning Qi and gritted his teeth. How dare you break the plaque of my Jiang clan? What? I'm going to break the gate of the Jiang family. Ning Qi laughed as he kicked out with one leg. At that moment, he activated the 9 inner hidden gates. The terrifying power in his body surged into his right leg and struck the Vermilion Gate. The restrictive spell on it shattered. An incomparably majestic vermilion door was kicked into countless pieces, scattering on the ground. If Ning Qi hadn't activated the 9 inner hidden gates, he wouldn't have been able to break the gate with his current strength. What terrifying power! I heard that the gate of the Jiang family was just an ordinary gate in the beginning. However, after years of refinement by countless experts of the Jiang family, the hardness of the gate is comparable to a 5th grade or even 6th grade primordial spiritual treasure. I didn't expect him to break it with a single kick. A reincarnated almighty is indeed powerful. That attack just now probably has the power of an undying state. How could an ordinary rebirth state cultivator be so powerful? The cultivators in the void couldn't help but sigh. You deserve to die. The rebirth state Jiang family disciple also sensed that something was wrong. When he realized that even the Vermilion Gate was broken by Ning Qi's kick, he knew that he was no match for Ning Qi. Therefore, he didn't step forward. Instead, he retreated toward the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard while shouting at Ning Qi. Why haven't the patriarchs appeared yet? Are they all in seclusion? How could we be bullied by a cultivator in front of the ancestral courtyard? This is a great humiliation to the Jiang family, he thought as he retreated. Do I deserve to die? Then why don't you come and kill me? Ning Qi smiled. Just you wait. The patriarchs will come and suppress you. I'll let you have a taste of the Jiang family's purgatory, he said angrily. If the Jiang family's patriarchs of the undying state and sempiternal state dared to come out, they would have done so long ago. Why would they let me act so presumptuously here? Can't you see through this? Ning Qi smiled, stepped over the broken gate on the ground, and walked toward the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. Ruo Zhu was stunned for a moment. Then, she gritted her teeth and quickly followed behind Ning Qi. Since it had already happened, she could only follow behind Ning Qi to have any hope of leaving this place. At the same time, she also realized that the Jiang family didn't seem to be as powerful as she had imagined. Someone had already attacked their door, but still no one came to stop them. Could it be that the Jiang family was afraid? Ruo Zhu's body trembled when she thought of this. A trace of anticipation gradually appeared in her eyes. Perhaps she could really take revenge today. Chapter 37:37. Don't come any closer. When he saw Ning Qi walking toward him, his eyes flashed with fear. The next moment he turned around and shouted, Ancestors, quickly come out and kill the enemy! His roar resounded through the sky. It almost spread throughout the Jiang family's ancestral city. However, after a while, no Jiang family cultivator showed up. Ning Qi stood there with a faint smile and did not stop the other party from calling for help. What's going on? The other party was stunned, his eyes filled with deep confusion. At this moment, an aura rushed into the sky. When the Jiang family reincarnation cultivator saw this, his eyes revealed a trace of joy. Ancestor, over here. Unfortunately, the aura did not come toward him. Instead, it quickly escaped from the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. Want to leave? The corners of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly, a trace of mockery in his eyes. In the next moment, a willow branch suddenly appeared in the air and flung fiercely at the figure. The figure immediately let out a miserable howl and fell straight to the ground, landing right at the feet of the Jiang family reincarnation disciple. This was an undead realm cultivator. That's an undead realm ancestor of the Jiang family's third courtyard. I know him. His name is Jiang Lufeng. A long time ago, he was also a cultivator of the ancient star pavilion. Later, he had no hope of breaking through to the immortal realm. So he returned to the Jiang family from the ancient star pavilion and took charge of the deacon's hall of the 3 courtyards. Some cultivators in the void recognized the undead realm cultivator who tried to escape but was suppressed by Emperor Lu. When they saw that Jiang Lufeng had been easily suppressed, their expressions became extremely strange. After losing Jiang Yueshao, the once insufferably powerful Jiang clan seemed to be so weak. Not only did they not resist when they were attacked, they even tried to escape. The Jiang family has been invincible for too long and has no enemies. The cultivators of the Jiang family rarely fight and have no lack of cultivation resources. This has led to the Jiang family's cultivators being powerful, but they can only use their cultivation and dharma treasures to crush their enemies. Now that the great Emperor Jiang has entered the infinite realms of samsara, the Jiang family has suddenly shown signs of defeat. An undead realm cultivator who passed by said with a complicated expression, "I see." When the nearby 4th and 3rd step cultivators heard this, a hint of understanding flashed in their eyes. They finally understood why the Jiang family was so weak after losing the Emperor realm. Previously, he had thought that the eternal realm cultivators had fled because they knew they couldn't defeat their enemies, so they had no choice but to do so. But now he saw that Jiang Lufeng had still chosen to flee even after the enemy had come knocking on their door. The real reason was that the Jiang family had the backing of an Emperor realm cultivator. Without that backing, they were no longer as courageous as ordinary cultivators from 2nd or 3rd-rate sections. They also lacked something that was extremely important to cultivators: courage. Patriarch Lu Feng, the reincarnation disciple of the Jiang family, lowered his head to take a look, and a look of astonishment instantly appeared on his face. The person who had been whipped by the willow branch was none other than the ancestor of his bloodline. According to seniority, the other party was his great-grandfather. "Sir, don't go too far. My Jiang family is backed by the Holy Saint Council. If you go too far, the Holy Saint Council will not let you off." Jiang Lufeng slowly stood up from the ground and stared straight at Ningqi. His expression was calm, as if he was not afraid in the slightest, as if the person who had just fled was not him. "Patriarch, this person attacked our Jiang family for no reason. Quickly call the other patriarchs to come out and kill him." The reincarnation disciple of the Jiang family said hurriedly. He could see that Ningqi's methods were extraordinary. Even Jiang Lufeng had been defeated in a single move, and he had even used words to threaten him. Such an existence was most likely in the sempiternal realm. However, the sempiternal realm was not considered the strongest in the Jiang family. Basically, there were sempiternal patriarchs in each courtyard. In his opinion, as long as any one of these patriarchs came out, the other party would have to kneel and beg for mercy. "Shut up. The great emperor of our Jiang family has already been killed by him, and the eternal realm patriarchs have all fled. Now, the Jiang family is only left with me and a few others. We are no match for him at all." A voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the reincarnation disciple of the Jiang family. This voice contained endless anger. What? The great emperor was killed by him? How is this possible? A look of astonishment appeared on his face as he stared blankly at Ningqi. "I am a dark cultivator, and I am the sworn enemy of the Holy Saint Council. Do you think that threatening me with such words will work?" Ningqi smiled faintly. Jiang Lufeng was taken aback, and his face turned slightly pale. After hesitating for a few breaths, he asked in a low voice, "What will it take for you to let my Jiang family go?" Today, your Jiang family will be annihilated. Ning Qi said indifferently. Wait, the Jiang family has a treasury that only we elders know the way to enter. If you let me go, I will bring you into the treasury. There are all kinds of treasures inside. It is all the wealth that my Jiang family has accumulated over the years. Jiang Lufeng hurriedly said when he saw that Ning Qi was about to attack. The Jiang family's treasury? Greed flashed in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators when they heard this. However, they quickly reacted and immediately hid the greed in their eyes. They looked at Ning Qi enviously. How many heavenly treasures had the Jiang family accumulated over the years? What a joke! How could Jiang Yueshao leave the good stuff in your Jiang family's treasury? He probably carried it with him, and now it has turned into nothingness along with him. As for what is in the treasury, I will go in and take a look at it after I destroy your Jiang family. Ning Qi sneered. A willow branch suddenly appeared in the void and bombarded Jiang Lufeng's body. He howled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely dispirited. At the same time, Ning Qi once again took out the demon refining gourd. A gust of black smoke came out from it and wrapped around the seriously injured Jiang Lufeng. Then, the smoke disappeared into the mouth of the gourd. Not bad. This time, I will use your Jiang family's 5th step alchemy method to see if I can refine a divine elixir that will allow me to reach the 5th step. Ning Qi smiled at the Jiang family reincarnation cultivator. Then he glanced around and said indifferently, 5th step, Jiang family, there is no need to hide anymore. You can hide now, but you can't hide forever. Come out and fight with me. You might have a chance of winning. Otherwise, your Jiang family will definitely be annihilated today. Silence. There was a deathly silence. It was as if there were no living beings in the Jiang family. There was no sound at all. Even if you die, you don't want to die standing. Ning Qi muttered to himself. A moment later, a gigantic willow tree suddenly appeared in midair, and a majestic aura instantly enveloped the entire Jiang family. When the 5th step cultivators of the Jiang family who were hiding saw this, their faces immediately revealed looks of despair and sadness. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally saw Emperor Lu's true body. Moreover, some sharp-eyed cultivators even saw the figures of many cultivators hanging from Emperor Lu's body. Among them were Jiang Posha and Jiang Tianshu, who had just been suppressed. Emperor Lu of the Taichu sect lives up to his reputation. An undead realm cultivator looked at Emperor Lu's true body and muttered to himself. An undead realm cultivator who could suppress an undead realm cultivator of the same level was a first-class expert no matter where he was. Unless a great emperor appeared, no one could be his opponent. Emperor Lu, next you will catch those rats. Capture all the 5th step Jiang family bloodline alive. Don't leave anyone below the 5th step Jiang family alive. Ning Qi smiled faintly. When Lu Huang heard this, the millions of willow branches on his body shot out at lightning speed. Some enveloped the Jiang clan, while others flew towards the surroundings of the mountain range. Obviously, those Jiang clan disciples who were not in the Jiang clan's ancestral city were also within Lu Huang's attack range. Chapter 3738. Screams continued to come from the Jiang family's ancestral city. The willow branch, covered in blood, shuttled through the crowd and accurately killed the cultivators with the Jiang family's bloodline in front of the dumbfounded faces. For imperishable realm experts, their bloodline could be roughly seen at a glance. Even if their bloodline was thin, they couldn't escape Lu Huang's attack. In the large Jiang family's ancestral city, there were probably only a few 100,000 cultivators with the Jiang family's bloodline. The remaining millions of cultivators and mortals were all forces under the Jiang family's jurisdiction. They didn't have the Jiang family's bloodline, so they weren't affected by Lu Huang. However, at this moment, they felt like the end of the world. The once domineering disciples of the Jiang family were now as frightened as dogs. They were easily slaughtered and didn't even have the ability to fight back. As for those fifth-step cultivators, they were even more miserable. After being severely injured by Emperor Lu, they were directly imprisoned and hung on the willow tree. Ningqi stood in the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard with his hands behind his back. He turned a deaf ear to the miserable pleas outside. There were fifth-step cultivators hiding in the Jiang family who risked their lives to escape to him. The moment they knelt on the ground, they were imprisoned by Lu Huang. Ruo Zhu stood behind Ningqi and stared blankly at this scene. Her heartbeat unconsciously sped up countless times, and her small face became extremely red. The Jiang family is finished, the cultivators in the void revealed a trace of shock. From the moment Lu Huang appeared, they knew that the Jiang family was powerless to resist. The next scene was similar to what they had expected. The dignified great emperor family was inferior to a third-rate sect in the face of a powerful enemy. There wasn't even a single person who stood up to rally the morale of the army. If great Emperor Jiang was still here, I'm afraid he would be extremely disappointed to see this scene. I originally thought that the Jiang family had become so powerful that no one could defeat them. Even the ancient Star Pavilion wouldn't easily make a move against the Jiang family. I didn't expect that a great emperor family without a great emperor would be so vulnerable. Any first-rate sect could easily slaughter these Jiang family cultivators. That's right. It seems that the other three families aren't that strong. The only strong ones are the great emperor realm cultivators and a few imperishable realm elders, right? Exactly. In an instant, the esteemed image of the great emperor's clan in everyone's hearts collapsed. Many of the foreign cultivators from the other 13 caves had ugly expressions when they saw this. They couldn't help but ask themselves if their forces were as weak as the Jiang family after losing their great emperor. In the end, they got an answer. This answer made their hearts feel heavy for a moment. The battle did not last too long. In less than the time needed to brew a pot of tea, Emperor Lu had retracted all of his willow branches. Blood kept dripping down to form a mini lake of blood below him. From that, it could be seen how many Jiang family cultivators Emperor Lu had killed in the time it took to brew a pot of tea. 1, 2, 3. Ningqi raised his head and counted. Including Jiang Posha, there were 8 fifth-step cultivators of the Jiang family hanging on the tree. Including those who had been sucked into the demon purification gourd, there were about 40 people in total. A family had more than 40 fifth-step cultivators. If the few imperishable realm cultivators who had escaped were included, the Jiang family was indeed powerful. Jiang Tianshu had reached the imperishable realm at such a young age, which was enough to prove that he had a certain say in the Jiang family. Otherwise, Jiang Yuexiao wouldn't have asked him and Jiang Posha to plan this matter. I wonder how long it will take to refine more than 40 fifth-step cultivators. Will the demon purification gourd burst? Ningqi thought about it and decided to ignore it for now. He directly sucked the fifth-step cultivators of the Jiang family into the demon purification gourd and spared only Jiang Tianshu and Jiang Posha. Ningqi did not plan to let the former enter the reincarnation cycle so early, and the latter had an imperishable realm cultivation level. If he entered the demon purification gourd, Ningqi might not be able to suppress and refine him. This malefic star actually destroyed the Jiang family. Where did the great emperor of the Jiang family go? If he was here and suppressed this kid, I might be able to use this opportunity to escape. Gongsun Wufua looked around with an ugly expression. The Karma Realm cultivators of the Great Blue Dragon sect had the same thought as him. When Ningqi killed Jiang Yuexiao, they were still in the creation realm and did not know the cause and effect of the matter. At that moment, their hearts were filled with questions. Why was a great emperor's family so easily destroyed? Why did the great emperor of the Jiang family not appear to kill Ningqi? My great Jiang family. How could this happen? Jiang Posha's eyes were bloodshot, and he still could not believe what had happened in front of him. As for Jiang Tianshu, he seemed to be possessed. He could only stare blankly at everything in front of him with his eyes wide open. Then he stiffly turned his neck and looked at Ning Qi, his eyes filled with fear. He could not understand why the guy who had lost to him in the past could destroy everything in such a short time after entering the reincarnation cycle. "Thank you, Senior, for avenging Ruoju." After a few breaths of silence, Ruoju suddenly knelt down and bowed to Ning Qi. "You were implicated because of me. I also have a feud with the Jiang family, so there is no need to thank me. As for your injuries, there is a place that might be able to heal them." Ning Qi smiled. "What place?" Ruoju was stunned. "You will know when you get there." Ning Qi gently grabbed Ruoju's arm. In the next moment, the two of them and Emperor Lu disappeared into the void. When everyone saw this scene, they were silent for a few breaths of time before they could not help but sigh. The Jiang family's treasury. Someone's eyes suddenly moved, and his face instantly revealed a look of excitement. Many people reacted and immediately distanced themselves from each other, looking at each other with vigilant eyes. The Jiang family has been destroyed, but the Supreme Saint Council will definitely send someone here. Maybe the Boundless Realm cultivators are on their way. Let's not kill each other. Once we enter the treasury, we will split everything equally, someone suggested. The one who suggested was an undead realm cultivator. When the other fifth step cultivators heard this, they hesitated for a few breaths of time before nodding. When the fourth step cultivators saw this, their expressions instantly darkened. It was obvious that they had been excluded. The Jiang family has been destroyed, so the items naturally belong to the Supreme Saint Council. All of you leave quickly. A figure suddenly rose into the sky. This was a fourth step cultivator at the rebirth realm. But when he looked at the fifth step cultivators, his eyes were cold without the slightest bit of respect. A boundless realm cultivator? Everyone was stunned. When the fifth step cultivators saw this, they subconsciously frowned. However, before they could speak, another figure appeared again. "I almost forgot about the Jiang family's treasury," Ning Qi muttered to himself. Then his gaze fell on the rebirth realm cultivator. "I seem to have heard that you are a boundless realm cultivator?" Chapter 3739. Everyone was silent when they saw Ning Qi return. The fifth step cultivators looked at each other and secretly rejoiced in their hearts. At the same time, they looked at the rebirth state cultivator who claimed to be a boundless Jiang cultivator with Schadenfreude. Of course, they did not dare to go against the Supreme Saint Parliament. If this samsara cultivator wanted to take the Jiang family's treasury for himself, no one present would dare to stop him. If they offended the Supreme Saint Parliament, they could forget about having a foothold in the world. They would be like the dark cultivators, hated by everyone. However, they were also unwilling to let a junior take away the treasury just like that. Now that Ning Qi had reappeared, they had already given up on the Jiang family's treasury and wanted to watch the show. The boundless Jiang cultivators and the dark cultivators were sworn enemies. They would fight each other when they met. It would be fine if that samsara cultivator did not show himself, but now that he met Ning Qi, everyone could already predict his fate. Didn't you leave?" The rebirth state cultivator stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. A trace of regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he would have waited a little longer before showing himself. However, the Jiang family's treasury was too tempting. Even if the treasury only stored ordinary cultivation resources, it was not comparable to the huge amount of resources. The Jiang family had hundreds of thousands of cultivators. How many cultivation resources were consumed every year? If all these resources were placed in the hands of a single person, it would be very terrifying. Even a great emperor would be tempted by it, unless it was a solitary great emperor who didn't have any disciples. These existences only paid attention to things that they could use, such as profound sun and profound sage grade spiritual materials. It was precisely because of this that he could not help but step forward when someone wanted to divide the Jiang family's treasury. If he took the Jiang family's treasury, even if he could not keep it for himself and had to hand it over, he would still receive a large amount of resources that would be enough for him to cultivate to the 5th step. I did leave, but I did not say that I would not come back. Ning Qi smiled. A trace of anger flashed in the other party's eyes, as if he was about to attack. However, in the next moment, his figure had already turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Fortunately, my reaction is fast, and I have the divine speed talisman bestowed by the sect. My current speed is probably comparable to a great perfection realm existence. He should not be able to catch up, right? Unless Emperor Lu makes a move. As he thought about this rebirth stage cultivator suddenly realized that he was unable to move. Looking down, his soul almost left his body. He was tightly bound by the willow twigs. Whoosh! With a gentle wave of the willow branch, this rebirth state cultivator was sent back to Ning Qi. What a coincidence, we meet again. Ning Qi laughed. If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. I am a boundless border cultivator. You can forget about making me kneel and beg for mercy. The rebirth stage boundless realm cultivator revealed an unyielding expression. I know. When darkness cultivators and boundless cultivators meet, one of them will definitely die. That's why I didn't plan on making you beg for mercy. Moreover, you don't even have the qualifications to beg for mercy in front of me. Ning Qi smiled and took out the demon refining gourd. A gust of black smoke emerged from it and wrapped around the boundless rebirth stage cultivator before disappearing into the mouth of the gourd. Everyone tried hard to maintain their calm when they saw this, and they didn't dare reveal the slightest unusual expression as they were deeply afraid that Ning Qi would take them away. What a pity! Ning Qi glanced at the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. After many years of refinement, this courtyard had already become a treasured cultivation ground. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles basically gathered here. An ordinary 3rd step cultivator cultivating here was equivalent to consuming elixirs every day, and they didn't have to worry about qi deviation from consuming too many elixirs. Even 4th step and 5th step cultivators would benefit greatly from this place, and their cultivation speed would be more than 10 times faster than in ordinary places. For example, if a 3rd-rate sect was compared to this place, both sects would have cultivators of the same talent. A 3rd-rate sect's cultivator would need 1,000 years to break through, but in the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard, it would take less than 100 years. This was also the reason why many sects wanted to become the Jiang family's vassal, and they would do anything to enter the Jiang family's ancestral city to cultivate. If this courtyard could be moved to the creation divine realm, it would allow little you, and the rest to cultivate much faster. It was a pity that the restriction on this courtyard was too strong, and with Ning Qi's cultivation he couldn't move it at all. If these restrictions were broken, there would be no meaning in moving this courtyard. This was what Ning Qi felt was a pity. This place could only benefit others. With a glance, Ning Qi locked his gaze on a hall in the depths of the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. He could feel that the restriction on the hall was much stronger than the other places. It should have been set up by Jiang Yueshao himself. This place was most likely where the Jiang family's treasury was located. With a slight movement, Ning Qi appeared in front of the hall. On the plaque above the main entrance of the hall, a few large words were engraved. Jiang family's treasury. More than a dozen corpses lay at the tightly closed entrance. Based on the aura left on the corpses, it could be seen that they were all 4th step cultivators. They might have planned to hide in the treasury, but they didn't know how to open the door, so they were killed by Emperor Lu one by one. Ning Qi took a few glances at the treasure pavilion and found that the restrictive spell here had not been destroyed by Emperor Lu. In other words, with Emperor Lu's strength, it was impossible for him to destroy the restrictive spell set up by an Emperor realm existence. In this way, it was very likely that there were still some Jiang clan cultivators hiding in the treasure pavilion. That guy is here again. Damn it, the distress flying sword has been sent for so long. Why haven't the Feng family, Wei family, and Yu family arrived yet? As the 4 great emperor families of the human race, we should unite against a common enemy. It doesn't matter. There's no need to be afraid. If we hide here, he won't be able to attack unless he uses a technique to suppress a great emperor again. However, according to my guess, that technique doesn't belong to this kid, so he might not be able to use it a second time. In the Jiang family's treasury, 3 imperishable realm cultivators gathered in front of a huge transparent ball. Inside the ball, they could see Ning Qi's figure at the entrance of the treasury. In addition, there were some pale-faced Jiang family disciples standing around the 3 of them. These Jiang family disciples were the true foundation of the Jiang family. Every one of them had qualifications and prospects that weren't weaker than Jiang Tianshu's. Therefore, they were immediately received by the imperishable realm cultivators who had escaped from Yangtown. This kid shouldn't know that we are hiding here. When he realizes that he can't destroy the restriction set up by the great emperor, he will naturally leave. One of the Jiang family imperishable realm cultivators said with a gloomy expression, "Yes, this time the Jiang family has suffered a great calamity. As long as we are alive, these Jiang family disciples are still here, and some of the Jiang family disciples have already joined other sects. It won't be long before we rise again." Another imperishable realm cultivator nodded. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt the ground shake. What is he doing? The 3 imperishable realm cultivators stared at the crystal ball, dumbfounded. Outside the door, Ning Qi grabbed the pillar of the Jiang family's treasury with both hands and laughed in a low voice. "I can't take the courtyard, but can I move a hall? Get up." With a loud roar, the Jiang family's treasury shook violently. Chapter 3740. What is he trying to do? Feeling the shaking of the hall, the Jiang family cultivators inside the hall were dumbfounded. The cultivators outside were also dumbfounded. They vaguely guessed Ning Qi's plan. He actually plans to move the entire Jiang family's treasure pavilion. There is a restriction set up by the great emperor. It can't be stored in the interspatial ring. Where can he move it to? Maybe he has other means. Didn't you notice that Lu Huang is elusive? He might be hiding in a small world. But there were still people who couldn't believe that Ning Qi could take away the entire Jiang family's treasure pavilion. In the Shenluo world, every sect had such a place to facilitate the disciples under their jurisdiction to exchange for some cultivation resources. However, in order to prevent it from being stolen, the treasure pavilion basically had an array to isolate the interspatial ring. In addition, the Jiang family was a great emperor family. There should be a variety of arrays on it, making it even more secure. "Rise!" Ning Qi roared. His entire body suddenly transformed into a demon ape, and the 9 inner hidden gates opened at the same time. At this moment, Ning Qi's mortal body strength was comparable to that of an ordinary undead cultivator. The Jiang family's treasure pavilion suddenly issued a loud bang, and the pillars on the ground were uprooted by Ning Qi. Inside the treasure pavilion, it doesn't matter. Even if he moves the entire hall, if we don't go out, he can't do anything to us. Moreover, where can he move such a big hall? It can only make him the target of public criticism. At that time, the other 3 families' reinforcements can easily find him. A Jiang family undying realm cultivator looked at the scene in the crystal ball with cold sweat on his forehead. However, he was still very calm. This method would not have any effect on them. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jiang family had never thought that someone would do such a crazy thing, it would be tantamount to an undead realm cultivator wanting to move the entire hall. "Lu Huang!" Ning Qi suddenly shouted. The next moment, countless willow branches shot out from the void, tightly binding the entire Jiang family's treasure pavilion. "Smash it!" Ning Qi sneered. After Lu Huang received the order, He brandished his willow branch and smashed the Jiang clan's hidden treasure pavilion into the ground. Every time he smashed it, the ground trembled and rumbled endlessly. In less than 10 minutes, Emperor Lu had already smashed tens of thousands of times. The Jiang family's ancestral courtyard had become a scene of devastation. It was impossible to tell what it originally looked like. The surrounding cultivators, who were watching the show, hid far away, afraid of being affected by Emperor Lu's attack. Emperor Lu used all his strength in every attack, which was equivalent to an all-out attack from an Eternal Realm cultivator with an incomparably deep foundation. The aftermath of such an attack was extremely terrifying. If a fourth-step cultivator was accidentally grazed by it, they would either die or be seriously injured. Occasionally, Ning Qi would cooperate with Emperor Lu and fiercely slap the Jiang clan's treasure pavilion a few times. Although the terrifying force was dissipated by the restrictive spell outside, a trace of it still passed into the treasure pavilion. Old ancestor, save us! The Jiang clan's geniuses hiding in the Jiang clan's treasure pavilion constantly screamed. Every second, someone could not withstand the violent shock and died. The 3 Jiang clan's immortals were dumbfounded. By the time they reacted, Emperor Lu had already smashed the treasure pavilion many times. The shock produced by these attacks directly killed most of the Jiang clan's geniuses present. Now, only the 3 of them and another Jiang clan disciple who was seriously injured and on the verge of death were still alive. Damn you! I must kill you. Definitely. One of the Jiang clan's immortals' eyes were red as he let out an extremely angry roar. This time, the Jiang clan's geniuses who had died were the Jiang clan's last trump cards. Once they died, if the Jiang clan wanted to rise again in the future, it would probably take several times more time than before. He might be provoking us and wanting us to go out, another immortal said calmly. Another undying calmly said, "This sort of method cannot harm us. As long as we calm down and wait for reinforcements, we will be fine." His spiritual soul has been shattered. The last immortal looked at the heavily injured Jiang clan's genius and slowly shook his head. He was originally still breathing, but because his spiritual soul had been shattered, he died completely. Forget it. These dead disciples can still reform their physical bodies in the immortal palace. Although their origin has been damaged, the treasures in the treasure pavilion are enough to repair their origin. This time, our Jiang clan has encountered a great calamity. If we can survive it, we can be reborn as a phoenix. If we can't, we can only pin our hopes on the Great Emperor. I hope that the Great Emperor can escape from the reincarnation cycle as soon as possible. With the Great Emperor, the Jiang clan will exist. Sigh, it should be about time. Ning Qi's thoughts moved slightly. In the next moment, the willow branch disappeared into the void with the Jiang clan's treasure pavilion. At the same time, in the creation celestial realm, Jiang Posha and Jiang Tianshu, who were imprisoned by Emperor Lu, looked at the Jiang clan's treasure pavilion in shock. Their expressions gradually became dull. "Why is our Jiang clan's treasure pavilion here?" Jiang Posha muttered to himself. Jiang Tianshu also couldn't understand. Such a method was really unpredictable. He couldn't understand why Ning Qi could grow to such a level in such a short period of time in this life. He obviously didn't have the advantage he had in his previous life. "I can't accept this." Jiang Tianshu suddenly let out a long cry of despair. "You can't accept this?" Ning Qi, who had appeared behind Jiang Tianshu, heard Jiang Tianshu's long cry. A trace of a smile immediately appeared on his face. "If you can't accept this, you can resist. Come, see if you can break free from Emperor Lu's suppression. What are you trying to do? If you want to kill me, please do it now. I won't even blink an eye." Jiang Tianshu looked at Ning Qi with hatred. "Dream on. If I kill you, you can be reborn in the immortal palace. Why would I do such a thing? Isn't it better to suppress you here? As long as you can't become a great emperor, you can't escape. It's more convenient than killing you." Ning Qi sneered. How could he not see through his opponent's little trick? Jiang Tianshu was stunned. Then he slowly lowered his head and shut his mouth. Ning Qi glanced at the Jiang family's treasure pavilion hanging in the air and signaled to Emperor Lu. The willow branches on the treasure pavilion immediately retracted. Boom! With a loud bang, the treasure pavilion landed firmly on the ground. Young master, what is this? Many figures flew towards Ning Qi. The first to arrive was little Yu. She looked curiously at the Jiang family's treasure pavilion and asked Ning Qi. The treasure pavilion of the Jiang family, one of the 4 great emperor clans of the human race in the Tai Li land of the Shenluo world. Ning Qi smiled. Wow, everyone was shocked. From Ning Qi's words, they could tell that the Jiang family's strength was not to be underestimated. At the same time, the 3 immortal realm experts in the treasure pavilion also used the crystal ball to see what was happening outside. When they saw the real body of Emperor Lu, they were dumbfounded. They thought that Ning Qi was trying to provoke them. In fact, Ning Qi just wanted to see if he could suppress and kill most of the cultivators in the treasure pavilion, so that the number of remaining cultivators would be controlled to less than 3. It turned out that Ning Qi's attempt was successful. Chapter 3741. The people inside, listen up. You're already in the creation divine realm under Emperor Lu's suppression. If you plan to hide inside for the rest of your lives, don't come out. However, I believe that even if we can't break the restriction outside the treasure pavilion in a short period of time, what about 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years? If you come out and surrender, I promise to spare your lives. Ning Qi looked at the treasure pavilion and smiled. There are still Jiang family cultivators hiding inside. Jiang Posha's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted in excitement, "Don't believe him! Hide inside and don't come out." Grandpa personally set up the restriction. Even imperishable realm cultivators can't break it even if they spend countless years. As long as you don't come out, there will be a day when we can all escape. You talk too much. Ning Qi glanced at Jiang Posha. Pa pa pa. A willow branch violently whipped Jiang Posha's mouth. In the blink of an eye, his lips were swollen. Jiang Tianshu, who originally wanted to say something, immediately shut his mouth. Qing Feng, who had been standing on the side and listening for a long time, suddenly recovered and looked at Ning Qi excitedly. "Master, are they cultivators of the Jiang family?" Everyone originally thought that Ning Qi had encountered some enemies in the outside world. But Ning Qi's enemies were basically miserable, so they didn't pay much attention to Emperor Lu. When Ning Qi returned, they gathered to watch the show. They didn't expect to find that the people being suppressed were actually cultivators of the Jiang family. The Jiang family. In their hearts, the only person they could think of was Jiang Tianshu. "Look, Jiang Tianshu is hanging over there." Ning Qi pointed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless gazes fell on Jiang Tianshu. Jiang Tianshu also opened his eyes and saw Qing Feng, the old lord, and the others. "You actually brought them to this world," Jiang Tianshu muttered to himself. As a disciple of the Jiang family and the chief disciple of the ancient star pavilions, Alcade Star Palace, he was well aware of what kind of place the Fortune God realm was. In the ancient land, many top sects called the Fortune God realm the Sacred Mountain because many Emperor realm cultivators had entered the Fortune God realm before finding an opportunity to break through. Although there was a passageway to the divine realm of creation, it was impossible to enter before the passageway opened, even if countless resources were used. After the passageway opened, the amount of resources used depended on the cultivation of the person who entered. The stronger the person, the more resources they would need to use. Even the top sects in the primeval land would at most send rebirth realm geniuses to search for opportunities for the ancestors of their sections. Only in a few cases would fifth step cultivators enter. For example, cultivators in the imperishable realm who were preparing to break through to the Emperor realm would choose to exhaust all their wealth to enter the creation divine domain in search of a chance to ascend to the Emperor realm. Ning Qi was able to bring people into such a sacred place at any time, and the number of people he brought was shocking. In his eyes, the celestial realm cultivators were just ants. But in the fortune god realm, as long as they didn't die, it wouldn't take long for their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as these cultivators were given enough time, a terrifying force comparable to the great emperor family would be born. At that time, even if Jiang Tianshu wanted to take revenge, it would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Jiang Tianshu, are you surprised to see us here? Qing Feng looked at Jiang Tianshu with a ruddy face and laughed. The ancestor of the Tiandao clan, you plotted against my master back then. How insufferably arrogant. But now, you can only be trapped by Emperor Liu and hung here like a pig or a dog. What goes around comes around. You're just a Dao child beside Ning Beixian. Back in the ancient star pavilion, you were so humble to me and didn't even dare to breathe when you saw me. Today, I'm like a tiger being bullied by a dog, and I'm being mocked by a junior like you. Ha ha ha. The heavens really want my Jiang family to die. The heavens really want my Jiang family to die. Jiang Tianshu let out a sad laugh, and tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He felt wronged. Sacred concubine Cold Sky and the others looked at Qing Feng with a strange expression. So he had stayed in the Shenluo realm before? Old man Qing Feng, did you really bow to him back then? Bull Demon King said in a muffled voice. There seemed to be a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Qing Feng glanced at Bull Demon King. Do you believe me? Jiang Tianshu, only losers remember the past. If we're talking about bowing to each other, the ancient star pavilion has a strict hierarchy. When an outer sect disciple sees an inner sect disciple, there's nothing wrong with it. I remember that you were even more respectful when you saw me, right? Ning Qi smiled. Jiang Tianshu was startled and stared at Ning Qi. You remember the memories of your previous life? Everyone could vaguely feel that Jiang Tianshu was looking at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in his eyes. Why don't you guess? Ning Qi smiled. Ning Beixian, so what if you remember the past? I admit that you're stronger than me right now, but your identity has been exposed. The Holy Assembly won't let you go. Ha ha ha. You're hiding a big secret. That's why you were able to rise to this level in such a short period of time, right? But the Holy Assembly is much stronger than you think. Even in a place like Tai Li, the Holy Assembly has sent several Emperor realms to guard it. If those sacred Supreme Counselors really want to attack you, even if you hide in the creation realm, you will still be crushed. Jiang Tianshu laughed. Then I'll become stronger before they attack me. I'll destroy the Holy Assembly, just like how I destroyed your Jiang family. Ning Qi smiled. When Jiang Tianshu heard this, he was just about to retort when a willow branch suddenly whipped towards him. Pa, pa, pa! Jiang Tianshu fainted from the sudden attack of the willow branch. Qing Feng felt relieved when he saw this. The resentment that had accumulated for so many years was finally gone. Master, now that Jiang Tianshu has been suppressed, we shouldn't have any enemies in the Shenluo realm. Why did he say that the Holy Assembly is going to attack you? Qing Feng suddenly asked and looked at Ning Qi in confusion. There are some things you don't understand. Ning Qi shook his head. The hatred between him and Jiang Tianshu wasn't as deep as the hatred between him and the Holy Assembly. After all, the Holy Assembly had killed him twice. In his first life, he was the Star Emperor of the ancient star system pavilion, and in his second life, he was a direct disciple of the ancient star system pavilion. With the hatred from both lives added up, even Jiang Tianshu would have to step aside. Why did the Holy Assembly attack me? Is it related to the system? After pondering for a while, Ning Qi looked at the Jiang family's treasure pavilion. Have you seen enough? If you have, you should make a decision. If you don't come out now, then stay in there forever. After a while, there was still no response from the treasure pavilion. Ning Qi smiled at everyone. Go back and cultivate. I'm going to refine a batch of elixirs. If there's nothing important, don't come to me. Let Lung Ming make the decision." Everyone nodded. At the same time, they were very curious about the elixirs that Ning Qi was talking about. In their opinion, the elixirs that Ning Qi was going to refine must be divine. Chapter 3742. Creation God Realm. In the small courtyard. Everyone was either standing or sitting in a circle in the small courtyard. Ning Qi was already in closed-door cultivation, so the others had to consider the direction of their cultivation. The flow of time here is 1,000 to 1 compared to the outside world. 1,000 years here is only 1 year in the outside world. However, the range of influence is only around the small courtyard. I tested it and found that the flow of time will return to normal after walking about 30 meters away from the small courtyard. If anyone wants to leave the small courtyard to search for opportunities, they have to consider the gains and losses. Perhaps in the 10 days or half a month that you guys leave the small courtyard, the people cultivating in the small courtyard will have broken through their current bottleneck. Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled at everyone while carrying Ning Rulai. Big Sister is right. However, Big Sister Lin Mei and I encountered a fortuitous opportunity in the creation divine realm. After consuming the Phoenix reincarnation fruit, our cultivation base instantly soared. We went from the 3rd step to the 4th step in one go. Therefore, whether we cultivate in this courtyard or go out to search for fortuitous opportunities, I think it's beneficial. Wang Shui smiled and nodded. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This included Wang Shui's parents and grandfather. This was the first time they knew that Wang Shui's cultivation had increased to such a terrifying level. Incredible! Incredible! What kind of divine fruit is the Phoenix reincarnation fruit? It actually has such a terrifying effect. This creation god realm is really full of opportunities. Bull Demon King muttered to himself in shock. Li Macho's eyes lit up. Duan Yingjun clenched his fists subconsciously. He looked at Niu Dezhuang, De Guzi, and the others and made a decision in his heart. When I was cultivating in the ancient star pavilion, I heard about the creation god realm from an elder. Even the top sects in the Shenluo world are scrambling for this place. They can't send too many people here at once. Unlike Master, who is omnipotent. In my opinion, Master Wang Shui is right. Whether it is cultivating in the small courtyard or searching for opportunities in the outside world, it will be of great benefit to our current realm. In fact, there might not even be Shenluo world's heavenly tribulation in the creation god realm. This way, we don't have to worry about the Supreme Saint Parliament. Qing Feng said slowly. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Li Macho lightly waved her fly whisk and walked out of the courtyard. Seeing this, Hu Qingzi's eyes flashed with hesitation. He gritted his teeth and quickly followed Li Macho. Master, wait for me. In her opinion, staying in the small courtyard to cultivate was the best and safest option. With Ning Qi's protection on the inside and Emperor Lu's suppression on the outside, who could break in? Moreover, the flow of time here was 1,000 times faster than the outside world. 1,000 years in here was only a year in the outside world. If he cultivated for a few million years, only a few thousand years would pass in the outside world. How great would that be? However, since Li Macho had chosen to go out of the courtyard to search for opportunities, Hu Qingzi had no choice but to follow. All these years, she had been following Li Macho around like a little tail, and Hu Qingzi was already used to it. We can't drag boss down, right? When I was in the central continent, I was also a famous existence. Little Six suddenly smiled and glanced at Ning Zi and the others. Seeing this, Ning Zi and the others nodded slightly. Even Fatty Ning, who only knew how to eat and drink, had a serious expression at this moment. Let's go! Little Six shouted and quickly left the small courtyard with Ning Zi and the others. Let's go too, but our daughter and the others should stay in the courtyard. Dongfang Yulua looked at Dongfang Haojie. intending to let him make the decision. Dad, Mom, we also want to search for opportunities. The three female cultivators immediately spoke in unison. Your cultivation levels are too low. Even if you want to search for opportunities, you have to wait until you reach the Tao-seeking realm. Dongfang Haojie said lightly. Hearing this, the three women's eyes flashed with a trace of shame. This time, Ning Qi had given countless elixirs, and many people had reached the third step in a short period of time, but they were still stuck in the immortal emperor realm. After Dongfang Haojie and Dongfang Yule left, Duan Ningjun and his wife also left with Ning Qi and the other disciples. Soon, there were not many people left in the courtyard. Big sister, let's go together. Wang Shui suddenly smiled at Sacred Concubine Cold Sky. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky was startled. With big sister Linmei with me, there shouldn't be much of a problem in terms of safety. Even if we encounter a god, realm warrior that we can't defeat, we just need to escape back here. Wang Shui smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you, little sister. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky only thought for a few breaths, then slowly nodded. Her current cultivation level could not keep up with the others, and it was time to increase it. Not long after, Sacred Concubine Cold Sky, Wang Shui, Li Exan, Lin Mei, Little Yu, and Zhuoling left the courtyard. Before leaving, Madame Zhuo was still a little worried, so she specially gave Zhuoling a few words. After they left, the old lord glanced at Qing Feng and Bull Demon King. The two nodded knowingly and also left the small courtyard. Although cultivating in the courtyard, time flowed 1,000 times faster than outside. The fortuitous opportunities that Wang Shui encountered greatly stimulated everyone. They also wanted to fight in the creation divine realm to see if they could find a fortuitous opportunity that belonged to them. They did not hope to reach the heavens in a single step like Wang Shui, but if they could reach the fourth step, that would be enough. They're all gone. An old man looked at the empty courtyard and couldn't help but smile bitterly at madams when not far away. This old man was called Zhao Er. A long time ago, when Ning Qi was still in the Qin Tang Empire, he had already followed Ning Qi and became an ordinary guard of the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion. Who would have thought that an ordinary old man had already reached the ancient transformation realm? In the celestial world, he would be a powerful existence. They've all gone to find their own fortuitous opportunities. I believe it won't be long before they all shine in the Shenlua world. Madame Zhuo smiled. She used to be an ordinary woman. Her husband was a guard in the Dragon Slayer Marquis Palace. After he was assassinated, she and Zhuoling were brought into the Dragon Slayer Marquis Palace by Ning Qi. Today, she was just an ordinary woman. However, she had officially broken through to the Tao querying realm and became an early-stage Tao querying realm expert. Do you think this is like the time when we were in the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion? Zhao Er glanced at the surroundings and suddenly said. Madame Zhuo looked around and fell silent for a moment, as if she was recalling something. After a dozen breaths' time, she nodded with a smile. Yes, it's a pity that Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, those two brats, left halfway and there's still no news of them. I wonder if they're still alive. If they were like this old man and kept waiting, they would also be in the divine domain today. Zhao Er suddenly sighed. Everyone has their own fortuitous opportunities. Even young master can't control all living beings. What can you do? Their cultivation might not be weaker than ours. It means that their fortuitous opportunities won't be too bad if they manage to encounter young master. Madame Zhuo smiled. Zhao Er was slightly startled. Then a smile appeared on his face. I've been too naive. Then he glanced at the door of the courtyard and smiled. I'll be guarding this door from now on. In the past, he was guarding the door of the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion. Now he was guarding the door of the creation realm. Although they were both guarding the door, the difference between the two was immeasurable. Chapter 3743. Ning Qi sat cross-legged in the temporary alchemy room that he had built. The demon purification gourd was spinning above his head, constantly absorbing the reincarnation power in Ning Chi's body. If one looked closely, they could see that the pitch-black demon purification gourd was emitting a faint red light. One could imagine how terrifying the temperature inside the gourd was. In addition, as the master of the demon purification gourd, Ning Chi could also hear the screams of the fifth-step Jiang family cultivators in the gourd. However, no matter how they cursed, begged, or cried, Ning Chi's expression remained indifferent. He would not be affected by these negative emotions. Regardless of whether there were innocent people among the Jiang family cultivators, in Ning Chi's eyes, it was a sin for them to be born in the Jiang family. At this speed, it will probably take a few thousand years to refine all the fifth-step Jiang family cultivators into blood pills. A month later, Ning Chi slowly opened his eyes. After estimating the refining progress, he smiled bitterly. His cultivation level was still not high enough. If he was at the fifth step, he could shorten the refining time to hundreds of years, more than 10 times. However, after refining these blood pills, I'm afraid it will be enough for me to refine my golden body. At that time, it will be possible for me to break through the bottleneck of the rebirth realm and reach the undead realm. It should be known that the worst fifth-step Jiang family cultivators had condensed 10% of their golden body. There are dozens of undead realm cultivators and several immortal realm cultivators in the demon purification gourd. The demon purification gourd would directly condense the essence of these guys who had condensed their golden bodies. The blood pills that could be condensed would probably be miraculous for undead realm cultivators. While Ning Chi was refining the pills, the news of the Jiang family's destruction spread. When the Jiang family disciples outside heard the news, they were filled with grief and indignation. However, they did not dare to return to the ancestral land, fearing that they would be killed. They could only hide in the sect and live in fear. The Jiang family's ancestral city. For figures appeared in the sky, standing in the east, west, south, and north directions. Standing in the east was a man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He wore a green robe, and his eyes were different from ordinary people's. If one looked closely, they would find that his eyes were formed by dozens of long swords. This person was one of the 3 great emperors sent by the Holy Council to guard Tyli land, the Eternal Sword Emperor. Standing in the west was an old man. His head was extremely huge, but his body was extremely small. He looked like a 10-year-old child. He was also a great emperor Yu, from the Yu clan. Standing in the south was the only female cultivator among the 4 of them. She had an exquisite and beautiful face and looked to be in her 20s. However, there was a hint of vicissitudes in her eyes. She was the only empress in the 4 great emperor clans, Great Empress Feng of the Feng family. A middle-aged man stood to the north. His appearance was very ordinary, and his aura was also very obscure. It was Great Emperor Wei of House Wei. Apart from Jiang Yueshao, who was suppressed by Ning Chi, the remaining 3 members of the 4 great emperor clans were all present. Some of the cultivators who were still lingering here glanced at the void, but they couldn't find the 4 of them. They were still trying their best to find some heavenly treasures in the devastated Jiang family's ancestral city. Because the Jiang family was destroyed, many cultivators had fled this place, so they didn't have time to take some things with them. Thus, these cultivators who came to watch the show benefited. You've also received the distress flying sword from the Jiang family, right? Great Emperor Yu glanced at the 3 of them with a smile. When his gaze swept past Sword Emperor Longevity, a hint of dread flashed across his eyes. Yes. Great Emperor Feng nodded indifferently. Great Emperor Wei didn't say anything, but from his expression, it was obvious that he had received the distress flying sword just like the other 3. Jiang Yuexiao's aura has already disappeared. I can sense a trace of aura left behind by the reincarnation of 10,000 worlds. It's exactly the same as when the seniors died when their lifespans were exhausted. Great Emperor Wei frowned slightly and said slowly, What kind of existence could kill Jiang Yueshao without us being able to react? His cultivation was the highest among the four of us, and he had a high chance of breaking through to the fourth transformation realm. What a pity! Great Emperor Feng glanced at the destroyed Jiang family's ancestral courtyard and sighed softly. Sword Emperor Longevity, you're from the primordial land, so you should be able to tell where the attacker came from. According to the information I've received, the Jiang family seems to be planning to deal with a rebirth state cultivator called Ning Beixian. I didn't expect even Jiang Yueshao to die in his hands. Who is he? Great Emperor Yu looked at Sword Emperor Longevity with a smile. Great Emperor Yu, do you really not have any impression of the name Ning Beixian? Sword Emperor Longevity asked thoughtfully instead of answering Great Emperor Yu's question. Great Emperor Yu smiled. It sounds a little familiar. I'm getting old, so I can't remember it clearly. Many years ago, Jiang Yueshao received an order from the Supreme Sacred Assembly to kill a rebirth state cultivator from the archaic Star Pavilion. That cultivator was called Ning Beixian, Sword Emperor Longevity. He's the one who suppressed Jiang Yueshao this time, right? What did he obtain in the myriad realms of reincarnation back, then, that the Supreme Sacred Assembly had to kill him? A mere rebirth state cultivator was killed by a great emperor. Now his reincarnation body killed Jiang Yueshao with rebirth state cultivation. Shouldn't the Supreme Sacred Assembly give us an explanation for such means that can threaten us, great emperors? Great Emperor Feng suddenly said, "Why does the Supreme Sacred Assembly need to give you an explanation?" Sword Emperor Longevity looked at Great Emperor Feng coldly. His tone was extremely domineering, as if he didn't care about the three great emperors in front of him at all. Great Emperor Feng's expression changed slightly. Great Emperor Wei remained silent, and Great Emperor Yu's smile was even more profound. However, the three of them didn't refute Sword Emperor Longevity's words, because he was right. The Supreme Sacred Assembly didn't need to report to ordinary great emperors. Although the three of them had high statuses in Tyli land, their cultivation would only be ordinary among the great emperors once they went to the primordial land. Leave the destruction of the Jiang clan to me. The three of you don't need to interfere. Also, Sword Emperor Longevity suddenly looked into the distance. I know your primordial spirits are watching from here. Remember, you are not allowed to interfere in this matter. You don't have the right to interfere. A few breaths later, some ripples suddenly appeared in the void. The ripples flickered 13 times, as if someone had just left this place. The forces of the 13 caves? Sword Emperor Longevity's cultivation is indeed stronger than ours. We didn't even notice that they were hiding here. Great Emperor Yu smiled. The ones who had been peeking from the void were the masters of the other 13 grotto heavens in the Tyli land. Other than the one pavilion and the 4 clans, they were all emperors, and the reason why they did not show themselves was probably because they were afraid of the Eternal Sword Emperor. They were of a different race, while the Eternal Sword Emperor was of the human race. The 13 emperors of the foreign races were weaker than Great Emperor Yu and the other 2, and could not compare to the Eternal Sword Emperor. You guys can leave now. Sword Emperor Longevity said indifferently. Great Emperor Yu and the other 2 great emperors exchanged glances and left. After the 3 of them left, Sword Emperor Longevity muttered to himself with a cold expression. Ning Beixian. Chapter 3744. Ancient Star System Pavilion. Jiang Wankong's eyes were filled with tears as he knelt at the foot of the main range, with grief and indignation. He was surrounded by many disciples of the ancient star system pavilion. There were humans and foreign clans. They all looked at Jiang Wankong's back with complicated expressions. I didn't expect the powerful Jiang family to be destroyed, and the one who destroyed the Jiang family was a core disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. It's unbelievable. A Migres Palace core disciple looked at Jiang Wankong's back and shook his head. That core disciple is called Ning Qi, right? Why is it rumored that it was destroyed by a cultivator called Ning Beixian? Ning Qi had just entered the reincarnation ruins not long ago. Even if he had become a true disciple, he wouldn't be able to match the legendary rebirth realm great perfection. Moreover, how could a mere rebirth realm expert like us destroy the Jiang family, which had dozens of fifth-step experts and an emperor realm expert? Another core disciple from the Mizar Palace frowned. His eyes were filled with confusion. Both of them have the surname Ning. Perhaps they are the same person. I heard from the cultivators who were present that he suppressed the great emperor of the Jiang family with a gentle lift of his hand. Furthermore, he can control an eternal realm star demon. That star demon is extremely famous in the land of absolute beginning. Its foundation is far beyond our imagination. You guys entered the sect too late. Haven't you heard of Jiang Tianshu's sworn enemy in the ancient star system pavilion Ning Beixian? A voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone looked over and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, senior sister Wu Ma. Wu Ma nodded indifferently and glanced at Jiang Wankong's back. He then looked at the other places where the chief disciples of the other astral palaces were standing, including Fei Xuanzi, who had reclaimed his position as the chief disciple of the Alcade Star Palace. At this moment, the expressions of the chief disciples were very complicated. It was not because the Jiang clan had been destroyed, but because they had heard Ning Beixuan's name again. Senior Sister Wuma, we entered the sect too late. What happened? Who is this Ning Beixian? The core disciple from the Migra's palace asked respectfully. The others were also curious. Many years ago, aside from the chief disciples of the 7-star palaces, the main sect also had a chief disciple position. It was the head of the ancient star pavilion. A long time ago, when Jiang Tianshu just entered the sect, he had a good relationship with him. But for some reason, they became enemies. Jiang Tianshu wasn't Ning Beixuan's opponent. Later on, Great Emperor Jiang suddenly appeared and killed Ning Beixian. This incident shook the entire sect. I thought that Jiang Tianshu was using this method to suppress his fellow disciples, but in fact it was an order from the Supreme Saint Parliament. An order from the Holy Assembly? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Some of the cultivators who knew about this side. If Ning Beixian hadn't died, perhaps the ancient star pavilion would have had another sempiternal realm cultivator. Because he obtained a forbidden item in the infinite world reincarnation. The Holy Assembly said that he was a dark cultivator, which was why they sent Great Emperor Jiang to kill him. This time, the Jiang family's destruction was most likely because Ning Beixian had reincarnated and recalled his past life, which was why he took action. As for what exactly he did, you and I haven't reached step 6, so we can't judge. Wu Ma Zhuxing said calmly. So that's how it is. No wonder Ning Qi's cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds after entering the sect. He went from the karma realm to the heavens mandate realm in such a short period of time. And now he's in the reincarnation cycle. I'm afraid the method he used to kill Great Emperor Jiang is the forbidden item that the Supreme Saint Parliament mentioned. Everyone had a look of realization, but they were filled with envy. If they had such a method, they would rather become dark cultivators. After all, if they could kill Great Emperor Realm cultivators, it wouldn't matter even if they had to drag out an ignoble existence and couldn't walk openly in the world. Not far away, Jiu Qianbei, Feng Litian, and Feng Yin looked at Jiang Wankong with a gloating expression. When they learned that the Jiang family had been destroyed and Jiang Tianshu had been suppressed by Ning Qi, they finally felt relieved. They had been hiding in other small worlds all these years and could only return to the sect occasionally. They were afraid of being seen by Jiang Tianshu, but now they didn't have to be so sneaky anymore. I didn't expect senior brother Ning Qi to be a reincarnated senior. Feng Yin sighed. We should have noticed this earlier. Senior brother Ning's cultivation speed is indeed extraordinary. Feng Litian smiled bitterly with a complicated look in his eyes. The Feng family and the Jiang family were both great emperor clans, but they were weaker than the Jiang family. In the end, the Jiang family was destroyed just like that. In his heart, he had a new understanding of the power of a family. It turned out that it was impossible for a great emperor clan to be indestructible. In my opinion, they deserve it. The disciples of the Jiang family have been acting tyrannically in the sect because of Jiang Tianshu and Jiang Wankong. When the news of the Jiang family's destruction spread, they have become the target of scorn. Just a few days ago, a true disciple of the Jiang family was ganged up by a few true disciples of the same sect and was severely injured. Jiu Qianbei said gloatingly, "Senior brother Jiang, the pavilion elders have said that they won't see you. Please leave. Don't make things difficult for us." The guard of the main sect looked at Jiang Wankong with a bitter smile. "Why are you kneeling here?" It had attracted countless cultivators to stop and watch. If the cabinet elders were dissatisfied and blamed him, how could a mere guard like him bear the responsibility? My Jiang family was destroyed by a thief. I hope the pavilion master and the pavilion elders can take pity on him and suppress him. I, Jiang Wankong, will be eternally grateful. Jiang Wankong raised his head and roared as tears fell from his eyes. When Ouyang Xinhua saw this, there was a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. She looked at the main sect with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ning Beixian joined the ancient star system pavilion in this life. Now that something like this has happened, even if the pavilion master doesn't care, the elders should at least come forward. Haha, Fei, Xuanzi glanced at her. When great Emperor Jiang suppressed senior brother Ning, the pavilion elders were already unhappy. If it wasn't for the Holy Assembly, do you think the Jiang family wouldn't have to pay a price? Now that the Jiang family has been destroyed by senior brother Ning's reincarnation, it's karma. That's true. But great Emperor Jiang acted because Ning Beixian fell into the demonic path and became a dark cultivator. That's a different matter. Ouyang Xinhua whispered. You and Jiang Wankong are both boundless Jiang cultivators. Now that the Jiang family has been destroyed, the Holy Assembly will take care of it. The pavilion elders are all cultivating and won't interfere. Fei Xuanzi said calmly. Perhaps to verify his words, an aura suddenly came from the main sect and shrouded Jiang Wankong. In the next moment, everyone saw Jiang Wankong's figure being swept thousands of feet away. Leave! A voice exploded in the air. The Holy Assembly will take care of the Jiang family. Chapter 3745. Jiang Wankong stared dumbfoundedly at the direction of the main sect. This sentence made him fall into despair. Even if the Holy Parliament dealt with it, it wouldn't be easy to catch a person in the Tyli land. In the large Tyli land, if there was any force that could do this, it would be the ancient Star Pavilion. Since the elders aren't willing to act, then Disciple will leave the ancient Star Pavilion. From now on, I'm no longer a match for the ancient Star Pavilion. One day I'll make Ning Beixian pay the price, and I'll make those who stood by today pay the price. Jiang Wankong suddenly let out an angry roar, and his gaze swept the area. All Jiang family members, leave with me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures flew out and landed behind Jiang Wankong. The Jiang family members were filled with grief and anger. They looked at the main sect with dissatisfaction. However, there were a few Jiang family members who lowered their heads in guilt. The Jiang family had already become like this. If they still left the ancient Star Pavilion and were caught by Ning Beixian, what would they do? Jiang Wankong took a deep look at the main sect before leaving with thousands of Jiang family members. Treason! Fei Xuanzi let out a cold snort. The cultivators of the ancient Star Pavilion were also shocked by Jiang Wankong's actions. However, after waiting for a long time, they found that the main sect had ignored this matter and no elder had come to suppress Jiang Wankong. It looks like the sect has given up on the Jiang family. Wu Ma smiled at Fei Xuanzi. The Jiang family cultivators have taken up a lot of cultivation resources. Now that they have left, the junior brothers and sisters of the other star palaces will be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources to increase their cultivation. The ancient star pavilion's strength won't be affected. Fei Xuanzi smiled. At the top of the main sect stood more than a dozen old men and women. One of the old men looked at Elder Duan and angrily said, "Why don't you let us suppress this child? He has just betrayed the ancient star pavilion. He really doesn't know what death is. Little 8, you've become bold. You dare to shout at me?" Pavilion Elder Duan said with a half-smile. When the old man heard that, he immediately realized what was going on. His expression changed slightly, and he said with dissatisfaction, "Grand Elder Duan, Ancestor Duan, it's not that Lil 8 has grown bolder. It's just that the kid is too infuriating. So what if the Jiang family is destroyed? What does it have to do with our ancient star system pavilion? When the Jiang family killed the disciples of our ancient star pavilion, they should have known this day would come. The Jiang family has already been destroyed, and all the fifth step cultivators are dead. If we kill Jiang Wankong now, I fear the Holy Saint Council will use this as an excuse to attack the ancient star system pavilion. Don't forget, Jiang Wankong has another identity." Grand Secretary Duan said calmly. When the old man and the old woman heard this, a trace of resentment flashed in their eyes. Boundless cultivator, humph. To put it nicely, the Holy Assembly was using this method to infiltrate the various sects. We can't even react to this. It's really frustrating. The old man called Little 8 by Grand Secretary Duan was so angry that his beard curled up. In this world, the strong are respected. If the ancient star system pavilion is stronger than the Holy Assembly, we can also place disciples in all the sections. If that day comes, let's call ourselves the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. What do you think? Grand Secretary Duan smiled. And not bad. Very good, very good. That's it. Now that the pavilion master isn't here, we need to keep a low profile. We won't participate in the matter of the Jiang family. Grand Secretary Duan waved his hand. After everyone left, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. It really is his reincarnation. Like I said, not everyone can communicate with a forbidden star, creation realm. No matter how much the outside world was shocked by the destruction of the Jiang family, Ning Qi was absolutely safe here. He knew that after the Jiang family was destroyed and his identity as a reincarnation was exposed, the Holy Assembly would definitely put him on their kill list. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to increase his cultivation level and reach the Emperor realm. Only then would he be able to act freely without any restrictions. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi had been refining pills for 1,000 years. Zhao Er and Lady Zhua, who were cultivating in the small courtyard, were constantly devouring the cultivation resources Ning Qi gave them. Coupled with the terrifying spirit qi in the creation realm, they had broken through several small realms and reached the peak of the Dao querying realm. They had formed the immortal palaces. Even if their bodies were destroyed, as long as the immortal palaces were not destroyed, they would really be immortal. How good would it have been if those kids had stayed here to cultivate? In 1,000 years, the two of us would have reached this level. Zhao Er sat at the entrance of the small courtyard and sighed. Lady Zhua smiled. Everyone has their own opportunities. According to the flow of time here, they have been away for a year. Perhaps their cultivation levels are higher than ours. How is that possible? Zhao Er smiled and shook his head. Although the creation realm is full of opportunities, it also depends on one's luck. From what I see, that kid Duaning Jun can forget about getting any opportunities. Help. Suddenly, an anxious roar came from afar. Zhao Er and Madame Zhou were slightly stunned, and they looked over in unison. They saw an extremely plump figure pulling another slender figure as they ceaselessly dashed madly towards them. Is it that kid Duaning Jun? Zhao Er glanced at Lady Zhua, a little uncertain. This was because the aura that Duan Ingjun exuded was many times stronger than his. Before entering the creation realm, even if Duan Ingjun was stronger than Zhao Er, his strength was limited. But now, Zhao Er was already an immortal palace cultivator, but he still felt that Duan Ingjun's aura was as deep as the abyss. Most importantly, the two of them were being chased by a black-robed cultivator with an extremely furious expression. That cultivator's aura was much more terrifying than Duan Ingjun's. Go! Ladies was soared into the sky without hesitation and headed in Duan Ingjun's direction. Zhao Er secretly cursed Duan Ingjun when he saw that and also soared into the sky to meet the black-robed cultivator. However, as soon as the two of them moved, they saw a willow branch hit the black-robed cultivator who was chasing after Duan Ingjun. The black-robed cultivator howled in pain and turned into ashes. Thank you, Emperor Lu, for saving my life. Duan Ingjun quickly cupped his hands and bowed to Emperor Lu. Duan Feifei, who was next to him, was also frightened and broke out in cold sweat. Duan Ingjun, who was that guy who was chasing after you? Zhao Er asked as soon as he arrived. A warrior from the creation realm. Duan Ingjun said with lingering fear. The natives of the creation realm are really terrifying. If I hadn't broken through to the karma state, I would have been killed by him in one move. His cultivation should be comparable to the heavenly fate state, but here in the creation realm he's called a grade 4 warrior. A grade 4 warrior? Zhao Er and Lady Zhuo looked at each other. Lady Zhuo smiled and said, You seem to have entered the 4th step. It's only been a year. What opportunities have you obtained? Opportunities? He was too reckless. He entered a huge city with a god realm warrior and secretly ate a bowl of rice. In the end, he broke through on the spot and couldn't even conceal his aura. That's why he was chased all the way. Duan Feifei looked at Duan Ingjun with dissatisfaction. Duan Ingjun smiled when he heard that. Secretly ate a bowl of rice? Zhao Er and Lady Zhuo looked at each other. Even Jiang Posha and the others who were hanging on the tree opened their eyes. Chapter 3746. You're lying. How can a bowl of rice let you directly break through from the 3rd step to the 4th step, the karma realm? An indignant roar came from Emperor Lu. Everyone looked up and realized that the one who spoke was Gongsun Wufua, the sempiternal realm expert. The expression on his face was very interesting. In the anger, there was a tinge of disbelief, and in the disbelief, there was also a tinge of indignation. Who's lying? That bowl of rice was just so delicious. It's comparable to elixirs. Duan Ingjun cast a cold glance at Gongsun Wufua and sneered, Are you jealous of me? Coming to such a mystical place like the creation divine realm. Yet you can only hang on to Sovereign Lu's body, unable to move, and watch as our cultivations rise rapidly, yet you can't do anything? Impossible. No matter how strong the creation god realm is, how can a bowl of rice have such a miraculous effect? There was once someone who entered the giant city where the warriors of the god realm are. If that was really the case, I would have known about it long ago. Gongsun Wufua mumbled to himself. Perhaps that bowl of rice is extremely precious to the warriors of the realm of the gods. Otherwise, why would he chase us all the way here? You lured the warriors of the realm of the gods here. Even if he was killed by Emperor Lu, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have a faction behind him. Even the Holy Assembly doesn't dare to enter this place on a large scale. From this, one can imagine just how powerful the warriors of the realm of the gods are. I think it won't be long before the warriors of the realm of the gods attack this place. Jiang Posha said with a cold smile. As Jiang Tianshu and the Karma Boundary cultivators of the Great Azure Dragon Sect heard this, their eyes lit up. If the God Realm warriors managed to break in, then although they didn't know what would happen to them, it was still better than dying here. Under the suppression of Sovereign Lu's strength, they couldn't even commit suicide. If he were to die in the hands of a God Realm warrior, even if his physical body was destroyed, he could be reborn from the immortal palace and regain his freedom. They had never yearned for freedom as much as they did today. Duan Yingjuan's expression changed slightly. Zhao Er and Madame Zhou suddenly looked into the distance. Perhaps to confirm Jiang Posha's words, a few more figures appeared over there. 2 men and 2 women. Their auras were much stronger than the God Realm warrior from before. From the way the 4 of them were dressed, it was highly likely that they were also God Realm warriors. A 5th-step God's domain warrior. Jiang Posha's eyes lit up and he immediately roared, "Here? Over here! Shut the hell up!" Duan Yingjun was furious. Zhao Er and Lady Zhu's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. In the next moment, Emperor Lu's branch had already landed on Jiang Posha's mouth. Jiang Posha groaned in pain, but his face revealed a happy smile. He believed that the other party must have heard it. After several breaths of time, the 4 warriors from the realm of the gods finally turned their gazes towards the crowd. As Jiang Posha looked at them expectantly, they only glanced at them a few times before turning and leaving. Jiang Posha's eyes were filled with astonishment. What happened? Jiang Tianshu couldn't help but ask, "They can't see us?" Ha ha ha. Boss had said before that although this place was within the creation god realm, it was beyond the creation god realm. Only the people that Boss had personally brought in would be able to see this place. Not to mention the warriors of the god realm. Even the other divine Luo world cultivators wouldn't be able to discover this place. In their eyes, this place was probably just a wasteland. You want to use this method to escape? What a fool's dream. Lu Huang, this kind of guy, I think he needs to be whipped 1,000 times a day. Duan Yingjun smiled proudly. Pa pa pa. Lu Huang had already started whipping Jiang Posha. Jiang Posha endured the pain and looked towards one of the rooms in the courtyard with a shocked expression. They could actually create a place in the creation god realm that was beyond this place. What kind of method was this? Sky beyond sky? Mountains beyond mountains? Elder Zhao, Answa, the bowl of rice I swallowed this time was not ordinary. The spiritual qi in my body has not been completely refined. I need to go into seclusion to cultivate. When Boss comes out of seclusion, please call me out. Duan Yingjun told the 2 of them and rushed into the courtyard with Duan Feifei. In the air, an indistinct voice floated over. While the medicine is still effective, hurry up and cultivate with us. I'll help you break through a few realms, this kid. Zhao Er smiled and shook his head. Madame Zhou chuckled and turned to return to the courtyard. Time in the courtyard passed in the blink of an eye. It had been more than 3,000 years since Ning Qi had started his seclusion. During this time, Niu Dezhuang and De Guzi had returned once and cultivated for about 100 years before leaving to search for fortuitous encounters. Their cultivation had also broken through to the 4th step of the Karma realm. Jiang Posha and the rest, who were hanging on the tree, finally had a deeper understanding of the terror of the creation god realm. No wonder the top sects in the primordial land tried so hard to send their rebirth realm disciples here to search for fortuitous encounters for their sect elders. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Although we have been imprisoned for more than 3,000 years, only 3 years have passed in the outside world. 3 years is enough for them to break through from the Tao querying realm to the Karma realm. If all the disciples of my Jiang family had entered the creation god realm, I'm afraid we would have moved to the primordial land and become a top family. Jiang Posha murmured to himself. Jiang Tianshu felt even more despair when he heard this. Ning Qi could enter and leave this place freely. In other words, it was very likely that he would never be able to catch up to Ning Qi in this lifetime, let alone take revenge. Now he could only hope that the Supreme Saint Council would come forward to find Ning Qi and suppress him. If this small courtyard belongs to me, Jiang Tianshu's eyes flashed with greed. He did not wish to die immediately. Instead, he felt that it did not matter if he kept hanging here. He believed that as long as he waited, he might have the opportunity to take over this small courtyard one day. unless Ningqi could live until he could resist the Supreme Saint Council in this lifetime. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from the courtyard. Jiang Posha and the others looked towards the courtyard, and their eyes were filled with shock. They could feel an extremely terrifying aura rising from the courtyard. Supreme grade Mystic Sun Elixir? Jiang Posha exclaimed. Elixirs in the Shenluo realm were roughly divided into 4 grades: Mystic Void, Mystic Yin, Mystic Yang, and Mystic Sage. Supreme grade Mystic Sun Elixirs were extremely effective even for cultivators at the 5th step of the imperishable realm. In the next moment, a blood-red giant dragon flew out from a house and circled in front of everyone. This was a giant dragon formed from the power of blood and qi. At this moment, its aura was no weaker than an imperishable realm cultivator. This elixir dragon was refined from the blood and qi of our Jiang family's cultivators. Jiang Posha gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with hatred. Come back! A soft shout was heard. The giant blood and qi dragon disappeared into the house again. I didn't expect so many cultivators at the 5th step of the Jiang family to only be able to refine Mystic Sun elixirs. It's not enough. It's far from enough. A voice came from the house again. Jiang Posha and Jiang Tianshu's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness when they heard the hint of disdain in the voice. Chapter 3747. In the alchemy room, Ningqi kept throwing some abstruse sun spiritual materials he obtained from the creation realm into the demon purification gourd. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the Elder Supreme Lord alchemy furnace, but without a specific elixir recipe, these spiritual materials might not be able to be refined into elixirs. However, the demon purification gourd was different. The demon purification gourd itself was a spiritual treasure that existed to condense the blood elixir and help the powerful demon cultivators cultivate the demon Dharch Nirvana scripture. As long as it contained spiritual qi, it would be refined into a blood elixir that could temper the body. There was no need for elixir recipes at all. Soon, Ningqi had thrown in all the abstruse sun spiritual materials, but there was still a little abstruse sage spiritual fruit in the spatial bag, which Ningqi didn't use. Abstruse sage was something that emperors consumed, and it contained a terrifying amount of spiritual qi. Ningqi was afraid that his demon purification gourd wouldn't be able to suppress it and would explode. These abstruse sun spiritual materials and the blood essence of the Jiang family's 5th step cultivators, as long as I can condense abstruse sage blood elixir. These thousands of years won't be wasted. Ningqi's eyes narrowed, and he began to concentrate on controlling the demon purification gourd. Time passed day by day. Unknowingly, another 1,000 years had passed. The aura in the demon purification gourd became more and more stable, and at the same time, more and more majestic and vigorous. Ningqi knew that the moment of elixir formation was coming. The aura of elixir had been uncontrollably emitted from the demon purification gourd and spread outside the alchemy room. Zhao Er and Zhua Shi subconsciously took a breath, and were surprised to find that their strength had improved a bit. Young Master's elixir is about to be completed. Zhua Shi's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. What are you waiting for? Let's take this opportunity to take a few more breaths of immortal qi. Zhao Er reacted very quickly and directly sat cross-legged outside the alchemy room. 10 days later, the overflowing pill qi had reached its peak. Zhua Shi's cultivation was the first to break through the bottleneck, and a rice grain-sized karma emerged from her sea of consciousness. Zhao Er followed closely. The karma of the two was very small, which showed that they hadn't been contaminated with much karma over the years. So, although their combat strength in the karma realm wasn't too strong, it was relatively easy for them to break through to the fate realm. When a man achieves the Tao, even his pets can ascend. Zhao Er said with a smile. Although his words were crude, there was truth in them. Just the pill qi that Ningqi released when he was refining pills had allowed the two of them to break through the bottleneck of the Tao, querying Great Perfection Realm and enter the Karma Realm. It seemed simple, but in reality, how could ordinary cultivators have the opportunity to stand at the door of an alchemy room that was overflowing with the aura of a profound sage-level pill? Ordinary cultivators would not have the opportunity to break through the bottleneck in the creation's celestial realm and did not need to undergo a tribulation. The combination of these two extremely harsh conditions allowed Zhao Er and Madame Zhua to easily break through. Roar! A dragon roar rang out once more. This time, even Lu Huang was moved. The branches on his body fluttered uneasily. Then a long dragon made of blood and qi soared into the sky from the alchemy room. Under the shocked gazes of Jiang Posha and the others, the dragon flew a few rounds and suddenly shrank into a blood pill. It fell steadily into the hands of Ning Qi, who had just walked out of the alchemy room. A profound sage-tier pill. Jiang Posha was dumbfounded. As an expert of the eternal realm, he had taken a few profound sage-tier pills since he started cultivating. However, the grade of those pills was much lower than this one. Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei also came out of their seclusion after sensing this terrifying aura. Then they looked at the pill in Ning Qi's hands, dumbfounded, and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These two are also in the karma realm? Duan Yingjun suddenly realized that Zhao Er and Madame's cultivation was actually similar to his. He was even more shocked. He had gone through a lot of hardships and was almost killed by the warriors of the God realm before he broke through to the karma realm. However, Zhao Er and Madame Zhua had only stayed in the small courtyard and had also reached the karma realm. Duan Yingjun suddenly felt that his previous action of searching for opportunities might have been a mistake. It was such a waste. Boss, this pill. Duan Yingjun looked curious. It's mine. Ning Qi smiled. Duan Yingjun immediately shut his mouth. I want to take this blood pill to refine my golden body and break through to the undead realm. While I cultivate, you can cultivate outside my door. With your current cultivation, it is only suitable for you to absorb the overflowing medicinal power. If you feel that your body is swollen, don't force it, lest your body explodes from the medicinal power. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, Ning Qi looked at Jiang Posha outside the courtyard. This time, thank you for the selfless contribution of the Jiang family's fifth-step cultivators to help me break through to the undead realm. Jiang Posha and Jiang Tianchu's expressions became very ugly. They stared at the blood pill with anger in their eyes. Most of the blood pill was condensed from the essence of the Jiang family's fifth-step cultivators. Now that they were watching their enemy break through to the fifth step, even a rock would be fuming with anger. After setting up dozens of restrictive spells, Ning Qi walked into the alchemy room again and swallowed the blood pill in his hand. Then he slowly sat down and began to circulate the strengthening star technique, and the imprisonment dragon elephant sacred are to break through to the undead realm. Outside the door, Duan Yingjun and the other three hurriedly sat cross-legged. In just a few breaths' time, they discovered a majestic force of blood and qi sweeping out from the alchemy room. Every breath they took was equivalent to countless origin energy stones, which was of great help to the fourth step realm. Just the overflowing force is already so terrifying. If boss let me swallow that pill, I'm afraid my body will explode and I'll die. Duan Yingjun couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he didn't receive any response for a long time. When he looked, he realized that Duan Feifei and the other two had already entered a meditative state. Seeing this, Duan Yingjun hurriedly closed his eyes and began to circulate his cultivation technique. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Posha and the others gritted their teeth in hatred when they saw the scene. However, they were imprisoned by Emperor Lu and couldn't do anything. They could only watch as their enemies made breakthroughs in their cultivation in front of them. The terrifying force instantly destroyed Ning Qi's physical body, revealing his bones. However, Ning Qi was very calm. This was the effect he wanted. His physical body had been raised to the limit in the rebirth realm great circle. Now, only by breaking through to the undead realm and refining 20% of the golden body, could he continue to refine his physical body and embark on the path of becoming a sage. The medicinal power of the mysterious sun-grade blood pill, coupled with the constant flow of star giant star power, frantically refined Ning Chi's left arm. Ning Chi's left arm turned golden at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Ning Chi's left arm had turned into a golden color, 20% of the golden body. At this moment, Ning Chi's aura was more than 100 times stronger than before. From the time he swallowed the blood pill to the current 20% of the golden body, less than 10 minutes had passed. Ning Chi's cultivation also pushed the boat with the current and directly entered the undead realm. The skyrocketing aura didn't show any signs of stopping and continued to rise. Ning Chi's flesh and blood were also intertwined and condensed again. The strength of these muscle tissues was countless times stronger than before. The moment his flesh and blood completely recovered, the strength of his physical body would be at least 100 times stronger than before. Chapter 37:48. The time it took for the body to reform was slow. Every muscle and every cell intertwined at an extremely slow speed. However, the slower the speed, the stronger the reformed body. Ning Chi's current appearance was like a skeleton with a thin layer of flesh that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He looked even more terrifying than before, but the chi and blood contained in this thin layer of flesh had already surpassed his previous state at his peak. Time passed year after year. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Ning Chi's body had been completely reformed. The medicinal efficacy of the blood pill was also basically absorbed by Ning Chi. A small portion was used to temper his golden body, but most of it was used to fill Ning Chi's body. Ning Chi originally wanted to temper his golden body more to see if he could break through to the immortal realm in one fell swoop. However, he found that his foundation was still not enough. After tempering his golden body by 20%, his cultivation was stuck at the undead realm great circle. The remaining medicinal efficacy was absorbed by his body, forging a body comparable to a defensive innate spiritual treasure. Now, even if he stood there and let an undead realm cultivator hit him, unless the other party had an innate spiritual treasure above grade 8, they would not be able to hurt a hair on Ning Chi. The strength of his body had far exceeded the limit of an undead realm great circle cultivator. In addition, Ning Chi's primordial spirit had also greatly increased. Previously, his primordial spirit points were stuck at 10,000, which was the limit of undead realm great circle cultivators. But now, after breaking through to the undead realm great circle, his primordial spirit points had exceeded 10,000, reaching more than 15,000. This was already the strength of immortal realm great circle cultivators. As long as his primordial spirit points increased to the limit of immortal realm great circle, the power of the spells he could cast would not be far from that of immortal realm great circle cultivators. This would greatly improve Ning Chi's combat strength. In the past, he could only rely on his body to resist the enemy, but now he could dual cultivate magic and martial arts. As long as he refined the spells he had, the power would not be underestimated. In Ning Chi's core C, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and a round golden core appeared. This was different from the inner core formed when he broke through to the Do Dan realm. This was the immortal core that could only be condensed by an undead realm great circle cultivator. With this undying pill, the power within Ning Chi's body became undying power, which was much stronger than samsara power. Moreover, the speed at which he recovered from his injuries was not something that samsara power could compare with. The immortal pill has been completed, and my ancient star body has broken through to the 11th rank. The dragon elephant sacred art has also broken through to the 93rd rank. I'm only 6 ranks away from reaching the limit. After breaking through to the immortal realm, my strength has increased by leaps and bounds. If I encounter ordinary immortal realm cultivators, there's no need for Lu Huang to make a move. Thinking of this, Ning Qi walked straight out of the alchemy room. Outside the door, Duan Ningjun and the other three were meditating. The aura that Ning Qi emitted was more useful than any spirit herb to fourth step cultivators. Moreover, because the aura was emitted bit by bit, it wouldn't burst their bodies. This allowed them to make better use of the medicinal power to improve themselves. When they were done with their seclusion, they would probably be able to break through 1 or 2 small realms. It was even possible for them to enter the karma realm. This is the undead realm. There really is no heavenly tribulation in the divine realm of creation. The moment Ning Qi came out of seclusion, he immediately attracted the attention of Jiang Tianshu and the others. When they discovered that Ning Qi was emitting the aura of the undead realm, their expressions became extremely ugly. The stronger Ning Qi was, the less chance they had of escaping this place. Jiang Tianshu's face revealed a trace of unwillingness, and there was a trace of deep jealousy in the depths of his eyes. In the Shenluo world, one had to undergo the undying tribulation in order to break through to the undying realm. It was extremely dangerous. There might not even be one person in 10 rebirth realm great circle who could successfully pass the tribulation. When he broke through to the undying realm, he almost took a trip to the myriad world reincarnation gate and almost reincarnated. If it wasn't for the fact that he used the grade 8 demon refining gourd to cultivate the demon emperor nirvana scripture and the ancient star body, which made his body far stronger than others of the same level, he wouldn't have been able to make it. Fortunately, this kid doesn't seem to trust the Dark Parliament. Otherwise, if he brought all the Dark Parliament cultivators into this world, it might be a catastrophe for the Shenluo world in the future. Jiang Posha muttered to himself. He had experienced the strength of the Dark Parliament countless times. Although it couldn't be compared to the Holy Parliament, the main reason was that all the cultivators in the Shenluo world were in the hands of the Holy Parliament. This included the Dark Parliament members. On the surface, they might be patriarchs of some sect who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years. However, in reality, it was because they couldn't make a breakthrough and didn't dare to make a breakthrough for fear of being killed by the Holy Parliament. These patriarchs had deep foundations. If they came to the creation's celestial realm, they might be able to make a breakthrough to a terrifying realm in a short period of time. What is he trying to do? Is he planning to sacrifice us after making a breakthrough? A Karma Realm cultivator from the great Azure Dragon race looked at Ning Qi, who was walking towards them with fear. Jiang Posha and the others ignored his words and even sneered in their hearts. If Yi Futian really wanted to kill them, it was no different from letting them go. Walking in front of Emperor Liu, Ning Qi greeted him and looked at Jiang Tianshu with a smile. Tianshu, I'm now at the undead realm full circle. There's not much chance for you to take revenge. Are you desperate? This lad has just entered the undead realm and he's already at the full circle. Who was he in his previous life? Why is his foundation so deep? Gongsun Wufua stared at Ning Qi with horror in his heart. He didn't expect that Ning Qi's first golden body tempering was thanks to him. If he knew about this and could return to the past, Gongsun Wufua wouldn't have done anything to Ning Qi. Kill me if you want, but you can't humiliate me. Jiang Tianshu glared at Ning Qi with bloodshot eyes. So what if I humiliate you? What can you do to me? Ning Qi laughed. Ah! Jiang Tianshu let out a long roar of extreme anger. Before he could shut up, the willow branch whipped over and sucked his voice back into his stomach. Ning Beixian, we're already suppressed by you. Do whatever you want. There's no need to provoke us like this. Jiang Posha said with a calm expression. I'm not provoking you. I'm just humiliating you. Ning Qi laughed. Hearing that, Jiang Posha's face turned extremely ugly. No matter what, Yi Futian was a powerful person. How could he enjoy humiliating others like this? Which expert didn't have any manners? Gong Sun Wufua, how does it feel after hanging up there for so many years? Do you want to come down and have a walk? Ning Qi ignored Jiang Posha and looked at Gong Sun Wufua with a faint smile. Gong Sun Wufua thought that Ning Qi was going to humiliate him and immediately closed his eyes. However, when he heard the latter part of a sentence, he subconsciously widened his eyes and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. You're letting me go? Chapter 37:49. Yes, I plan to let you go. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. When everyone heard this, they were slightly startled. Then they stared at Ning Qi's face and found that he did not seem to be lying. They suddenly felt puzzled and a trace of jealousy. The few cultivators of the dragon clan from the great blue dragon sect saw a glimmer of hope. They knew that the Jiang family and Ning Qi had an irreconcilable enmity, so it was impossible for Jiang Tianshu and Gong Sun Wufua to leave. However, if Gong Sun Wufua could leave, there should be a chance for them to be released too, right? Brother Gong Sun, don't listen to this kid's words. He has other motives. Jiang Posha said lightly, if not for the fact that they were both imprisoned in this place, Gong Sun Wufua, a middle-stage, sempiternal realm cultivator who had only tempered his golden body to 30% completion, would not even be qualified to talk to him. Since Gong Sun Wufua could cultivate to the 5th step of the immortal realm, he could indeed be called a genius in the past. However, there were many kinds of geniuses. For someone like Gong Sun Wufua, who had a weak primordial spirit and had not tempered his golden body much, it was almost impossible for him to step into the imperishable realm. Any middle-stage immortal realm expert from the Jiang clan could easily defeat Gong Sun Wufua. Is that true? Gong Sun Wufua looked doubtful. If you really let me go, I can swear a heavenly Dao blood oath that I will never tell anyone about this place. The enmity between us will also be written off. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best to help you. Forget about the strength of dogs and horses. If you want to leave this place, there is one condition. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What conditions? Gong Sun Wufua suddenly realized that the other party must have something to ask of him. Otherwise, why would he let him go for no reason? Defeat me. Ning Qi smiled. If you beat me, you can leave. If you lose, you will continue to hang on the tree. You are indeed teasing me. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Wufua's eyes were filled with despair. Emperor Lu is an imperishable realm star demon. With him around, how can I defeat you? Don't worry, Emperor Lu won't make a move. It's just you and me. Ning Qi smiled faintly. So he's looking for a whetstone. However, if you think that you can fight a sempiternal realm expert at the consummate level of the undead realm, aren't you overestimating yourself a little too much? Everyone was enlightened. Really? You're not lying to me? Gong Sun Wufua was still full of doubts. Of course, you don't have to choose. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand, turning around to leave. Upon seeing this, Gong Sun Wufua immediately shouted, I promise you! However, you must swear a heavenly Dao blood oath that if you are defeated by me, you must immediately let me go. Also, you are not allowed to send me out of the fortune divine domain. Ning Qi stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at Gong Sun Wufua coldly. I gave you a chance, and you wanted a mile after taking an inch. What kind of situation do you think you are in now? Do you have the right to negotiate with me? All right, I agree. Gong Sun Wufua gritted his teeth and did not ask Ning Qi to make a heavenly Dao blood oath. Even though he knew that the chances of him leaving this place were slim, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he had to give it a try. If he could kill this kid in battle with lightning speed, it would also be worth it. As he thought of this, Gong Sun Wufua was suddenly filled with anticipation for the upcoming battle. Emperor Lu put him down. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Emperor Lu waved his willow branch, as if he was asking if Ning Qi's order was real. It's all right, he can't hurt me. Ning Qi smiled. Only then did Emperor Lu move. The willow branch that was tied to Gongsun Wufua's body loosened instantly. Gongsun Wufua first fell down, then immediately rose into the air. He felt the power in his body returning to him continuously, once again under his control. The feeling of being imprisoned was too unbearable. At this moment, Gongsun Wufua suddenly felt that freedom was great. Kill him! Jiang Posha's voice exploded in Gongsun Wufua's ears. Gongsun Wufua reacted. An immortal power in his body immediately condensed on his fist. He threw a punch at Ning Qi, but before Ning Qi could react, his body suddenly stopped and he shouted, "Purple Heaven, Thunderbolt!" The next moment, a frightening bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky and blasted towards Ning Qi. This bolt of lightning contained an extremely majestic power of immortality. Judging from its momentum, it was obvious that this was the strongest spell that Gongsun Wufua could cast at that moment. The punch just now was just a feint. His real killer move was on this Thunder technique. Thunder techniques focused on killing, and its offensive power was extraordinary. With his immortal realm cultivation, Gongsun Wufua believed that a mere undying realm full circle would not be able to withstand such a powerful thunder technique, like the Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. Die! Gongsun Wufua already had a smile on his face. The speed of the thunder technique was so fast that it was impossible for Ning Qi to dodge it. Unless he had a way to resist the thunder technique, he could only be hit by it. Boom! The Purple Heaven Thunderbolt directly bombarded Ning Qi's body. When Gongsun Wufua saw this, he turned around and left without looking back. He even shouted, "Emperor Lu, he has already been defeated by me. According to my promise, I can leave now." He felt that Ning Qi would definitely die, but Emperor Lu was still around. If Emperor Lu broke his promise and attacked him, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, he used his promise to stop Emperor Lu from attacking him. Is he really dead? Jiang Tianshu's eyes were filled with surprise. Jiang Posha was also slightly shocked. He then stared at the area where Ning Qi was standing. When the smoke dissipated, he would know what state Ning Qi was in. A few breaths later, the smoke dissipated. Ning Qi was still standing in the same place. There was some smoke coming from his body, but apart from that, there was not a single injury on his body. Jiang Tianshu revealed a look of despair. How is this possible? Jiang Posha was also shocked by this scene. Ning Qi actually used his body to resist the Purple Heaven Thunderbolt of the Immortal Realm? In the Tyli land, the sect with the strongest body was the Archaic Star Pavilion. This was because the power of the stars was extremely effective in tempering one's body. However, according to what he knew, even the undead realm in the Archaic Star Pavilion could not resist the attack of the Immortal Realm with their body alone. Moreover, Ning Qi looked unharmed. Ning Qi's body was too terrifying. Indeed, it is difficult for an ordinary immortal realm to hurt me. Even a sempiternal realm great perfection cannot kill me in one move. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly. His eyes fell on the back of Gongsun Wufua, who was escaping. "Emperor Lu, bring him back." Ning Qi smiled. He had tested his defense. Next, it was time to test his attack. Swoosh! A willow branch shot out. After a breath's time, the tightly bound Gongsun Wufua was captured again. "Emperor Lu, you did not keep your promise. He has already." Gongsun Wufua cursed viciously. Then his eyes fell on Ning Qi. He could not continue his words. Chapter 3750. How are you not dead? Gongsun Wufua was silent for a moment before he asked in a low voice. "I should be asking you that." Ning Qi smiled. "I didn't expect the strongest attack of an immortal realm to be so weak." "What does that mean?" "It means that your primordial spirit is too weak. That attack just now should have seriously injured an immortal realm expert, even if he survived." Gongsun Wufua said angrily, "You must have a defensive treasure on you. Is it grade 8 or 9? With such a treasure, how am I supposed to fight you? He didn't use any treasure just now, but used his body to resist your purple heaven thunderbolt. Jiang Posha said calmly. Gongsun Wufua was slightly stunned when he heard that. The next moment, the willow branches on his body suddenly loosened. Ning Qi smiled. You hit me, so it's my turn now. My words still count. If you can defeat me, I'll let you go. All right. Gongsun Wufua nodded calmly. The smile on Ning Qi's face gradually faded, and the aura on his body began to change inexplicably. In the void behind him, a humongous dragon head suddenly condensed and stared coldly at Gongsun Wufua. When the dragon head appeared, an extremely dangerous feeling rose in Gongsun Wufua's heart. At the same time, Jiang Posha and the rest were shocked. The power of the dragon head was not weaker than the purple heaven thunderbolt, but stronger. What kind of technique is this? He's only in the immortal realm. How can he use such a terrifying technique? Jiang Tianshu looked at the scene unwillingly. He had worked hard for so many years and finally killed Ning Qi's previous incarnation. However, he was defeated in this incarnation, and it was a terrible defeat. He couldn't understand the opponent's technique at all. Compared to the dragon head, both Ning Qi and Gongsun Wufua seemed extremely small, like ants standing in front of a giant. Escape! I must escape! Gongsun Wufua suddenly had a thought. In the next moment, he turned around and fled, because he felt that Ning Qi's move might cause irreparable damage to him. Seeing that Gongsun Wufua had fled, Emperor Lu asked Ning Qi if he should capture him. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head, then gently pushed his palm towards Gongsun Wufua's back. A breeze brushed past Ning Qi's sleeves. Jiang Tianshu and the rest also felt a light breeze blowing on their faces. Other than the gust of wind, Ning Qi's palm didn't seem to have any other unusual phenomenon. However, in the next moment, they were shocked to see that Gongsun Wufua, who was escaping, froze in midair. Then, the flesh and blood on his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, he turned into a skeleton. Gongsun Wufua, who had turned into a skeleton, did not die. He turned around slowly and looked at Ning Qi with his empty eye sockets. Because his eyeballs were gone, no one could tell what Gongsun Wufua was looking at. However, everyone could guess what Gongsun Wufua was feeling now. You lost. Ning Qi smiled. A willow branch shot out and instantly bound Gongsun Wufua. Gongsun Wufua hung beside Jiang Posha once again. Unlike before, Gongsun Wufua had turned into a skeleton and his aura had clearly dropped by a small realm. Ning Qi's palm strike had directly caused Gongsun Wufua's cultivation to drop to the initial stage of the sempiternal realm. What spell is this? Gongsun Wufua suddenly asked. Because he had lost his vocal cords, his voice sounded a little robotic. It's not a spell. Ning Qi smiled. Then what is it? Gongsun Wufua asked again. Martial arts technique. 18 dragons subduing palms. Ning Qi smiled. Martial arts technique? The kind of martial arts technique that mortals use? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. They knew of the existence of such martial arts techniques. However, in their eyes, martial arts techniques were just insignificant skills. In the Shenluo realm, it wouldn't even be able to break a rock. Its power was extremely low. However, Ning Qi's palm strike had directly destroyed the golden body of a sempiternal realm cultivator. Could this even be called a martial arts technique? This was clearly a spell that was even more terrifying than the heavenly thunder of purple clouds. However, they did not know that in Ning Qi's hands there was no difference between martial arts techniques and spells. When he used his primordial spirit strength of more than 15,000 points and his terrifying physical body, the power of the palm strike had already exceeded the original limit of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Even the phenomenon had changed. Previously, a silver dragon had broken out of his body. Now, it was just a gentle breeze that swept past. Compared to before, this kind of phenomenon without phenomenon was obviously easier to resist. I've actually been defeated by a mortal's martial arts technique. Gong Sun Wufua's voice was robotic and no emotions could be heard. However, it was obvious that he had been defeated by Ning Qi using mortal techniques. It was highly likely that his mentality had already collapsed. Remember, be it spells or martial arts techniques, they are all means to kill. Although it's all fancy, it's still for the sake of killing. As long as it can kill, it's a dragon-slaying technique. Ning Qi said, turned around, and returned to the courtyard. This experiment was very successful. Ning Qi already knew where his limits were. In the future, he would not make the same mistake when he encountered enemies. In times of need, it could save his life. After Ning Qi left, Jiang Posha suddenly looked at Gong Sun Wufua and said, "Don't be fooled by him. Although he used mortal techniques in the hands of an undying realm, even the weakest technique is no different from a mortal. It can only be said that his primordial spirit is far stronger than an ordinary undying realm, even stronger than you. Coupled with his terrifying physical body, that palm strike just now was so powerful. If it were someone else, I'm afraid the power wouldn't even be able to hurt you. So what? Now I can't even defeat him, let alone escape this place. Jiang Posha, as an eternal realm elder of the Jiang family, you have tempered your golden body to 90%. Do you have a way to leave this place? If not, please shut up and let me have some peace and quiet." Gong Sun Wufua stared at Jiang Posha with his empty eye sockets. "How dare you?" Jiang Tianshu was furious. It was one thing to be humiliated by Ning Qi, but now an undying realm elder who had been defeated by an undying realm dared to speak to his patriarch in such a manner? Jiang Posha was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned extremely gloomy. "If I wasn't imprisoned by Emperor Lu, I would have killed you with one palm strike." Hee. Gong Sun Wufua laughed silently. "If you want to kill me, leave this place first. You are imprisoned, and the Jiang family has been destroyed. Now, even an ant on the ground can't be killed by you." When everyone heard this, they immediately fell silent. Gong Sun Wufua was right. Whether it was the fourth step Karma realm or the fifth step Undying realm, their situation was exactly the same. One day, I will escape from this place. When that time comes, the first person to die in my hands will not be him, but you. Jiang Posha sneered and said no more. Chapter 37:51. Back in the courtyard, Duan Ingjun and the others were still in a meditative state, digesting the remaining energy. Their cultivations had more or less improved while Ning Qi was in seclusion. Duan Ingjun's cultivation had improved the most. He was already in the advanced stage of the Karma realm and was trying to break through to the consummate stage. Zhao Er and Duan Feifei's aptitude was similar. Both of them had just entered the intermediate stage of the Karma realm, and there was still a long way to go before they could break through to the advanced stage. My cultivation has already reached a bottleneck. If I want to make a breakthrough to the sempiternal realm, I have no choice but to temper my aurate body. There aren't many shortcuts in the process. I've already refined all the spiritual materials that are beneficial to my aurate body into blood pills. It's about time for me to make another trip to the fortune celestial realm. Ning Qi pondered for a moment, then injected a stream of immortal force into Duan Ingjun and the others. In the next moment, their cultivation broke through their current bottleneck. The consummate stage of the Karma realm. Ha. I am indeed a god's favored one. Soon I will break through to the heavenly mandate realm and then the rebirth realm. Finally, I will be immortal. Duan Ingjun felt the surging power in his body, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Ladies will also successfully broke through to the late stage of the Karma realm. Zhao Er and Duan Feifei were originally unable to break through to the late stage of the Karma realm. But with the help of Ning Qi's undying power, the two of them managed to break through. However, they needed to spend more time to stabilize their current realm before they could continue cultivating. I plan to explore the creation celestial realm. Your cultivation has already reached the 4th step. If there are no special circumstances, you can just cultivate in the small courtyard. This interspatial ring is filled with spiritual materials that can be used by 4th step cultivators. Feel free to use them. Ningqi smiled at the 4 of them, then handed an interspatial ring to Zuair. Zuair nodded and said, "Young master, I will take good care of this interspatial ring." "Boss, you broke through?" Duan Ingjun subconsciously wanted to check Ningqi's current cultivation, but he found that Ningqi was like a vast ocean, unfathomable. "Yes, the consummate stage of the undead realm." Ningqi smiled. "The consummate stage of the undead realm." Duan Ingjun was slightly startled, and then he smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss is really the boss." He originally thought that after entering the creation divine realm, he had obtained some fortuitous encounters and his cultivation speed was fast enough. In the end, he didn't expect Ningqi to be even faster than him. Not only did Ningqi break through a major realm, but he also directly broke through to the perfected stage. "Boss, why don't you bring us along to explore the divine realm of creation? If there's a fortuitous encounter that you don't fancy, just throw it to us." Duan Ingjun smiled shamelessly. "Your cultivation is too low. If you encounter any danger, you'll die in the blink of an eye. I won't bring you along and just cultivate here." "That's right. I heard some movements before. Did you encounter a god realm warrior?" Ningqi laughed. Duan Ingjun sighed in his heart when he saw that Ningqi did not bring him along. He nodded and said, "Feifei and I entered a huge city called the Sea Teeth. At first glance, there were cultivators comparable to the 9 tribulations, masters of creation. Later, we found out that they were only grade 1 godly warriors. I heard that the natives here have just been born, and as soon as they reach adulthood, they can easily become grade 1 godly warriors." "What about rank, too? How many are there?" Ningqi pondered for a moment and said, "Rank 2 is a little rarer, but there are still a lot of them. Among them, there are strong and weak ones. The weak ones are like human immortals in the celestial world, and the strong ones are comparable to immortal emperors in the celestial world. After that, there are rank 3, whose aura is similar to the Tao querying realm. This time, I was chased by a rank 4 godly warrior. If not for Emperor Liu, I reckon he would have succeeded." Duan Ingjun was still a little afraid. "In that case, a rank 5 godly warrior is equivalent to a 5th step cultivator, and a rank 6 godly warrior is equivalent to an emperor." Ningqi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Duan Ingjun again. "Have you seen a godly warrior above rank 6 in the Sea Teeth City?" "No, but I heard that the city lord of the Sea Teeth City is a rank 6 godly warrior. His strength is extremely terrifying." Duan Ingjun said, "It seems that the danger hidden in the divine realm of creation is much greater than that in the Shenlua world." Ningqi's eyes were slightly solemn. In ancient times, there were 7th step cultivators in the Shenlua world. Back then, the Shenyuan Immortal sect was one of the top sects that had a 7th step cultivator. Now, 99% of the extremely mysterious members of the Holy Saint Council were 7th step cultivators. Otherwise, how could they have the ability to control the tribulation transcendence of every cultivator in the Shenlua world? Although the Holy Saint Council was so powerful, they did not involve themselves in the divine realm of creation. It was like a piece of cake placed in front of a hungry person, but that person did not choose to eat it. There could only be one reason. This cake was poisonous. The divine realm of creation has an existence that even the Holy Saint Council fears. It could be a rank 7 godly warrior, or even a rank 8 godly warrior. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Thinking of this, Ningqi instructed Duan Ingjun and the other 3 and asked for the route to the Sea Teeth City. Then he left the small courtyard. He planned to go to the Sea Teeth City personally to take a look. If he could understand more about the godly warrior, it would be extremely beneficial for his future plans. Unknowingly, Ning Qi had already treated the divine realm of creation as the main place for his faction to develop. About 1,000 miles away from the small courtyard, there were 7 figures moving forward carefully. These 7 people were all rebirth realm cultivators, ranging from the early stage to the perfected stage. However, they did not dare to fly in the air openly. Instead, they hurried on the ground. "Senior brother, this is the 2nd time you've entered the sacred mountain. Are the godly warriors really so terrifying? With our cultivation, as long as we don't meet a 5th step cultivator who can kill us. How long will it take for us to reach the Sea Teeth City if we travel so slowly?" A female cultivator, who still had a trace of childishness on her face, grumbled. The person she was complaining to was the rebirth realm great perfection cultivator who was walking at the front of the group. "The aura of us Shenluo world cultivators is completely different from that of the godly warriors. If we use spells to travel, our aura will leak and easily attract the attacks of the godly warriors. In their eyes, we are demons and must be killed. I heard that our heads are quite valuable over there, so we have to be careful." The leader Xiao paused for a moment and looked at the other 6 junior brothers and sisters with a solemn expression. "It wasn't easy for the sect to send us here. Other than our own opportunities, we also have to help the sect bring back more spiritual materials to make up for the cost of sending us here. The Great Elder is only half a step away from entering the Emperor realm. If we can find a phoenix reincarnation fruit this time, our sect will have 10 Emperor realm experts, and it will only be a matter of time before we become a divine sect." When everyone heard this, their expressions immediately became solemn. They nodded, and the female cultivator no longer grumbled. In the void not far behind them, Ning Qi looked at them without moving. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. 10 Emperor realm experts. It seems that the sects of the primordial lands are more powerful than I imagined. No wonder these people look so young and have already entered the reincarnation realm. They are about the same age as the few I met last time. I can get more detailed information about the primordial lands from them. Chapter 3752. For the next few days, Ning Qi quietly followed the group of rebirth realm cultivators. Through their occasional conversation, Ning Qi came to a conclusion. Those sects in the primordial lands that had the ability to send their disciples into the fortune divine realm had a deep understanding of the fortune divine realm. In Ning Qi's eyes, the other party's leader had wanted to obtain the phoenix reincarnation fruit. How could it be so easy to see a fruit that contained heaven and earth spiritual energy that far surpassed the profound sage realm? However, they occasionally revealed some information, as if they knew the existence of the phoenix reincarnation fruit in the Hague City, just that it was more difficult to obtain. When the fortune divine realm first overlapped, Xue, and the others obtained the phoenix reincarnation fruit. Now it seems that such a spirit fruit may be rare in the fortune divine realm, but it is definitely not rare. It should be the same for the Qilin's heart. I am now in the undying realm, but my primordial spirit has broken through the limit of the undying realm. As long as I have enough Qilin's heart, it should not be a problem to cultivate my primordial spirit to 30,000 points in a short period of time. This is equivalent to the limit of the immortal realm, and not all immortal realm cultivators can reach it. Primordial spirit cultivation also depends on one's aptitude. Thinking of this, Ning Qi had a few ideas. If he could not obtain a spirit fruit similar to the phoenix reincarnation fruit this time, it would be difficult for him to break through to the immortal realm in a short period of time. His physical body had also reached its limit, and if he continued to temper it, it would only slowly strengthen his golden body. His combat power and cultivation would be limited, but he could still work on his primordial spirit. Previously, when he destroyed Gong Sun Wufua's physical body, Ning Qi tasted the sweetness of a powerful primordial spirit for the first time. If his primordial spirit could reach 30,000 points, the power of his palm would increase exponentially. In this way, in some aspects, his means would be no different from the immortal realm. Everyone, pay attention. 100 miles away is the Hague City. At this time, we will encounter the natives of the Fortune Divine Realm. They speak the same language as us, but with a different accent. The sect has already taught you this, so you must be careful not to give yourself away. Luo Yu looked at his 6 junior brothers and sisters with a solemn expression. He had promised the sect that he would bring back as many people as they entered. This was not the first time he had entered. He believed that as long as his junior brothers and sisters were smart enough, it would not be a problem for them to return to the sect safely. At that time, as long as they could obtain a little opportunity in the Fortune Divine Realm, it would not take long for them to reach the 5th step. Yes, senior brother. The 6 of them answered in unison, and their accents had indeed changed a little. Ning Qi, who had been following behind them, saw this and narrowed his eyes slightly. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong decided to follow this group of people on the spur of the moment. Otherwise, the moment he entered the Hague City, his identity would be easily exposed due to his accent. Although he could leave the Fortune Divine Realm as soon as possible, as long as an Emperor Realm expert didn't ambush him, he wouldn't be in any danger. However, the next time he entered the Fortune Divine Realm, he would still be at the same place. Fang Lingming and Wang Shui probably didn't know about this, but it was highly likely that they wouldn't come into contact with the God's Realm warriors. Even if they did, with Fang Lingming's intelligence and Wang Shui's cultivation, Ning Qi believed that the risk wouldn't be too great. As for the others, they could only pray for their own good fortune. Stop right there. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front. More than 10 figures broke through the air and blocked the path of Luo Yu's group of 7. Their eyes were like lightning, and the person in the lead emitted the aura of the rebirth realm. The rest of them ranged from the Karma realm to the Heavenly Mandate realm. Are these the God's Realm warriors? They should be at the 4th grade. Their appearance is no different from the cultivators of the Shenluo realm, but their accent is indeed a little different. Ning Qi observed in the dark. The other party's cultivation was too low to detect Ning Qi's presence. With Ning Qi's current spirit power, it was too easy to hide himself. Unless the other party's spirit power was stronger than his, they wouldn't be able to detect him. Are you the captain of the Hague City's patrol team? May I know why you have stopped us? Luo Yu said calmly with his hands cupped together. His 6 junior brothers and sisters were shocked. They didn't expect to encounter the God's Realm warriors before entering the city. However, they concealed their uneasiness well and didn't give themselves away. Hearing Luo Yu's accent, the captain of the patrol team looked better. After looking at Luo Yu up and down, he asked, "Where are you from?" "We are from Longxian City." Luo Yu smiled and paused. He was a little curious. I have been to the Hague City a few times. Usually there isn't such a tight security. Did you see those demons? Yes. Some time ago, 2 demons sneaked into the Hague City and stole the young city, Lord's spirit fruit. As a result, they advanced to a 4th grade warrior on the spot and were discovered by the young city lord. The young city lord chased them all the way and has yet to return. If you see these 2 people, you must tell me their whereabouts immediately. The captain of the patrol team took out 2 portraits and showed them to Luo Yu and the others. When Ning Qi saw this, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. These 2 portraits were of Duan Ingjun and Duan Feifei. It seemed that the Hague City was still very wary of the Shenluo world cultivators. Just such a small matter had caused the place to be so heavily guarded. He didn't know what else happened that made the God's Realm warriors hate the Shenluo world cultivators. We have come all the way from Longxian City, but we have never seen the people in the portraits. If we see them, we will definitely tell you frankly. Luo Yu glanced at the portraits and found them unfamiliar. He shook his head and smiled. The captain of the patrol team stared at Luo Yu's expression. Seeing that he couldn't see any clues, He waved his hand and let them pass. Luo Yu smiled and bowed, then walked towards the Hague City with his junior brothers and sisters. After the patrol team had gone far away, they began to communicate privately. Senior brother, the two people just now looked unfamiliar. Which sect do you think they are from? They were so careless that their true identity was discovered by the other party. They almost implicated us, the immature female cultivator said with dissatisfaction. The rest of them nodded with lingering fear, but in their hearts, they felt that the gods' realm warriors were only SO. The search of the Shenluo world cultivators was not as rigorous as they imagined. I don't know them either, but it is normal to be discovered. Didn't you hear what the gods' realm warrior said just now? These two people ate the spirit fruit of the young city, lord of the Hague City. I know that the young city lord quite well. He likes delicious food the most. He often mixes some Xian Sun level spiritual materials with delicious food before enjoying it. The spiritual materials he swallowed were of very high grade. I'm afraid that the two of them have gained a lot of benefits. Luo Yu transmitted his voice. In his tone, there was a trace of envy that was difficult to hide. On the other side, the patrol team once again stopped a figure, but this time the captain's face became a little dignified, with a hint of respect. What do you want? Ning Qi frowned. The accent was exactly the same as that of the God's Realm warrior. Sir, we are searching for two demons. May I know where you are from? The captain of the patrol team said respectfully. Chapter 37:53. Ning Qi didn't speak directly, but used a scrutinizing gaze to look at the group of patrolling soldiers in front of him. Other than the captain, who could still maintain his composure, the rest of the patrolling soldiers didn't dare to look Ning Qi in the eye. They all lowered their heads. In the divine realm of fortune, the ranks of warriors in the divine realm were very strict. They were only 4th-grade warriors, but Ning Qi's aura revealed that he was obviously a 5th-grade warrior. Such an existence was rare in the Hague City. The commander in charge of the entire Hague City's patrols was also a 5th-grade warrior. I came from Longxian City. I remember that the Hague City was not so strict before. What happened recently? Ning Qi said lightly. When the captain heard this, a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Longxian City again? However, Longxian City was relatively close to the Hague City. Usually, many warriors from the divine realm would come to the Hague City from Longxian City. Because of the special geographical location of the Hague City, it had always had a trading relationship with the Sea Clan. Good things often appeared there, and these good things were extremely attractive to every warrior from the divine realm. To tell you the truth, some time ago, we found 2 Shenluo demons sneaking into this place and eating the Wisdom King fruit that the young city lord bought from the Sea Clan. Therefore, during this period of time, the higher-ups have ordered us to be on guard and not allow the demons to sneak in a second time. The captain of the patrol said, Oh, what do the 2 demons look like? You haven't caught them yet? Ning Qi said lightly. The captain of the patrols showed Ning Qi the portrait and said, The young city lord personally went after them. I've never seen these 2 people. Has your young city lord caught them? Ning Qi said, This not yet, but we have sent a few 5th-grade warriors. I believe it will not be long before we find the 2 Shenluo demons. The captain of the patrol's eyes flashed with a trace of embarrassment. What kind of status did the young city lord have? He personally went after 2 Shenluo demons who had just broken through to the 4th grade, but spent a long time not catching them. Instead, he lost himself. If this matter were to spread out, it would damage the reputation of the young city, lord of the Hague City. Therefore, the Hague City did not make a big fuss. They only ordered the patrol team to guard the Hague City and sent a few grade 5 god realm warriors to provide support. From this point, it could be seen that the young city lord of the Hague City was only a grade 4 god domain warrior. Yet he dared to chase after Duan Ingjun and Duan Feifei alone. It could be seen how much a God Domain warrior looked down on the cultivators of the God Domain realm. It was no wonder that the divine Luo world would only send rebirth realm cultivators to the creation divine territory. Occasionally they would send fifth step or even thearchs, but they might not meet the warriors of the divine territory. It was normal for them to be looked down upon. I hope so. Ning Qi glanced at him indifferently. Is there anything else? No, no more. My lord, please. When the leader of the patrol team heard this, he hurriedly stepped aside. Ning Qi quickly caught up with Luo Yu and the rest. This time, he did not hide himself and followed them from afar. From his probing this time, he knew that although the Hague City was wary of the cultivators of the divine Luo world, it was not a deliberate precaution. If Duan Jun had not secretly eaten the spirit fruit of the young city lord, the Hague City would not have sent the patrol team to patrol outside. Duan Jun could be considered lucky. If the Hague City had been so heavily guarded from the start, the couple would have died in the hands of these God Domain warriors, not to mention entering the city. Senior brother, there is someone following us. One of Luo Yu's junior brothers secretly transmitted a message. The rest of them were also on their guard. Luo Yu stopped in his tracks and looked in Ning Qi's direction. Then he immediately turned his head and transmitted a message to his junior brothers and sisters. Don't look at him. He is a grade 5 God realm warrior. We are not his match, even if we join forces. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly nodded and continued on their way. The corners of Ning Qi's lips curved up in a faint smile. Walking at a moderate pace like this gave Luo Yu and the others a great deal of psychological pressure. They all muttered to themselves, "Why is a 5th grade celestial realm warrior walking so slowly?" But soon, when they saw the city gate of the Hague City, they heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Yu and the rest had successfully entered the Hague City. The God realm warrior guarding the city gate did not even question them. This further confirmed Ning Qi's guess that the Hague City was probably tight on the outside but loose on the inside. This indirectly proved that the God realm warriors indeed did not care about the divine Luo demons. When Ning Qi entered the city, the God realm warrior guarding the city gate not only did not question him, but also looked at him with a hint of awe. No wonder it is called the Hague City. After entering the city, Ning Qi looked into the distance and saw the blue sea behind the Hague City. There were 2 tall mountains on both sides of the Hague City, as though the sea had grown 2 teeth. "Sir, is this your first time in the Hague City?" A figure quietly approached Ning Qi and asked in a low voice. Ning Qi noticed the other party as soon as he lifted his foot. He just wanted to see what this grade 3 God realm warrior wanted to do. Hearing this, Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. It seemed that God realm warriors were no different. They also had to work hard to make a living. "It's not my first time here. What business do you have?" Ning Qi said lightly, "Sir, you must be here for the Sea Clan auction this time, right? However, the invitation cards for the auction have been sold out. You are a step too late." The other party sized up Ning Qi and smiled. "If you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush." Ning Qi was startled, but he said lightly. His aura had been locked on to Luo Yu and the rest. Luo Yu led his junior brothers and sisters into an inn not far from the city gate with great familiarity. "It's like this. This little one is called Fei Yan. Although my cultivation is not high, only a grade 3 God realm warrior, I still have some connections in the Hague City. If Sir is willing to pay some God realm stones, I have a way to help Sir get an invitation card to the Sea Clan auction. I heard that the Sea Clan auction will bring out many good things this time." Fei Yan looked at Ning Qi expectantly. With a glance, he could tell that Ning Qi was not ordinary. Grade 5 God realm warriors like him were usually very generous. Fei Yan just happened to have some connections to get an extra invitation card for the Sea Clan auction. If he could make some money, it might even be enough for him to break through to grade 4. God realm stones? Ning Qi's eyes flickered, and he casually swept his gaze around. Suddenly, he saw that there was a shop not too far away that was conducting a transaction. A God's Realm warrior who was purchasing items took out 2 stones the size of a fingernail. And Ning Qi couldn't be more familiar with these stones. Origin Essence stones. Unexpectedly, the currency of the Fortune God Realm was the same as the Shenluo worlds. However, the Origin Essence stones here were pure. One was equivalent to 10 in the Shenluo world. Speak. How many God Realm stones do you want? Ning Qi looked at Fei Yen calmly. After a pause, he continued, Don't ask for a sky-high price, otherwise Fei Yen was shocked. He then said in a low voice, 50,000 God Realm stones. Are you trying to extort me? Ning Qi laughed. 50,000 God Realm stones was equivalent to 500,000 Origin Essence stones. And in the Shenluo world, a Tao-seeking perfection stage cultivator's net worth did not exceed 1 million. The moment the other party opened his mouth, he asked for half the net worth of a Tao-seeking perfection stage cultivator. Was an invitation really worth this price? Chapter 3754. Fei Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the cold glint in Ning Qi's eyes. He hurriedly said, My lord, you're a grade 5 God Realm warrior. How could this one dare lie to you? The Sea Tribe's auction is only held once every 10 years, and the price of the invitation is extremely high. This year's market isn't good, so 50,000 God Domain stones is already very low. Is that so? Ning Qi smiled. A mere invitation to an auction can be sold at such a high price. I wonder what kind of treasure the Sea Tribe's auction will have. Have you heard of the Phoenix Nirvana fruit? Fei Yen asked in a low voice. Phoenix Nirvana fruit? He had heard of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. Ning Qi maintained his composure, not uttering a word. Seeing this, Fei Yen said in a low voice, I heard that the Sea Tribe managed to obtain several Phoenix Nirvana fruits from somewhere. These fruits are extremely useful even for a grade 6 God Realm warrior. It's enough to show the sincerity of this auction. If that was true, it wouldn't have fallen into our hands. The Sea-Tooth City's city lord is a grade 6 God Realm warrior. With such a treasure, it would definitely fall into his hands. Ning Qi said lightly. The Phoenix Nirvana fruit that Fei Yen mentioned was likely the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. Thus, Ning Qi's interest was piqued, and he planned to participate in the Sea Tribe's auction. The Fortune Divine Realm had more origin treasures than the Divine Luo world. Even if he couldn't buy a profound sage or above fruit, he would still need a large amount of origin treasures to temper his golden body. If he went to the Divine Luo world to search, it would take a long time and he might end up empty-handed. My lord, you might not know, but the Sea Tribe obtained 3 Phoenix Nirvana fruits this time. 2 of them were bought by the city lord, and the last one was placed in the auction for everyone to fight over. Thus, in the past few days, countless grade 5 God Realm warriors have rushed here. There are even some nearby city lord level masters. Fei Yen sneaked a glance at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi was still as calm as ever, he tried to persuade him again. With my lord's strength, even if you can't obtain the Phoenix Nirvana fruit, there are still many treasures that are beneficial to grade 5 God Realm warriors. If my lord can't participate, wouldn't it be a pity? All right, 50,000 God Domain stones it is. Where shall we make the transaction? Ning Qi said lightly. As Fei Yen saw this, his eyes flashed with joy. He wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to sell his invitation card, but rather he was afraid that there would be a mistake and he would end up losing both his money and his life. And, out of all the realm of the gods' warriors he had seen, Ning Qi was the most approachable one. He didn't think that Ning Qi would swindle him. Not long after, Fei Yen brought Ning Qi to a tea house and asked for a private room. Coincidentally, Ning Qi had also seen Luo Yu and the others enter this place. This wasn't just a tea house, it was a restaurant, and it was also an inn. These are the God Domain stones you wanted. Ning Qi didn't bat an eyelid. The moment he took out the origin essence stones, he madly squeezed and refined them with his immortal power, refining 10 into 1. As Fei Yen saw the table filled with 50,000 God domain stones, he suppressed the joy in his heart. He took out a jade slip and handed it to Ning Qi. "Sir, this is the invitation to the Sea Races auction. Please have a look." There was a special character written on the jade slip. Ning Qi couldn't understand it, but he could feel that as soon as the jade slip appeared, the sound of crashing waves entered his ears and the moisture in the air was condensed by the jade slip. For a time, the room was filled with white mist, as if it were a fairyland. "Do you know what the consequences of deceiving me are?" Ning Qi received the jade slip and lightly glanced at Fei Yen. "Sir is wise. I still need to make a living in the Hague City. How could I dare deceive Sir?" Fei Yen smiled. "Put away the God domain stones and tell me the time and location of the auction." Ning Qi lightly said. Fei Yen was just about to put away the God domain stones when the door to the room was pushed open and a group of people walked in. One of them saw Fei Yen and his eyes brightened. "Fei Yen, this sir wants to buy the invitation to the Sea Races auction, and he wants a high price. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Hurry up and take out the invitation." Fei Yen froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "The invitation has already been sold, and this is the God domain stones this sir gave me." He pointed at the God domain stones on the table and immediately put them away. There were too many people here, and if so many people saw that he had such a huge amount of money, it would inevitably be risky. Thinking of this, Fei Yen felt a trace of resentment towards the person who brought this group of people here. This person was the same as him, a grade 3 God domain warrior who did some small business in the Hague City. Their relationship was just average. The person who came didn't expect that the auction would end so quickly and looked at the group of people he brought with him with an embarrassed expression. Among this group of people, the cultivator in the lead also exuded the aura of a 5th-step God domain warrior. Moreover, his aura was much thicker than Ning Qi's. From the moment they pushed open the door, Ning Qi had already seen through this person's background. A grade 5 God domain warrior, and not weak at that. His cultivation was comparable to the sempiternal realm, probably around the same level as Gongsun Wufua. This brother, "I am Heavenly Tripod City's Feng family's 2nd elder. This time, I came under the orders of the Patriarch to participate in the Sea Races auction. I wonder if this brother is willing to part with the invitation that this little brother just sold to you? I will pay 3 times the price." The old man in the lead smiled and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. There were many grade 4 God domain warriors behind him, and they all looked very arrogant, even though they could see that Ning Qi's cultivation was the same as their 2nd elders. Grade 5, there was no fear in their eyes. Heavenly Tripod City's Feng family? Fei Yan's expression changed slightly, and he quietly took half a step back. In any case, his transaction was over, and he didn't want to get involved in this matter anymore. Heavenly Tripod City's Feng family was a super big family, and their patriarch was a grade 6 God domain warrior. Although he couldn't compare to the Hague City Lord, he was still a powerful existence in this world. "Sorry, I also want to participate in this auction. You should find another way." Ning Qi smiled. Feng family's 2nd elder's expression suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked Ning Qi up and down. He smiled and said, "You are not from the Hague City. So what?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "You are also not from this world?" Feng family's 2nd elder smiled. "Yes." Ning Qi nodded lightly. "It's no wonder. You must have never heard of my Feng family? No worries. As long as you sell the invitation to me, you will be a friend of my Feng family." The 2nd elder smiled faintly. After a short pause, he continued, "Otherwise, you will be my Feng family's enemy. You can choose for yourself." "Lord, the Feng family has a grade 6 God domain warrior. What do you think?" Fei Yan hesitated for a moment, but he still transmitted his voice to the second elder. The second elder glanced at Fei Yen. A mere grade 3 god domain warrior's voice transmission. He could naturally sense it. But no matter, he was more than happy to do so. If not a friend, then an enemy, Ning Qi smiled. Then let us be enemies. Chapter 37:55. Good. For the Feng family to have a good friend like you. The Feng family's second elder subconsciously smiled and nodded. Then he suddenly realized something was wrong. His face darkened as he looked at Ning Qi coldly. What did you just say? This one is getting old, so I can't hear you clearly. Please say it again. I won't say nice things twice. Since I'm getting old, I should stay in the family and enjoy my retirement. Let the younger generation handle the matters. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't waste my time with you. Farewell. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. Seeing this, Fei Yen hurriedly chased after Huang Xiaolong. How could he dare to remain in the same spot? If the Feng family's second elder took his anger out on him, a mere grade 3 god realm warrior like him could just disappear without a trace. No one would go against the Feng family for his sake. Lord, this one still has some connections, do you think? The grade 3 god realm warrior that brought the Feng family's second elder over said with some embarrassment. Second elder, this person is too arrogant, not even putting our Feng family in his eyes. A grade 4 god realm warrior glared at Ning Qi's departing back, gnashing his teeth in anger. Why don't we suppress him first? Let him know that our Feng family is not a family that any random Tom, Dick, or Harry can offend. The second elder smiled gloomily. No matter what, this is the Hague City. We have to give the Hague City Lord some face. It won't be too late to settle this matter after this matter is over. Yes, the Feng family's grade 4 god realm warrior nodded, unconcealable killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just now, you said that you still have some connections. Bring me there. If you can't buy an invitation to the Sea Tribe's auction, you know what will happen to you. The Feng family's second elder looked at the man with a faint smile. Hearing this, the other party's expression changed slightly, and he cursed inwardly. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have done this business. He didn't expect the Feng family to be as tyrannical as the rumors said. Lord, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. As for the Feng family, Lord should be careful. Fei Yen hesitated for a moment before reminding Ning Qi. Why are you in a hurry to leave? Don't tell me the invitation you sold me was fake? Ning Qi smiled. Fei Yen froze for a moment before his expression changed. Sir, you can't be planning to. It won't be too late for you to leave after the auction begins. You can stay by my side for the time being. Ning Qi smiled. If I refuse, you will die. Looks like there's no other choice for me. Fei Yen bitterly smiled. It wasn't that he was afraid of danger following by Ning Qi's side, but he was afraid of being seen by the Feng family implicating him. Once Ning Qi left, any random grade 4 god realm warrior could easily deal with him. The place ahead seems to be very lively. Ning Qi pointed to a pier not far away. There were many giant ships docked there, filled with the hustle and bustle of people. Occasionally, one could see some existences with faint blue skin. Ning Qi glanced at their stats and discovered that these fellows were likely the sea race that Fei Yen mentioned. This is the biggest port of our Hague City. Many members of the sea race disembark from here. Some ordinary members of the sea race do business here for convenience. But don't underestimate them. The sea is boundless, and the territory of the sea race is much larger than ours. Moreover, there are many heaven and earth spirit treasures growing in the seabed. So, even ordinary members of the sea race cannot be taken lightly. Fei Yen explained. Oh, then let's go take a look. Ning Qi's heart trembled. The Fortune Divine realm had many treasures to begin with. Even God realm warriors revered the sea race, so perhaps they really couldn't be underestimated. If his luck was good, as long as he went to the port, he would be able to find treasures that could temper his golden body. After entering the port, Ning Chi discovered that Fei Yan's words weren't false. More and more Sea Race members disembarked, directly taking out their treasures. Countless people gathered around to haggle over the price. There were also many Sea Race members that disappeared into the sea after exchanging for something they were satisfied with. The prices here are completely different from the Shenluo world. Ning Chi frowned slightly. He had just seen someone exchange a black Yin grade spiritual material for a black Sun grade spiritual material from a Sea Race member. That Sea Race member was extremely happy, as though he had picked up a treasure. Other than that, he saw that black Sun grade spiritual herbs were only sold for tens of thousands of God domain stones. However, a black void grade spiritual fruit, which was only suitable for Dao querying cultivators in the Shenluo world, was sold for hundreds of thousands of God domain stones. In the Shenluo world, even a fifth-step cultivator would fight for a black Sun grade spiritual herb. However, it was only sold for hundreds of thousands of origin essence stones. No wonder Luo Yu's sect wanted me to see if I could buy a phoenix reincarnation fruit here. It's not that his sect is rich, but it's because of the price difference between the two places. As long as I understand this point, I can bring some worthless spiritual materials from the Shenluo world that can be sold for a high price in the Fortune Divine realm. I will be able to accumulate a considerable amount of wealth in a short period of time. This is probably one of the opportunities to enter this place. As he thought of this, Ning Chi's eyes were like a hawk's. He kept looking for things that were useful to him in this bustling port. Soon he had a harvest. Come, let's take a look over there. Ning Chi brought Fei Yan to a Sea Race member. There weren't many God realm warriors around this Sea Race member. It seemed like the things she was selling weren't very valuable. Ask her how much these fruits are selling. Ning Chi transmitted his voice to Fei Yan. When Fei Yan saw this, she looked at the fruits and transmitted her voice to Ning Chi. Sir, these are ordinary Qilin fruits. After consuming them, they can make people sleep more soundly. They don't have any other effects. They are only used as a medicinal catalyst in some pills. They aren't very valuable. Are you sure you want to buy these Qilin fruits? Qilin fruit? Promote sleep? The Qilin's heart was a spiritual object above the profound sage realm. It could increase the power of the primordial spirit. In the Fortune Divine realm, it was actually looked down upon by the God realm warriors. Could it be that their bodies were really different from the cultivators of the Shenluo world? Could it be that the Qilin's heart didn't have any effect on increasing the power of the primordial spirit? Ning Chi calmly said, "Ask the price, I'll buy them all." There were more than 20 Qilin's hearts placed in front of this female Sea Race member, more than the last time he bought them. If he swallowed all of them, even if the effects were worse than before, Ning Chi felt that it wouldn't be a problem for his primordial spirit to break through 20,000 points. Seeing this, Fei Yan could only help Ning Chi ask the price. A Qilin's heart was priced at 1,000 God Realm stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 essence stones. 20 Qilin's heart was equivalent to 200,000 essence stones. To this female Sea Race member who only had a grade 2 cultivation, this was already a great fortune. Isn't this a Qilin fruit? I want them all. Alchemy just happens to be lacking this medicinal catalyst. A figure squeezed through the crowd and smiled at the female Sea Race member. Chapter 3756. The latest chapter of the strongest dragon slaying system. The Qilin fruit has been sold to this lord. After the female member of the Sea Race kept the god's territory stones, she smiled at Luo Yu and turned to leave. Ning Chi waved his hand and kept all the Qilin hearts into his spatial bag. Luo Yu was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. Then he smiled at Ning Chi and said, "Lord, I'm still short of a Qilin fruit. I wonder if Lord is willing to part with it." The 6 junior brothers and junior sisters behind Luo Yu maintained their calm expressions, but their breathing became heavier. Qilin heart. They didn't expect to see such a legendary spiritual material the moment they entered the Hague city. No wonder everyone said that the creation god realm was full of opportunities. In the Shinluo world, the Qilin heart and the phoenix reincarnation fruit were equally famous. Although the latter was more famous, the latter was extremely rare. Even in the creation god realm, it was extremely famous and expensive. It was known as the phoenix nirvana fruit. However, the Qilin heart was different. Before they came here, they had already heard that the Qilin heart was extremely cheap in the creation god realm. Because of the special physique of the god realm warriors, swallowing the Qilin heart would only have the effect of suppressing the soul, and would not increase one's primordial spirit. If not for the fact that some elixirs needed it as a Qilin heart, it would only be an ordinary medicinal ingredient that mortals would use. I saw him take away more than 20 Qilin hearts just now. If Senior Brother can buy all of them from this god realm warrior at a high price, and we can each take one, it will be enough to increase the power of our primordial spirit. It will be extremely beneficial to our combat strength and future cultivation. Moreover, there are only 7 of us, and each of us can get 3. This is the opportunity we will obtain after entering the creation god realm. There is no need to hand it over to the sect. Thinking of this, the 6 of them were even more excited. I also want to start refining elixirs. These 20 Qilin fruits are not enough. Little brother, why don't you look elsewhere? Ning Qi smiled at Luo Yu. The other party thought that he was a god realm warrior and wanted to take advantage of him. From the beginning, it was only Ning Qi who took advantage of others. Who could benefit from him? Luo Yu was stunned. He clearly didn't expect Ning Qi to reject him. However, he didn't give up and hesitated. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Sir, I really need the Qilin fruit as a medicinal catalyst. I don't need much, 7/6 is enough. 10,000 god domain stones each. What do you think? 10,000 god domain stones each? The nearby gods' domain warriors were stunned when they heard Luo Yu's words. They then sized up Luo Yu, a hint of regret flashing in the depths of their eyes. If they had known earlier that there would be such a spendthrift, they would have bought a few just now. Although the Kirin fruit wasn't worth much, it was still rare. If they were to go look for one now, they might not necessarily be able to find one. If I bought these Qilin fruits and sold them, wouldn't I be able to earn 60,000 god domain stones? If they're willing to buy all of them at this price, that's over 200,000 god domain stones. My net worth will increase by several times. Fei Yan stared dumbfounded at Ning Qi. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Ning Qi was somewhat unfathomable. Not for sale. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand, saying to Fei Yan, Let's go for a stroll elsewhere. Hearing this, Fei Yan was startled for a moment before nodding. Yes, Lord. Looking at the 2's departing figures, Luo Yu's 6 junior brothers and sisters were secretly anxious. Luo Yu's gaze changed slightly as he looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully. Senior brother, we can't give up like this. This Qilin heart, if we bring it to the god Luo world, it's enough to sell for a sky-high price, no less than 3 billion origin essence stones. A young female cultivator hurriedly transmitted her voice to Luo Yu. The other party is a grade 5 god's domain warrior. If he's not willing to sell, there's nothing I can do. Luo Yu shook his head. Senior brother, do you think he's also a god Luo world cultivator? He knows the value of a Qilin heart, so even if you offer such a high price, he's still not willing to sell? A young man who looked to be in his 20s asked with a solemn expression. I thought so too. But it's not like you don't know how much spiritual materials the sect spent to send us 7 rebirth realm cultivators into the creation divine domain. I don't think there's any sect in the ancient land that would choose to send undying realm cultivators into this place. And undying realm cultivators' spiritual materials are equivalent to more than 10 times our total. It's almost enough to send more than 100 rebirth realm cultivators into the creation divine domain. Luo Yu thought for a moment, then shook his head. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. Hearing this, everyone felt that Luo Yu was right. The creation divine domain was full of dangers. Sending rebirth realm cultivators into this place was no different from sending undying realm cultivators. Moreover, rebirth realm cultivators were less of a target and would not attract the special attention of the god realm warriors. If they were really discovered, even undying realm cultivators might not be able to escape from the pursuit of the god realm warriors. In a mere Hague city, there were no less than 300 grade 5 god realm warriors. Among them, there was no lack of existences comparable to undying realm and sempiternal realm. It's a pity. If we came a step earlier, we could have snatched this batch of Qilin fruits. I remember that grade 5 god realm warrior followed us into Hague City. If we had known earlier, we would have come to this port first. That's right, more than 20 Qilin hearts. I don't even dare to think about it in the ancient land. Even if the sect obtained this divine object, they would use it on the senior brothers of the 5th step. How could we have a share? There's no need to be like that. Perhaps there are still some good things here. You all have already memorized the list given by the sect. The items that are extremely expensive in both places are not worth much in the creation divine domain, but are extremely valuable in the ancient land. In addition, the god realm warrior that the sect developed in Hague City also gave us an invitation to the sea race auction. This time, Master asked me to bring nearly 100 billion origin essence stones for the Phoenix reincarnation fruit at the auction. If we can buy it, it will be a great merit when we return to the sect. We understand. Don't worry, senior brother. We won't act recklessly. 100 billion origin essence stones was equivalent to the entire wealth of a sempiternal realm cultivator. From this, it could be seen how much the sect was determined to obtain the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. They could let the Qilin heart slip by, but they had to buy the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. Otherwise, they might not have the chance to enter the creation divine domain in the future. After all, sending a rebirth realm cultivator to this place required more than 10 billion origin essence stones. In the ancient land, even if the sect they belonged to was a first-rate sect, they couldn't easily use a few 100 billion origin essence stones. The bigger the sect, the more cultivation resources the disciples needed. This time, taking out 70 to 80 billion origin essence stones to send them into the creation divine domain and taking out another 100 billion to buy the Phoenix reincarnation fruit had consumed almost 1/10 of the sect's resource reserves. Chapter 3757. Latest chapter of the strongest dragon slayer system. Ning Qi brought Fei Yan around the port, but he didn't see any spirit fruits that were similar to the Qilin's heart. However, he also found 4 or 5 spirit items that were quite different from the ones in the Shenluo world, just not as exaggerated as the Qilin's heart. These spirit items were only at the mysterious Yin and mysterious Yang realms, so Ning Qi didn't bid anymore. He saw Luo Yu and the others buy all of them. At the same time, they also took out some spirit herbs that were extremely cheap in the Shenluo world to sell. While Ning Qi was observing Luo Yu and the others, Luo Yu and the others were also observing Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't compete with them for the spirit herbs, they heaved a sigh of relief and no longer doubted Ning Qi's identity. Fei Yan, the Sea clan, is quite powerful. Ning Qi suddenly sighed. Hearing this, Fei Yan was stunned. Wasn't this publicly acknowledged? Thinking of this, he felt that he had to agree with Ning Qi. Otherwise, it would be rude, so he said in a low voice, Lord, the Sea clan's territory is incomparably vast. There are many treasures hidden in the deep sea that we can't reach. Although the Sea clan has many tribes, they all listen to the Sea King, unlike us who are divided into various sects, cities, and families. Even the strongest 3 divine kingdoms can only fight the Sea clan to a draw if they join forces. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. From Fei Yan's words, he obtained a lot of information. Then he calmly smiled and said, I've been in seclusion for many years. I wonder if the Sea King's strength has improved? Fei Yan looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Then he shook his head and said, "He's still only an 8th grade divine king. If the Sea King can break through to the 9th grade divine Lord realm, I'm afraid the world would have long been unified and there would no longer be 3 divine kingdoms." 8th grade divine king. The creation divine realm really has an 8th step cultivator. Ning Qi was shocked, but his expression was still calm. He wasn't sure if Fei Yan's information was what he thought it was. After all, an 8th grade divine king in the creation divine realm was equivalent to an 8th step cultivator. Fei Yan's strength was too low, so it was impossible for him to know everything about the upper echelons. Following that, Ning Qi indirectly probed about the distribution of forces in the fortune divine realm, and gained a relatively shallow understanding of the fortune divine realm. The fortune divine realm had 4 major forces. The strongest force was the sea race, as the sea occupied 80% of the fortune divine realm's territory. The remaining forces were the 3 divine kingdoms that Fei Yan had mentioned, and the reality of the 3 divine nations. If this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Their strength was also very strong. Every ruler was an 8th grade divine king, but there was a gap between their cultivations and the Sea Kings. This was because several hundred years ago, the rulers of the 3 great divine nations had joined forces to fight against the Sea King in the abyss. Just the aftermath alone killed countless members of the sea race, but in the end the 2 sides still tied. Since then, for hundreds of years, there was not much friction between the sea race and the forces of the mainland. There were only some small-scale battles. A divine nation has thousands of giant cities under its command, not to mention the small villages and towns. Just these city lords are emperor realm experts, and some of the giant cities near the divine nations even have a 7th grade ultimate god as their city lord. It's no wonder the Holy Parliament doesn't dare to go deep into this place. In comparison, a divine nation could easily crush the Holy Parliament with just 1/10 of its strength. A 7th grade ultimate god, 8th grade divine king, 9th grade divine lord, and the rest are just divine domain warriors. In other words, in the eyes of the fortune divine realms higher-ups, a 6th grade divine king is just a pawn. It's really like the sun and moon are the generals and the stars are the pawns. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Even with the system, his cultivation path could barely be considered smooth. But after so many years, in the eyes of the fortune divine realms higher-ups, he was probably not even a pawn. He didn't know when he would reach the realm where the sun and moon were the generals and the stars were the pawns. At that time, a mere Holy Parliament could easily crush them countless times. Not long after, Ning Qi came to a rather luxurious inn in the Hague city under Fei Yan's lead. "Sir, staying here for a night costs 100 god domain stones. I can't afford it. Why don't I wait at the stone platform and not far away? Call me if you need anything." Fei Yan asked Ning Qi. "No need, just get 2 rooms." Ning Qi smiled and casually threw 1,000 god domain stones to the shopkeeper behind the counter. The Sea Clan's auction would start in a few days, and he still had to stay in the Hague city for a few days. Fei Yan was stunned for a moment, seeing the shopkeeper smilingly put away the god domain stones. His heart felt like it was bleeding. How nice it would be if these god domain stones were given to him. Why waste them like this? However, he also understood that before the auction started, Ning Qi wouldn't believe him and was afraid that the invitation he sold was fake. "In that case, I'll accept it." Fei Yan cupped his hands and smiled. Back in the room, Ning Qi didn't let Fei Yan leave. "This chapter is not over. Please turn the page." He asked, "May I know how strong the Hague City Lord is? You can be considered a local tyrant in the Hague City, so you should know, right?" "Sir, I'm just a small businessman, so I can't be considered a local tyrant. However, I do know a thing or two about the city, Lord Strength. Many years ago, the city lord was already a high-level 6th grade divine realm warrior. Perhaps in a few years, he will become a 7th grade hierarch. At that time, the Hague city will be several times more prosperous than it is now. Fei Yen said in a low voice, "High-level 6th grade divine realm." Ning Qi's eyes flashed, and he smiled and waved his hand. "All right, it's none of your business. Wait for my orders in the next room." "Yes, I'll take my leave first." Fei Yen immediately nodded, turned around, and left. Being with a 5th grade divine realm warrior, he, as a small 3rd grade divine realm warrior, still felt a lot of pressure. The Emperor realm in the Shenlua world is divided into 9 revolutions, while the Creation Divine realm is divided into beginner, middle, and high revolutions. The City Lord of the Hague City is a high-level 6th grade divine realm warrior, so it's very likely that he's a 7th grade divine realm expert. Such an existence would have a place in the primordial land, but here he's just a small city lord under the heavenly star divine kingdom. The creation divine realm's strength is unfathomable. Fortunately, there seems to be no 9th grade divine lord experts in the creation divine realm. If there were even 9th grade divine lords, I'm afraid they would have already invaded the Shenlua world. The passage between the Shenlua world and the creation divine realm was only a one-way passage. The Shenlua world's cultivators could enter, but the creation divine realm warriors couldn't enter the Shenlua world through the passage. Ning Qi had also heard about this, so it should be true. Otherwise, with the 3 divine kingdom lords and the Sea King being 8th grade divine kings, attacking the Shenlua world would be a trivial matter for them. Up until now, the Shenlua world had not been attacked by the creation divine realm. Perhaps even an 8th grade divine king wouldn't be able to solve the problem of the one-way passage. However, if any of the 4 of them had broken through to the 9th grade almighty realm, everything would be uncertain. Moreover, Ning Qi wasn't sure if his little courtyard could be hidden under the noses of a 9th grade almighty, let alone an 8th grade almighty. He wasn't even confident about it. This place is full of danger, but it's also full of opportunities. The most important thing now is to quickly improve my strength. If I can achieve the 7th grade divine lord realm, I'll be able to rule over the Shenlua world and have a place in the creation divine realm. As he thought of this, Ning Qi took out a Qilin's heart and threw it into his mouth. Then he sat cross-legged and circulated his immortal energy, digesting the benefits that the Qilin's heart had brought him. Chapter 3758. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say. Net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. The power condensed from the Qilin's heart was like a warm spring, surging through Ning Qi's meridians. In the end, it disappeared into Ning Qi's sea of consciousness, and Ning Qi's soul strengthened as a result. Back when Ning Qi's soul power had yet to break through 10,000 points, each Qilin heart could increase his soul power by 1,000 points. However, as time went on, the increase decreased. 13 Qilin hearts could only increase Ning Qi's soul power by a little. The peak of the death realm required 10,000 points. Now that Ning Qi had consumed the Qilin's heart, he discovered that his primordial spirit's power had only increased by 300 points. The effects were even worse. Looks like the stronger the primordial spirit, the less effective the Qilin's heart will be. However, even a great emperor would find it difficult to raise the primordial spirit by a few dozen points in the later stages. However, the Qilin's heart can easily increase the strength of the primordial spirit. It can be considered a rare divine object. Ning Qi smiled, took out another Qilin heart and swallowed it. For cultivators, the power of the primordial spirit could not only increase the power of spells, but it was also related to the speed of cultivation. Taking a step back, it was a matter of aptitude. The better one's aptitude was, the higher the limit of the power of primordial spirit could reach. For those with slightly weaker aptitude, take Gongsun Wufo, for example. Although he was at the intermediate stage of the sempiternal realm, his power of primordial spirit could only barely exceed 10,000 points. Even Ning Chi's current physical body would not be able to break through it. The Qilin's heart could strengthen one's primordial spirit, which was equivalent to raising one's aptitude. If Ning Chi were to cultivate on his own, it would take him thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, or even longer. After all, Ning Chi's primordial spirit had increased by more than 300 points. His aptitude had always been ordinary. Relying on the various opportunities brought to him by the system, he was able to step into the undead realm today. A few days later, Ning Chi swallowed all 20 Qilin hearts. The more he swallowed, the less his primordial spirit grew. After swallowing the last Qilin heart, it only gave Ning Chi a little over 100 points of primordial spirit power. If the effects of the Qilin heart in the future, it would be difficult for Ning Chi to raise his primordial spirit to sempiternal realm pinnacle of 30,000 points. I've finally broken through the 20,000 point barrier. Now, my primordial spirit is probably stronger than many late-stage sempiternal realm cultivators. Even the geniuses of the primordial land don't have a primordial spirit as powerful as mine. Ning Chi's eyes overflowed with divine light. This was the side effect of his Yuan Shin suddenly improving. He only used a few breaths of time to familiarize himself with the strength of his Yuan Shin, and the divine light in his eyes gradually faded. Let's see if I can find a spirit fruit with a similar effect to the Qilin's heart in the Hague City. If not, I can only think of another way. The Qilin's heart is becoming less and less useful to me, unless I can get a large number of Qilin's hearts at once, at least hundreds of them. Only then will I be able to raise my primordial spirit to the limit of 30,000 points. Thinking of this, Ning Chi shook his head with a smile. Even if Qilin hearts weren't worth much in the fortune divine realm, they weren't that common either. It was impossible to obtain several hundred of them in one go. My lord, the sea race auction will begin at noon. Shouldn't you be preparing? Fei Yan's respectful voice came from outside. Ning Chi pushed open the door and lightly smiled. Let's go. The sea race had an e-treasure pavilion in the Hague City. This e-treasure pavilion usually sold some common cultivation resources, and occasionally some rare items would appear. The sea race auction was also held here. Not far from the e-treasure pavilion was the Hague City Lord's Mansion. Therefore, no matter how courageous one was, they wouldn't dare to have any greedy thoughts towards the e-treasure pavilion. Compared to the e-treasure pavilion, the Hague City Lord's Mansion was much more imposing, like a giant beast lying dormant in the center of the Hague City. Looking from afar, Ning Chi could feel the terrifying aura rushing towards him. The Hague City Lord's Mansion's restrictive arrays are many times stronger than the Jiang family's ancestral courtyard. This was Ning Chi's first thought when he saw the Hague City Lord's Mansion. Fei Yan, other than the Hague City Lord, how many masters are there in the Hague City Lord's Mansion? Ning Chi asked casually with a smile on his face. This wasn't a secret in the Hague City, so Fei Yan didn't find it strange. She replied naturally, the city lord has 3 generals, and each one is a grade 6 god realm warrior. As for the Hague Tooth Army that is responsible for protecting the city lord's mansion, there are 150 of them. In the Hague City, there is no force stronger than the Hague City Lord's Mansion. A trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Ning Chi didn't expect the Hague City Lord to have 3 Emperor Realm subordinates. The strength of the Hague City Lord's Mansion was probably comparable to a first-rate sect in the primordial lands. He should be an early-stage 6th rank god realm warrior, equivalent to a 1st or 3rd revolution emperor. With the strength of a mid-stage 6th rank god realm warrior, there's no need for him to serve another high-level 6th rank god realm warrior. They can carve out their own territory and become the lord of a city. Other than that, in the Hague Tooth Army, made up of 150 grade 5 god realm warriors, there should be about a dozen imperishable realm cultivators, and the rest are mortal realm and undead realm. If the Hague City Lord's requirements are a little higher, they might be mid-grade 5 God Realm warriors. Warrior, in this way, the strength of this Hag-Tooth army can't be underestimated. If they go all out, they might be equivalent to an early Emperor realm powerhouse. In a flash, Ning-Chi estimated the strength of the Hague City, Lord's Mansion. This would be of great help to his future operations. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Just as Ning-Chi was observing the Hague City, Lord's Mansion, the gates of the Hague City, Lord's Mansion, suddenly opened, and a young man clad in red armor walked out with a dozen soldiers with solemn expressions and eyes brimming with killing intent. Seeing this, the passers-by quickly made way for them. At the same time, they looked at the young man with eyes full of worship. "My lord, this is one of the 3 generals under the Hague City, Lord, Great General Yen Shin. Behind him is the Hag-Tooth army." Fei Yen hurriedly transmitted. General Yen Shin led a dozen Hague army soldiers and slowly walked past Ning, Chi, and Fei Yen. Not far away, a Sea-Race 5th grade warrior came out of the E-Treasure Pavilion and walked towards General Yen Shin with a smile on his face. "General Yen Shin, I'll have to trouble you to manage the order of today's auction." The rank 5 Sea Clan warrior cupped his hands and said, his cultivation was comparable to an imperishable realm cultivator, and he should be the steward of this E-Treasure Pavilion. From this, one could see how confident the Sea Clan was. They only sent a grade 5 divine realm warrior to this huge E-Treasure Pavilion. In the eyes of the Sea Clan, the Sea King's reputation was already enough to intimidate the rascals. "Brother Chin, don't worry. With me here, no one will dare to cause trouble here." Great General Yen Shin smiled faintly and swept his gaze across the surroundings. The various forces that were holding the invitation cards and preparing to enter the E-Treasure Pavilion lowered their heads respectfully. Seeing this, Great General Yen Shin burst into laughter and led his men into the E-Treasure Pavilion. As expected of a rank 3 Emperor, early stage 6th grade, Ning Chi's gaze flickered as he smiled at Fei Yen. "Let's go in." Chapter 37:59. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. At the entrance of the E-Treasure Pavilion, there was a specialized Sea-Race warrior who came to collect the invitations. The warrior glanced at the invitation in Ning Chi's hand and nodded. After collecting the invitation, he smiled and said, "Distinguished guest, please come in." "My lord, I'll take my leave first." Fei Yen smiled at Ning Chi. This was enough to prove the validity of his invitation. "Wait for me at the door." Ning Chi smiled. Fei Yen was startled for a moment. Then Ning Chi's voice sounded in his ears, "I won't let you suffer a loss." Fei Yen smiled bitterly when he saw this, and he was just about to refuse when he heard a cold voice coming from behind them. He, sir, we meet again." Ning Chi and Fei Yen turned around and saw that the newcomer was the Feng family's 2nd elder. Although he had a smile on his face, he didn't conceal the hostility in his eyes. What a coincidence! It seems like the 2nd elder has already gotten the invitation? Ning Chi chuckled. "That's natural. It's just an invitation. If my Feng family can't even get it, we won't be able to establish ourselves in heavenly Tripod City." The Feng family's 2nd elder faintly smiled, then glanced at Fei Yen. He told the Feng family disciples to wait at the door while he entered the E-Treasure Pavilion before Ning Chi. When he passed by Ning Chi, the Feng family's 2nd elder smiled faintly. The voice of the Feng clan's 2nd elder suddenly exploded in Ning Chi's ears. "I see that the space between your Excellency's eyebrows is dark. I'm afraid that there will be a bloody calamity in the near future. Your Excellency, please be careful." Ning Chi looked thoughtfully at the back of the Feng clan's 2nd elder. It was obvious that the other party bore a grudge against him because he was unwilling to resell the invitation. However, as long as the Feng family's rank 6 God Domain warrior was not around, Ning Chi really did not care about a mere intermediate rank 5. Fian, wait outside. Ning Chi looked at Fei Yen, smiled, then turned and entered Treasure Pavilion. Seeing the Feng family's warriors glaring at him, Fei Yen sighed inwardly. This time, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Based on his many years of experience, he was already certain that the Feng family would make a move against him and Ning Chi. Now that Ning Chi was in the treasure house, if he left without permission, there was no guarantee that there would be several grade 4 God realm warriors following behind him. Since that was the case, he might as well stay at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. This place wasn't far from the city lord's mansion, and there was also the flame god general standing guard here. No one would be foolish enough to make a move here. Fian, you are really muddle-headed. You clearly know that this person offended the Feng family, so why are you still with him? Do you want money more than your life? A middle-aged man secretly transmitted his voice. His tone was filled with resentment for the young man's failure to meet his expectations. Fei Yen glanced at Li Donglai and coldly transmitted her voice. If it wasn't for you trying to flatter the Feng family that day and bringing the Feng family's second elder into the private room of the tea house, I wouldn't have offended the Feng family. Li Donglai, don't think that you're sucking up to the Feng family. You should know what kind of people these families are. If you are useless to them in the Hague City, they will abandon you any time. The middle-aged man was startled. Then, his face darkened and he ignored Fei Yen. After Ning Chi entered the treasure pavilion, someone brought him to a room that looked like a secret chamber. Apart from him, there was only the graceful female sea race member who brought him into the room. This female was dressed like a maid of the sea tribe. Her cultivation wasn't high, only at early grade 2. However, the way she looked at Ning Chi was very ordinary, as if Ning Chi was the same as her, a grade 2 God realm warrior. From this small detail, it could be seen that from this small detail, every sea tribe member was likely incomparably arrogant. Honored guest, there is still half an hour before the auction begins. At that time, you only need to bid in this secluded room. I will help you with the transaction. No one will know your true identity, appearance, or cultivation. The female sea tribe member smiled. That's not bad. Ning Chi nodded with satisfaction. Then his eyes flashed. If I don't have enough God realm stones and want to trade, how do I do it? The female sea tribe member was slightly startled. Then she smiled. As long as you give the item to me, I will appraise it for you. However, it's best to do it before the auction begins. During the auction, the treasure pavilion doesn't accept bartering. There is still half an hour. There should be enough time. The item is in this interspatial ring. Take it and appraise it. If it's suitable, directly exchange it for God realm stones. Ning Chi took out an interspatial ring and handed it to the female sea tribe member. There was a simple restriction on the interspatial ring, but it could be easily opened by a 5th-step cultivator. Inside this interspatial ring were all the cultivation resources he had obtained in the past. However, he had no use for them anymore. After leaving a batch for the War God Temple, there was still a little left. In the divine Lua world, the value of these resources wouldn't exceed 1 billion origin essence stones, which was equivalent to 100 million divine domain stones. As for the spirit fruits below the profound sage realm that he had obtained in the creation divine realm, he also placed some inside the spatial bag. Ning Chi didn't know how many of the things inside were valuable in the creation divine realm, so he simply gave them to the treasure pavilion to appraise. As long as Feng Chi wanted to do business here for a long time, there was no reason to cheat him. Yes, honored guest, please wait a moment. The female sea tribe member took the interspatial ring with a smile and turned to leave. Not long after, the female sea tribe member returned to the secret chamber. This time, Ning Chi noticed that the way she looked at him had a different meaning. It seemed to be respect. Honored guest, the items in your interspatial ring have been appraised by our treasure pavilion's #1 treasure appraiser to be worth 3 billion God realm stones. This is the valuation list. If you think the price is acceptable, the E-Treasure Pavilion will directly exchange it for God Realm stones. As the female Sea Tribe member spoke, she handed a jade slip to Ningqi. 3 billion God Realm stones? Wasn't that 30 billion Origin Essence stones? It was equivalent to the value of the interspatial ring, increased by more than 30 times. Ningqi calmly took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. After a dozen breaths, he nodded slightly and smiled at the female Sea Tribe member. Then I'll have to trouble you to exchange it for God Realm stones. He didn't have many Origin Essence stones left. With these extra God Realm stones, it would be of great benefit to the next auction. At the same time, from the female Sea Tribe members list, he already knew that there were many kinds of heaven and earth spiritual materials that had a great price difference between the two places. In the future, he would be more confident in becoming a merchant. The ancient lands are many times more prosperous than the other 10 lands. It's very likely that the top sects of the ancient lands can enter the Fortune God realm and use the price difference to earn a huge amount of cultivation resources. Before the auction began, the female Sea Tribe member gave Ningqi an interspatial ring. It was the same one Ningqi had given her before, but the items inside had all been converted into God Realm stones. There was a total of 3 billion. Noticing the change in the female Sea Tribe member's attitude, Ningqi couldn't help sighing inwardly. Sure enough, money was the most important thing. His cultivation was comparable to a grade 5 God Realm warrior, but his wealth had caused her to look up to him. Honored guest, the auction is about to begin. The female Sea Tribe member suddenly spoke. In the next moment, a project-like image appeared on one of the walls of the secret chamber. The image displayed a spiritual material similar to ginseng from 360 degrees. Chapter 3760. Low grade, 5th blood ginseng, starting price of 50 million God domain stones. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. The introduction on the screen was very concise and did not explain too much about the uses of the 5th grade blood ginseng. However, those who were able to attend the auction all had good eyesight. Naturally, there were people who understood its value. The creation divine realm classifies strength according to grades. This early grade 5 blood ginseng should be effective for undead realm cultivators. It might be equivalent to the profound sun grade spiritual materials of the divine Lua world. In other words, the Phoenix reincarnation fruit is a grade 7 spiritual fruit. No wonder Shui went from the Tao querying realm to the indestructible realm after consuming 4 Phoenix samsara fruits. It's equivalent to a 3rd grade God realm warrior jumping from a 3rd grade God realm warrior to an advanced 5th grade God realm warrior. This kind of grade 7 spiritual fruit was extremely valuable even in the Fortune God realm. It had the effect of increasing the cultivation of a grade 7 God realm warrior, just that it wouldn't have the same terrifying effect as a low-level cultivator. For a spirit fruit of this grade, if one doesn't have the corresponding cultivation, 80 to 90% of its effects will be wasted. Er's cultivation was too low back then, and she only managed to reach the imperishable realm after swallowing 4 fruits in a row. But she probably only got 1 or even half of the effects of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. What a waste! Ningqi sighed in his heart. Esteemed guest, this blood ginseng comes from the depths of the sea. It can only be nurtured in the places where countless experts of the sea race have died. It is extremely beneficial to one's qi and blood. Would you like to bid? The female member of the sea race asked respectfully. Let's wait a little longer. Ningqi smiled and waved his hand. Grade 5 primary spiritual materials were not of much help to his aureate body. What he needed to do now were grade 5 intermediate or even grade 5 advanced or even grade 6 spiritual materials. Only then would he be able to temper his aureate body beyond 20% and achieve a breakthrough to the sempiternal realm. In less than 10 minutes, the low-grade 5 blood ginseng was sold. and the price was raised to 100 million God domain stones, which was equivalent to 1 billion origin essence stones, the entire wealth of a rebirth realm cultivator. There are many spiritual objects here, and the price has also dropped slightly. Such a mystic sun-grade spiritual material can easily be sold for a few billion origin essence stones in the divine Lua world. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he had come for his trump card, he would definitely bid for it. Then he could sell it in the Shenlua world and earn the difference in price. If he did this repeatedly, it wouldn't be long before his net worth would increase by several folds. Following that were more than a dozen items. There were spiritual fruits, spiritual herbs, pills, and even spiritual treasures. However, in the fortune divine realm, they were known as weapons. Ning Qi didn't care about these things. He continued to wait. When the female sea race member saw this, a trace of anxiety gradually appeared in her eyes. The more Ning Qi spent, the more rewards she would receive. For instance, if Ning Qi spent all of the 3 billion God domain stones he exchanged from the E-Treasure Pavilion, this sea tribe woman would receive a 10,000th of the profits, equivalent to 300,000 God domain stones. To a second-grade sea tribe cultivator, this was a considerable sum. "Sir, is there anything that you would like to bid for in this auction?" The female member of the ocean race couldn't help but ask. Unknowingly, she even changed the way she addressed Ning Qi. "I heard that the Phoenix Nirvana fruit will be auctioned this time." Ning Qi laughed. Phoenix Nirvana fruit? The female member of the ocean race was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect that Ning Qi's target would be a grade 7 spirit fruit. The ocean race had indeed taken out 3 Phoenix Nirvana fruits to auction, but 2 of them were bought by the Sea Tooth City Lord at a high price at the start of the auction. At least 10% of the forces that came to participate in this auction were here for the Phoenix Nirvana fruit. The remaining 90% would also target the Phoenix Nirvana fruit if they had enough money. "Sir, the final item is indeed an early grade 7 Phoenix Nirvana fruit." But the female member of the ocean race hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "In the past, the Phoenix Nirvana fruit was sold for more than 5 billion God domain stones. This time will not be an exception. The price range might be 5 billion to 6 billion God domain stones. If Sir is prepared, you can bid for it." "Oh." Ning Qi's eyes flickered. If the other party wasn't lying, then the 3 billion God domain stones he prepared could only afford half a Phoenix Nirvana fruit. The female member of the ocean race saw Ning Qi's silence and knew that the amount of God domain stones he prepared was not enough to buy the Phoenix Nirvana fruit. She said in a low voice, "Sir, other than the Phoenix Nirvana fruit, there is also a 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart pill. This is an early grade 6 spirit pill. If a grade 5 God realm warrior takes it, it will have an extremely powerful body tempering effect. The effect won't be any weaker than the Phoenix Nirvana fruit for you. After all, with your cultivation, swallowing the Phoenix Nirvana fruit will waste most of its medicinal effects. As expected of the ocean race, you're only a grade 2 God realm warrior, yet you know the principles behind it." Ning Qi glanced at the female member of the ocean race with a faint smile. Hearing this, the female member of the ocean race smiled modestly. In reality, she was very proud of herself. The territory of the ocean race was so vast that it couldn't be compared to those on land. The knowledge that the ocean race possessed was also much higher than that of the people on land. Many grade 3 or grade 4 God realm warriors might not know the principles behind it, but the members of the ocean race had received good education since they were young. They knew a lot about these problems in cultivation. The grade 5 God realm warriors in the fortune God realm are actually the same as those in the divine Lua world. They all temper their golden bodies. This 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart pill is most likely an elixir that specializes in tempering one's golden body. Thinking of this, Ning Qi had a plan. It would be great if he could buy the Phoenix Nirvana fruit. But if he couldn't, he didn't have to fight to the death. He could set his sights on other elixirs or spiritual materials that were helpful to the cultivation of a grade 5 God Realm Warrior. You should have some understanding of the items that will be auctioned later. Tell me what other good items are helpful to my current cultivation. Ningqi smiled and said. Seeing this, the female member of the ocean race listed a few names. But after Ningqi's repeated confirmation, only the 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill was the most helpful. It was an elixir specially developed for the cultivation of a grade 5 God Realm Warrior. Even the Hague City Lord Manor would store a batch of 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill. According to what she said, there will be many people bidding for the 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill this time. Ningqi's expression gradually turned serious. For hours later, the auction was finally coming to an end. The image on the wall changed, and a round elixir came into view. 100 low-grade, grade 6-9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill. The starting price is 1 billion God Realm Stones, and each increment must be no less than 10 million God Realm Stones. It's here. Ningqi subconsciously sat up straight. During this process, the image showed that there were already more than 10 people bidding. The price was instantly pushed to 13 billion. In another secret chamber, Luo Yu smiled at the female member of the ocean race beside him. I must get this 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill. Chapter 3761. The sect gave Luo Yu 100 billion origin essence stones, which was equivalent to 10 billion God domain stones. This wasn't a small amount. Besides using it to buy the phoenix, samsara fruit, the rest was used to buy some cultivation resources that weren't too valuable in the creation divine realm, but were extremely valuable in the Shenluo world, or pills that didn't exist in the Shenluo world. The 9 Revolution Heaven Heart Pill was one of them. A long time ago, the 9 Revolution Heaven Heart Pill was extremely famous among the sects in the primeval land because it was a miraculous pill that was developed to help 5th step cultivators temper their golden bodies. However, the 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill was also a highly sought-after item in the divine realm of creation. Thus, the sect had told him that he had to obtain all the 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill without affecting the auction for the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. With them, many of the 5th step elders in the sect would be able to obtain an enormous increase in strength. Esteemed guest, you're really rich. May I know which sect you're from? The female oceanic race member leaning on Luo Yu smiled. Although her skin was different from a human's, her appearance was very good, and her figure was graceful. What was more amazing was that every move she made exuded a trace of seductive aura, as if it was caused by the cultivation technique she cultivated. Beauty, haven't you heard of the saying that heroes don't ask where they come from? Don't worry, your commission this time won't be low. When the auction is over, I'll give you another 100,000 God domain stones. Luo Yu smiled faintly. The other party was obviously probing his background, but as a cultivator of the Shenluo world, Luo Yu naturally had to do his best in this aspect to avoid being seen through. If that happened, he wouldn't even be able to leave the Sea-Tooth City. All right, esteemed guest. The female oceanic race member smiled charmingly and stopped probing Luo Yu's background. Instead, she paid attention to the price of the 9 Revolution Heaven Heart Pill. In the past, 109 Revolution Heaven Heart Pills sold for about 5 billion God domain stones. This time, it probably won't be any different. Luo Yu calmly looked at the scene in front of him. When the price reached 5 billion God domain stones, he signaled the female oceanic race member to directly raise the price to 6 billion God domain stones, intending to settle the matter in one go. When the female oceanic race member saw Luo Yu's wealth, her bones seemed to melt, and her entire body collapsed on Luo Yu. 6 billion once. 6 billion twice. 6 billion, Just as the bidding time was about to end, the scene suddenly changed. Someone bid 61 billion god domain stones. Luo Yu's expression changed slightly. In another secret chamber, General Yenshin sat in the middle with an imposing manner. Behind him stood a dozen warriors of the Hague army. Beside him was not a female member of the sea race, but a male member of the sea race who was addressed as Brother Chin. He was one of the managers of the E-Treasure Pavilion. Brother Chin, the City Lord's mansion's 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pills are about to run out. The cultivation of my subordinates has also not increased for a long time. Thus, I must obtain these 109 Revolution Heaven Heart pills. Great General Flame, Shun smiled. Great General Flame God, you must be joking. With your wealth, a mere 109 Revolution Heaven Heart pills are nothing. Brother Chin said with a smile, the higher the bidding price, the more the E-Treasure Pavilion would earn. He was naturally happy to see that happen. 8 billion? Ning Qi turned his head slightly and looked at the female member of the sea race. Is this price normal? The female member of the sea race stared blankly at the scene in front of her. Then she shook her head. It's not normal. In the past, the highest price was 5 billion. Clearly, some forces are lacking 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pills, or some grade 5 God Realm warrior is planning to break through. That's why they raised the price to this level. After a pause, a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. She looked at Ning Qi and said, My lord, if you're not in a hurry, you can wait for the next auction. There's really no need to buy these 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pills at a price that far exceeds the market price. The problem is that I'm in a hurry. Since I can't afford the Phoenix Nirvana fruit, I must buy these 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pills. Name a price for me. 2 billion God domain stones. Ning Qi smiled faintly. In his eyes, things like God domain stones weren't valuable at all. He could freely travel between the two places without paying any price. He could easily earn a large amount of God domain stones. As for the other sects in the primordial lands, they couldn't be as confident as him. They had to spend a large amount of cultivation resources to enter the creation divine realm. Thus, they had to use God domain stones where it was most important. Ning Qi had guessed correctly on this point. Seeing that the price of the 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pills had reached 2 billion God domain stones, Luo Yu's expression turned ugly. The sect wouldn't say anything if he spent 6 billion God domain stones to buy the 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pills. However, if he spent more than 2 billion, the sect would probably question him and even suspect him of pocketing his own money. A team leader in charge of money like him had to report every single expenditure of God domain stones in detail when he returned to the sect. Forget it. Since there's a fool who's willing to pay such a high price, I'll let him have the 9 Revolution Heaven Heart pills this time. Luo Yu said indifferently. A trace of disappointment flashed in the depths of the female sea race member's eyes as she snuggled against him. On the other side, Great General Yen Shin's face also became ugly. He suddenly glanced at Brother Chin and said, I know you can contact the girls in the various secret rooms and remind them that I want to buy this batch of 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart pills. Whoever dares to raise the price again will be going against me. Brother Chin was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and said, General Yen Shin, I'm afraid this isn't in line with the rules. Our E-Treasure Pavilion has always been a place where the highest bidder wins. A mere early 6th grade God Realm Warrior actually dares to use his identity to break the deal. It seems like my cultivation is still insufficient to make him feel apprehensive. I must report this matter to the higher-ups and have them send a 6th grade warrior to guard this place. At that time, I'll see if you still have the guts to do so. Brother Chin cursed inwardly. General Yen Shin clearly didn't put him in his eyes. This caused a trace of dissatisfaction to rise in his heart. Brother Chin, Don't forget whose territory your treasure pavilion is opened on. General Yen Shin said indifferently. Fine, I'll only do it this time. There won't be a next time. Brother Chen hesitated for a moment. Then he began to transmit his voice to the female C race members in the various secret chambers, hinting at General Yen Shin's intentions. He wasn't giving General Yen Shin face. Rather, it was the city lord behind General Yen Shin who had half of the C race's bloodline flowing in his body. In the secret chamber Ning Qi was in, the female C race member suddenly froze. Her complexion paled as she looked at Ning Qi. Lord, General Yen Shin has taken a liking to this batch of 9 revolutions, Heaven Heart pellets. The higher-ups want me to hint you to give up on bidding. General Yen Shin, can a 6th grade god realm warrior be so unreasonable? Your treasure pavilion won't reveal the true identity of the client, right? Ning Qi was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. That's natural. Even if the city lord asks you personally, he won't reveal your identity. The female C race member nodded. Isn't that right? A grand 6th grade god realm warrior is feeling the pinch for 2 billion god domain stones? Help me raise the price to 5 billion god domain stones. Let's see if he still wants to compete with me. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The female C race member was taken aback. Obviously, she didn't expect Ning Qi to go all out against a 6th grade god realm warrior. Lord, are you serious? Of course. Very quickly, the price on the screen changed to 5 billion god domain stones. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Who dared to be so wasteful? Seeing this scene, General Yen Shin sneered coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Brother Chin before saying, I'm not a fool. 5 billion god domain stones for 109 revolutions, Heaven Heart pellets. This time I'll give it to him. Chapter 3762. Brother Chin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Flame God Great General did not use his identity to threaten him. However, the smile on his face did not last long before the Flame God Great General continued. I can give up on this batch of 9 turns Heaven Heart pills, and it won't be too difficult for you. However, you must tell me who the person who won the bid for this batch of 9 turns Heaven Heart pills is. General Yen Shin, this is even more difficult for me. How can I reveal the identities of the guests participating in the auction? If this matter were to spread out, let alone the treasure pavilion in the Hague City, all the other treasure pavilions would be implicated. I can't bear this responsibility. Brother Chin smiled bitterly. Great General Yen Shin wanted to use his status to suppress the other party, but Brother Chen continued. If the higher-ups find out about this, they might send a divine venerable down to deal with this matter. The divine lord? Great General Yen Shin smiled embarrassedly and said, All right then, I won't ask you about this matter. However, I also have my own methods. It won't be too difficult to find out who won this 9 turns Heaven Heart pill. As long as my treasure pavilion doesn't reveal the identity of our guests. It has nothing to do with me how great General Flame Shin finds the other party. Brother Chin smiled and nodded. The female C tribe member took away 5 billion god domain stones and returned to the secret chamber not long after. She handed Ning Qi 10 porcelain bottles, and each bottle contained 10 low-grade 9 revolutions, Heaven Heart pills. Ning Qi's divine consciousness swept through and opened one of the bottles. Just by smelling it, he felt that his golden body seemed to have improved a little. It was obvious that the effect of the 9 revolutions Heaven Heart elixir was the same as he had guessed. It was a kind of elixir that was developed for the golden body. If a great emperor took it, it would probably only increase their cultivation a little. If a cultivator below the 5th step took it, it might be useless. It was only suitable for cultivators at the 5th step. Congratulations, my lord. With these 109 revolutions Heaven Heart pills, I presume that my lord will be able to step into the intermediate 5th rank in no time. The female sea race congratulated Ning Chi. By the way, I still don't know your name. Ning Chi kept the 9 revolutions Heaven Heart pill and looked at the other party with a smile. I am Luoya. The female member of the sea race was slightly startled. She covered her mouth and chuckled. There are 100,000 God domain stones in here. It's my reward for you. I won't be participating in the following auctions. Bring me out of this place first. Ning Chi took out an interspatial ring and threw it to Luoya. Luoya was stunned and looked at Ning Chi in surprise. Thank you, sir. This time, Ning Chi had spent 5 billion. Based on a 1/10,000th cut, she would receive 250,000 God domain stones. Adding on 100,000 God domain stones, Luoya wouldn't lack cultivation resources until he reached grade 3. Not long after, Ning Chi left the e-treasure house. At the same time, he gave Luoya a communication jade slip. The 100,000 God domain stones wasn't given for free. He requested Luoya to notify him when something good appeared in the e-treasure house. Regarding this, it didn't violate the rules of the e-treasure house, so Luoya easily agreed. Sir, has the auction ended? Fei Yen, who had been waiting for a long time, was surprised to see Ning Chi come out. Since we've already bought what we wanted, there's no point in staying any longer. Let's go. Ning Chi smiled. After the 2 of them left, among the group of grade 4 God realm warriors that the Feng family's second elder had left at the entrance, a figure quietly followed behind them. After confirming where the 2 of them were staying, the figure returned the way he came. Not long after, the auction ended and the various big shots left one after another. As soon as Luoya came out, his junior brothers and sisters surrounded him. Senior brother, did you buy what you wanted? The 6 of them were filled with anticipation. If Luoya successfully bought the Phoenix reincarnation fruit, he would have made a great contribution this time. When the time limit was up, they would return to the sect and receive many rewards. Luoya's expression was ugly, shaking his head. Let's go back first. Seeing this, the 6 of them felt their hearts skip a beat. They knew that Luoya had 100 billion origin essence stones on him, which was equivalent to 10 billion God domain stones. With such a large sum of money, how could he not be able to buy the Phoenix reincarnation fruit? Not long after Luoya's group left, the Feng family's second elder also walked out with an ashen face. Second elder, I already know where that fellow is staying. And let's go to where they're staying. The Feng family's second elder nodded lightly. Not long after, the Feng family's second elder brought his men to the Ning Chi's group was staying in. Returning to his room, the second elder coldly snorted. Although I knew that there were people competing for the Phoenix reincarnation fruit, I didn't expect that someone would raise the price to 10 billion God domain stones. Damn it. A grade 4 God realm warrior jumped in fright. Did we not buy it? Then, how do we break through the patriarch's bottleneck? The Feng family's patriarch was an early grade 6 God realm warrior. According to the Divine Luo World's classification, he was a first revolution emperor. This time, he wanted to break through to the second revolution. Moreover, he found out that there were Phoenix reincarnation fruits in Hague City. That was why he sent the Feng family's second elder here with God domain stones. If the Feng family's patriarch could break through, then the Feng family status in Heavenly Tripod City would rise to another level. Hence, the warriors that followed the Feng family's second elder here were basically the Feng family's patriarch's direct subordinates. Other than monitoring the second elder, they were also responsible for communicating with the Feng family at any time. Don't worry, I've already bought the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. It's just that I spent 11 billion God domain stones. The Feng family's second elder sneered. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was almost twice as high as before. Fortunately, although they had spent a lot of God domain stones, they had still managed to buy the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. As for 11 billion god domain stones, with the Feng family strength, it was only a dozen years' worth of income. I can't swallow this. Before returning to Heavenly Tripod City, I'll vent my anger on that guy. You guys go out and help me find out who raised the price to 10 billion god domain stones. If it's that guy, it'll be even better. Yes, in the same inn in another room. Luo Yu's expression was no better than the Feng family's second elder. I didn't expect that someone would be so determined to fight for the phoenix reincarnation fruit. I've already raised the price to 10 billion god domain stones, but the other party still won't give up. Senior brother, it can't be right. Luo Yu's 6 junior brothers and sisters were dumbfounded. Before heading to the auction, they had clearly heard Luo Yu say that he only needed around 6 billion god domain stones to buy the phoenix reincarnation fruit. Who would have thought that someone else would win it after raising the price to 10 billion? Maybe there's an Emperor Realm powerhouse in this place that's in a hurry to break through and needs the phoenix reincarnation fruit. In short, our luck isn't good this time. We can only stay here for a limited amount of time. Soon, we'll be rejected by the Fortune God realm and forced to return to the sect. We need to take advantage of this time to buy some world spirit materials to atone for our sins. Luo Yu smiled bitterly as he shook his head. The next day, Ning Qi handed over a list of items to Fei Yan. He planned to spend the remaining 500 million god domain stones to buy some spirit materials that had a large difference in price between the two places. Chapter 3763. This lord is really strange. He only buys things that aren't worth much. Yet he wants such a large amount. If I can find all these things, 1% commission is already a lot. I hope this transaction can be completed as soon as possible, Fei Yan muttered to himself as he walked. He finally knew why Ning Qi wanted him to follow him. He didn't expect Ning Qi to ask for so many cultivation resources after the auction, and these resources weren't very valuable in the Fortune Divine Realm. Fei Yan had been in the Hague City for many years. Although it was a little troublesome, as long as he had some time, he could gather the things Ning Qi needed. At this moment, he just wanted to finish this transaction as soon as possible, then take the money and lie low for a while. When he left the inn, he ran into the Feng family's 4th grade god realm warrior. The other side looked at him with malicious intent. In one day, Fei Yan brought more than 30 god realm warriors to complete a series of transactions with Ning Qi. Among them, there was no lack of sea tribe warriors. Soon, Ning Qi spent all 500 million god realm stones. All the spiritual materials he bought were stored in his spatial bag. As long as he returned to the Shenlua world, the value of these spiritual materials would increase by 10 to 20 times. This is your commission. After completing the last transaction, Ning Qi gave Fei Yan 50,000 god realm stones. Fei Yan was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. That's right, Lord, the Feng family's second elder, is also staying in the inn. You must be careful when you leave. I don't think they have good intentions. Fei Yan suddenly reminded Ning Qi after putting away the God Realm stones. I know. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. Ning Qi smiled lightly. What? Fei Yan was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled. Lord, I've been in the Hague City for many years. If I want to leave quietly, the Feng family won't be able to catch me. After all, I'm only a 3rd grade God Realm warrior. They won't waste too much effort on me. It's not worth it. Since you're so confident, I'll give you this jade slip. If you meet a 4th grade God Realm warrior, just crush it. An ordinary high 4th grade God Realm warrior won't be your opponent. When I'm not in the Hague City, help me look for the things I want, especially the Qilin fruit. If you see it, buy it first, and I'll reward you handsomely. Ning Qi saw Fei Yan's confidence. He felt that it was better to be familiar than unfamiliar. If Fei Yan could really avoid the Feng family, he could use him to find the spiritual materials he wanted. Thank you, my lord. Fei Yan took the jade slip and was shocked. Without thinking too much, she quickly thanked Xiao Fu. However, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. How could a mere jade slip block a high-level 4th grade god realm warrior? You can leave now. I hope that the next time I see you, it won't be a corpse. Ning Qi waved his hand. Fei Yan's expression changed. He bitterly smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Early the next morning, Ning Qi left the Hague city. This time he had obtained 109 revolutions Heaven Heart pills. So he decided to return to the small courtyard and attempt to break through the bottleneck of the undead realm. However, the flow of time between the small courtyard and the outside world was 1,000 times faster. Moreover, he had to be present in order to have such an effect. This should be a restriction given by the system. For example, during this period of time when he was in the Hague city, the time that Zhao Er and ladies was spent in the courtyard was the same as when they were in the outside world. A few hours later, Ning Qi suddenly stopped and turned to look at the void. There's no need to hide. You've been following me since I left Hague City. Why don't you show yourself now? How did you find out? The Feng family's second elder walked out of the void and looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. He was confident that his actions were watertight. The other party was just an early-level 5th grade god realm warrior, while he was a mid-level 5th grade god realm warrior. Although it was only a small realm difference in the creation god realm, a small realm was a world of difference. As long as he did not deliberately leak his aura, a mere early-level 5th grade god realm warrior should not have been able to find him. Is there a need to find out? The Feng family's disciples you brought with you only lacked the words, "I want to F asterisk CKU," written on their faces. Each and every one of them is so arrogant that they dare to act so arrogantly in front of an early-level 5th grade god realm warrior like me. Are you afraid that I won't know that you want to teach me a lesson? Ning Qi smiled faintly. I see. The Feng family's second elder smiled, then looked at Ning Qi indifferently. I told you before that if you don't become my Feng family's friend, you will become my Feng family's enemy. Do you regret it today? Why should I regret it? Do you think you can defeat me? Ning Qi smiled. A trace of anger flashed in the Feng family's second elder's eyes. In his heart, he scolded Ning Qi for being so arrogant. A mere early-level 5th grade god realm warrior like him did not put him a mid-level 5th grade god realm warrior in his eyes? Ridiculous. How about this? I will give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, then compensate me with several billion god realm stones. Then the enmity between you and my Feng family will be written off. The Feng family's second elder said lightly. An extremely weak, mid-level 5th grade god realm warrior dares to be so arrogant in front of me, asking me to kneel down and apologize? Today, I will let you know that a true powerhouse does not use his mouth to tell others, but his fist. Ning Qi laughed loudly and slapped toward the Feng family's second elder. When the Feng family's second elder heard the word spirit, his expression suddenly changed. He pointed at Ning Qi and said in shock, "You are a Shenluo demon." Was he exposed? Ning Qi was startled, then immediately reacted. Perhaps there was no such thing as spirit in the creation god realm? Did the other party determine that he was a Shenluo cultivator through this? But it did not matter. It was already too late. Even if the other party discovered it, he would not have the chance to go back and report. God realm warriors shouldn't have immortal palaces, right? Dead is dead. I wonder if they enter the 10,000 worlds of samsara after death. An incomparably huge dragon head condensed behind Ning Qi. When the Feng family's second elder saw this dragon head, he immediately felt a trace of an extremely dangerous aura. In addition, when he discovered that Ning Qi was a Shenluo demon, a trace of fear rose in his heart. He did not dare to continue fighting and turned to flee. Wait for me to report your news to the Hague City Lord. Let's see where you can escape to. The Feng family's second elder laughed loudly as he fled, his tone filled with pride. As he spoke, a gentle breeze gently swept past the Feng family's second elder from behind. My speed is so fast. How can there be any wind that can catch up to me? The Feng family's second elder instantly felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, he discovered that his physical body had collapsed. In less than a breath's time, the Feng family's second elder turned into a skeleton. He stood in midair, dumbfounded. I can't kill you with one palm. Another palm. Another gentle breeze swept past, and the Feng family's second elder finally reacted. His bones had been shattered by Ning Qi's second palm strike. His bones that had already been tempered into a golden body almost had a crack. He howled miserably and immediately fled in the direction of the Hague city. Trying to escape, Ning Qi immediately chased after him. This time, no matter what, he could not let the Feng family's second elder escape. Chapter 3764. The Feng clan's second elder had never seen such a terrifying fifth-tier celestial realm warrior before. He was completely helpless against Ning Qi. Even when he tried to retaliate, his attacks only felt like tickles on Ning Qi's body. In just a short period of time, he had been struck by Ning Qi more than a dozen times. His golden body was on the verge of collapsing. As expected of a fifth-tier celestial realm warrior, your body has been destroyed, but your bones are still so tough. Let's see how long you can last. Ning Qi sneered and struck out with his palm again. About 10 minutes later, the Feng clan's second elder let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. Ning Qi descended from the sky and stood in front of the Feng clan's second elder, looking down at him from above. Ning Qi's energy had already been depleted. The remaining energy he had was only enough for him to strike out 3 more times. However, with the Feng clan's second elder's current state, he would definitely die if he was struck again. His golden body, which had already been tempered by 30%, was now covered in cracks. Don't kill me. I'm an elder of the Feng clan. If you kill me, the clan head will not let you off. The Feng clan's second elder looked at Ning Qi in horror. I'm already your Feng clan's enemy, and you're still afraid that your clan head will come after me? The corners of Ning Qi's lips curled up. With a wave of his hand, he took the Cosmos ring from the Feng clan's second elder's skeletal finger. You. The Feng clan's second elder was startled, but he immediately pretended to be calm. He tried to use words to stall for time. There are many good things in this universe, ring of mine. As long as you let me live, the things inside are all yours. Ning Qi scanned the Cosmos ring with his divine sense and discovered that there was a restrictive spell on it. Furthermore, the restrictive spell did not seem to be set up by the Feng clan's second elder. The person who set up the restrictive spell was much stronger than a sempiternal realm expert. This Cosmos ring should have been given to you by your Feng clan's clan head, right? What good things are inside? Could it be the finale item of the E-Treasure Pavilion's auction, the Phoenix Nirvana fruit? Ning Qi smiled. No matter how hard the Feng clan's second elder tried to conceal his emotions, he could not hide it from Ning Qi. Without giving him a chance to speak, Ning Qi struck out with his palm. With a miserable cry, the Feng clan's second elder finally turned into dust and fell to the ground. Let's return to the courtyard first. As for the restrictive spell above, as long as we have time, we can grind it into a needle. Ning Qi erased the traces of the Feng clan's second elder's death and put away the universe ring. Then he turned around and flew toward the direction of the small courtyard. On the other side, Fei Yan was blocked by a Feng family's grade 4 god realm warrior. At this moment of life and death, Fei Yan directly crushed the jade strip Ning Qi gave him. A dragon's head appeared behind him, and with a deafening roar, the 4th grade god realm warrior that was chasing after him was reduced to ashes. Not even his bones remained. This strong. Fei Yan was dumbfounded. He immediately picked up the interspatial ring on the ground and fled. His heart was filled with regret. His pursuer was an advanced 4th grade God Realm warrior, but he still died to the jade slip. This meant that Ning Qi was not bragging. The effect of the jade slip was indeed terrifying. If he had been more careful and avoided being targeted by the Feng family's God Realm warrior, keeping the jade slip would have been equivalent to saving his life. Unfortunately, he had wasted the jade slip. That lord will come again. The next time he comes, I'll annoy him again. 1 no 2. Lord likes those worthless things. As long as I collect enough, I should be able to exchange them for a life-saving jade slip. In the distant sky, Tripod City. All of a sudden, an angry roar came from the Feng family. Several early 6th-level God Realm warriors in heavenly Tripod City looked at the Feng family in bewilderment. They didn't know what happened in the Feng family to make the Feng family patriarch so angry. The Feng clan's 2nd elder's life tablet was shattered. This matter made the Feng clan's patriarch unable to care about the critical moment of his cultivation technique. He immediately broke out of seclusion and checked the 2nd elder's life tablet with an ashen expression. This time he had asked the 2nd elder to bring his interspatial ring with a special restrictive spell to the Hague City to purchase the Phoenix Nirvana fruit that could help him break through his bottleneck. However, the 2nd elder's life tablet was shattered. This meant that the 2nd elder had died, and the Phoenix Nirvana fruit had most likely fallen into someone else's hands. Investigate for me. No matter what, I have to find out who did it. How dare he steal my Feng Cici's things? I'll make him wish he was dead. The Feng family's patriarch, Feng Cici, gave an order, and countless Feng family disciples rushed towards the Hague City. At the same time, many forces attached to the Feng family also sent people to investigate the matter. Finally, when Feng Cici learned that the 2nd elder of the Feng clan didn't return to Sky Tripod City in time to buy the Phoenix Nirvana fruit because of a personal grudge, he went to chase after his enemy. Feng Cici wanted to skin the 2nd elder alive. However, he knew that the 2nd elder was already dead. The next most important thing was to find the early 5th grade God Realm warrior that everyone is talking about. While Feng Cici was searching for Ning Qi's whereabouts, Luo Yu and the others were also in low spirits. They were already feeling guilty that they didn't manage to buy the Phoenix Nirvana fruit. However, when they were about to purchase all sorts of valuable heaven and earth spiritual materials in the divine Luo world, they discovered that someone had already bought everything in the Hague City. Only a small portion was left. This small portion of heaven and earth spiritual materials was only worth 100 million God domain stones. Even if Luo Yu bought it back, the value would increase by 10 to 20 times. This mission could be considered a complete failure. They didn't have enough time to go to another big city. They could only obediently leave the Hague City and find a secluded place to wait for their return to the sect. Senior brother, do you think it's possible that someone from the other sects made the first move? Luo Yu's junior brothers and sisters voiced their opinions. It's possible. However, only our sect's passageway can reach this place. The other sect's passageways are extremely far away. Why would they rush all the way to the Hague City just to mess up our plans? Luo Yu fell into deep thought. No matter what, they wouldn't have a good ending when they returned to the sect. Being scolded was a light punishment, but they might not even have the chance to enter the creation divine realm in the future. This was the punishment that Luo Yu feared the most. While the Hague City was in chaos, Ning Qi had successfully returned to the small courtyard. This small courtyard should be able to isolate the restrictive spell on this spatial ring. This was the system's territory. Ning Qi believed that a mere grade 6 divine realm warrior wouldn't be able to contact this spatial ring. Even if Ning Qi destroyed the restrictive spell, the other party wouldn't notice. 1 year later, the restrictive spell on the spatial ring was finally destroyed by Ning Qi. He scanned the spatial ring with his divine sense, and a smile instantly appeared on his face. There were only a few god domain stones and a spirit fruit inside the spatial ring. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, this spirit fruit was an early grade 7 Phoenix Nirvana fruit. Chapter 37:65. I didn't expect that he would really be able to buy this Phoenix reincarnation fruit. Ning Qi took out the fruit and carefully examined it. Judging from its aura, it was no different from the Phoenix reincarnation fruit that Wang Shui had swallowed. He had thought that Luo Yu would be able to obtain this fruit, but it seemed like the sects in the primordial lands had underestimated the value of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. Other than the Phoenix reincarnation fruit, the small amount of God's domain stones in his spatial ring added up to about 7 to 800 million God's domain stones. With this, Ning Qi's capital had more than doubled. The next time he came to the Fortune Divine Realm, his net worth would be at least 10 billion God's domain stones. Ning Qi put away the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. Its grade was too high, and consuming it now would waste too much of its medicinal efficacy. Ning Qi decided to try and see if he could use the 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill to break through to the sempiternal realm. After setting up the restrictive spell and informing Zhao Er and the others, Ning Qi once again entered seclusion. When he swallowed the first 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill, a dry and hot aura grew from his dantian and swept through the entire elixir sea. In the end, it turned into a pulse-like energy and rushed toward Ning Qi's golden body that had been tempered by 20%. It took Ning Qi a full month to fully absorb the 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pill's medicinal efficacy. He discovered that his golden body had become slightly more condensed, and he was about to break through the bottleneck. Continue. Ning Qi swallowed 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pills one after another. When there were only 10 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pills left, Ning Qi felt that breaking through the bottleneck was right in front of him. All he needed was one last push. He swallowed the remaining 10 9 Revolutions Heaven Heart Pills together. A terrifying energy swept through Ning Qi's body like a storm. Pop! Ning Qi seemed to hear a crisp sound. Immediately after, he discovered that his golden body had already rushed past his shoulder blade. The first bone in his chest was continuously transforming into a golden body. Sempiternal Realm, primary stage. Ning Qi glanced at his status interface and discovered that he had broken through the undying perfection stage, reaching the sempiternal realm primary stage. The energy in his body was undergoing some indescribable transformation. At the same amount, his strength was even more terrifying. It took Ning Qi more than 10 years to stabilize his current state. On the day he came out of seclusion, his breath was more than 10 times stronger. I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation, but the power of primordial spirit hasn't kept up. I reckon that the limit of my power of primordial spirit is already more than 30,000 points. Apart from that, my golden body has only been tempered to 23%. However, my combat strength has increased by who knows how many times. If I encounter the second elder of the Feng family again, I'll probably be able to finish him off with a single palm strike. Young master, did you break through again? Madame Zua's eyes flickered when she saw Ning Qi walk out of his seclusion. She found that Ning Qi's aura had changed from a pond to a lake. Several astonished gazes were cast over from Emperor Lu. Jiang Tianchu's expression became increasingly ugly as a trace of despair appeared in the depths of his eyes. It really is the fortune, celestial realm. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he encountered this time, allowing him to make successive breakthroughs in such a short period of time. He's already a sempiternal realm cultivator now. Jiang Posha muttered to himself. He believed that if he could escape from this place, he would most likely have the opportunity to break through his current bottleneck and step into the ranks of the Emperor realm. Gong Sun Wufua, who had already turned into a skeleton, stared at Ning Qi with his hollow eyes. The last trace of hope in his heart had been extinguished. In such a short period of time, Ning Qi had become an immortal. Wouldn't he be an immortal the next time they met? What about the next time? At this moment, Gong Sun Wufu wished that there was medicine for regret in this world. If he had known that this would happen, he would have gone into seclusion back when he was in the Heavenly Grandmother sect. He would not have ended up in such a situation. Yes, I've broken through to the sempiternal realm. Ning Qi nodded at Madame Zhou with a smile. Duan Ingjun and his wife, who had just walked out of the room, looked at each other blankly. Then Duan Ingjun turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of Ning Qi. He said in disbelief, "Boss, you made another breakthrough." "Yes, after this breakthrough, I plan to go to the primordial land to see if there's any news of Hao Yan's whereabouts. You should have noticed that when I'm not around, the flow of time here is the same as the outside world. However, don't go deep into the fortune celestial realm just because of this. The cultivation of those warriors in the celestial realm is too terrifying. If you're not careful, you might not be able to escape back here like last time." Ning Qi smiled faintly. After a pause, he glanced at Duan Ingjun with a faint smile and said, "You'd better not appear in the Hague City in the near future. The guy you stole and ate is the young city lord of the Hague City. I heard that he died in the hands of Emperor Lu. After some time, the city lord of the Hague City will notice that something is wrong and will turn the world upside down to find you. He's at least a 7th Revolution Emperor Realm expert. There's no such expert in the Tai Li Taichu land, only in the primordial land. If he finds you, no one can save you." When Duan Ingjun heard this, he looked at Ning Qi in a daze and asked, "Boss, is what you said true?" The background of that grade 4 divine realm warrior was so terrifying, above 7th Revolution Emperor Realm. Thinking of this, Duan Ingjun shivered. He didn't even dare to think about such a realm. "As long as you stay in the small courtyard, you'll be safe. You can go out after this matter blows over." Ning Qi smiled. Duan Ingjun nodded hurriedly, knowing that an Emperor Realm existence might come looking for him. He didn't dare to leave the small courtyard. He might as well stay here and cultivate. After leaving some God Realm stones, Ning Qi left the creation celestial realm. In addition to the cultivation resources he gave to the Zhou clan last time, even if the Saint Concubine and the others all returned to the small courtyard, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for a long time. However, not long after he left the creation celestial realm, Ning Qi realized that he was being watched. A terrifying aura descended from the sky and turned into a big hand, grabbing Ning Qi. At this moment, whether Ning Qi wanted to go to the creation celestial realm or resist, he realized that it was futile. All the strength in his body was imprisoned, just like how Emperor Lu imprisoned Gong Sun Wufu and the others. "Senior, you are?" Ning Qi was very calm. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. The other party could accurately grasp his position and easily imprison him. The person who did this must be a great emperor. "Back then, I asked Qi to send you to the Taichu Heaven Matriarch Gate to carry out a mission. Why didn't you return after the mission ended?" A voice sounded in Ning Qi's ears. "The Dark Parliament?" Ning Qi immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that the other party was an emperor from the Supreme Saint Parliament. Since it was the Dark Parliament, there was still room for negotiation. "Senior, you must be a member of the Dark Parliament. I failed that mission. Although I wanted to return to the Dark Parliament, I never had the chance," Ning Qi said calmly. The other party's aura was different from that of the serious Parliament member. Obviously, it was another Parliament member. Ning Qi still didn't know how many Parliament members there were in the Dark Parliament. As for the reason why he didn't return, it was very simple. Back then, the passage in the creation celestial realm had merged with his physical body. Many people saw it. Paper can't wrap fire. If the Dark Parliament knew about this, Ning Qi wasn't sure if the other party would show mercy because of his identity. It was very likely that they would treat Ning Qi as an alternative passage and imprison him. Chapter 3766. Remember, in 1 second, 800 mail signs small / say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. If what you said is true, then there's no harm. If you're lying, then I'll treat it as you betraying the Dark Parliament. Only death awaits you. The voice of that terrifying existence rang out in Ning Chi's ears. In the next moment, Ning Chi felt the world spin around him. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness. Ning Chi's sudden appearance caused the dark cultivators within the building to stop what they were doing. They turned to look at Ning Chi, a look of shock on their faces. Chi-E, Tudwa, and the other imperishable realm cultivators immediately sensed Ning Chi's aura. They walked out of their respective offices and looked at Ning Chi in astonishment. Brother Ning, I thought you died in the land of absolute beginning. The moment the Blood Tier commander saw Ning Chi, he stepped forward and greeted him with a hearty laugh. In the next moment, he suddenly retreated a dozen steps and shouted at Ning Chi, Who are you? Why did you impersonate Brother Ning? Impersonate? There was a hint of doubt in Ning Chi's eyes. Could it be that the people of the Dark Council didn't recognize him during this period of time? The last time Brother Ning left, he was only at Heavenly Fate Realm. On the other hand, you are a sempiternal realm cultivator. Who the hell are you? The Blood Tier commander said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. The fact that someone had infiltrated the Dark Parliament headquarters was tantamount to a dereliction of duty on his part. Moreover, the identity of the other party was highly likely to be the boundless cultivator of the Holy Parliament, the sworn enemy of the Dark Parliament. Everyone was initially a little confused by Commander Bloodtier's words, but after hearing his words, their gazes towards Ning Chi gradually darkened. In the blink of an eye, not only was Ning Chi surrounded by a large group of commander-level cultivators, but he was also surrounded by many undead and sempiternal realm cultivators. The hidden cultivator was looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Commander Bloodtier, you misunderstand. I am Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled bitterly. Who are you trying to fool? How could Brother Ning step into the 5th step in one fell swoop in such a short period of time? And it was even at the sempiternal realm. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? The Blood Tier commander sneered. Secretary, let's quickly suppress this person. His origins are unknown, and it is extremely likely that he is a boundless border cultivator. We must interrogate him to find out how he entered the headquarters. An undead realm expert looked at Chi-E with a dignified expression. He's not an imposter. A voice exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone was slightly startled, and then they all looked at Chi-E. The person who spoke was not Chi-E, but a very familiar voice. When Chi-E, Tudwa, and the other imperishable realm cultivators heard this voice, their expressions suddenly changed, and they hurriedly cupped their hands towards the void. Greetings, Counselor Lu Shui. Floating Councilman, that sea race great emperor? The passage of flowing water and time was the handiwork of this great emperor. Without this passage, it would be extremely difficult for the dark cultivators of various large districts to communicate with each other. Ning Chi didn't expect that the one who caught him and sent him to the headquarters of the Dark Congress would be the famous sea race emperor. His opponent's cultivation was unfathomable, far surpassing that of great Emperor Jiang. It was very likely that he was a 4th Revolution emperor. It really is Brother Ning. The Blood Tier commander looked at Ning Chi in shock. Not far away, Commander Yin Zhen's mouth was wide open. He didn't even notice that his saliva was dripping down. All the dark cultivators present were shocked. Even the 5th step cultivators were shocked. A Heaven's Mandate realm cultivator had become an immortal realm cultivator in such a short period of time? What kind of opportunity did he have to be so terrifying? He is Ning Chi, or you can call him Ning Beixian. He is the rebirth realm disciple of the ancient star pavilion that the Holy Council ordered great Emperor Jiang to kill. The Flowing Water Emperor's voice sounded again. Ning Xian? Many people were confused. Only Qi Tudwa and the others were shocked. They all looked at Ning Qi strangely. The Dark Congress is so well informed? Ning Qi's expression turned ugly. He then smiled and said, "That's right, I am Ning Xuan's reincarnation. I recovered some of my memories when I broke through to the rebirth realm. I didn't expect the guy the Holy Council wanted to kill to reincarnate and become a dark cultivator." Tudwa looked at Ning Qi with glowing eyes. "What did you get in the reincarnation realm that made the Holy Council send Great Emperor Jiang to kill you?" "I don't know." Ning Qi shook his head. "Shut up." Qi's voice sounded in Tudwa's ears. Only then did Tudwa react. There were too many people here today, so it wasn't the right time to talk about this. He smiled embarrassedly and shut his mouth. "I thought you wouldn't admit it so easily." The Flowing Water Emperor's voice sounded again. From beginning to end, no one could see the Flowing Water Emperor. It was very likely that he wasn't at the headquarters or even here. "Why wouldn't I admit it? I destroyed the Jiang family, so the news will spread sooner or later. With the Holy Council's power, they can easily find out my identity." Ning Qi smiled. "Destroyed the Jiang family?" Commander Xueqiu exclaimed. "The cultivator that destroyed the Jiang family was you! How was that possible?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Tudwa and Qi were shocked. Although they had guessed it before, they had overturned their guesses later on. Now that they had heard Ning Qi personally admit it, they were certain that the Jiang family was indeed the Jiang family. Even Tudwa and Qi were shocked. It must be that thing that even the Holy Council doesn't allow to exist. What exactly is it? Tudwa murmured to himself as he looked at Ning Qi with a fiery gaze. Even if Ning Qi was a sempiternal realm cultivator, he would not be able to suppress the great monarch Jiang with a single move. "You're right. The moment the Jiang family was destroyed, I've been keeping an eye on you. Today, I've captured you because I want to know if you've betrayed the Holy Council. I also want to know where the Gate of Fortune that you obtained from the land of absolute beginning is. If it's still with you, please hand it over. It belongs to the Holy Council and not to you." The Flowing Water Emperor's voice sounded again. Everyone recovered from the shock and looked at Ning Qi with complicated gazes. If Ning Qi was still alive and free, why didn't he return to the Holy Council after the mission? And how did he increase his cultivation after that? Really? It was common knowledge that the cultivators of the Holy Council would not be able to transcend their tribulations without the Council's help. If they were discovered by the Supreme Holy Council, they would be doomed eternally. There are many suspicious points about him. Flowing Water Emperor, I suggest we interrogate him one by one. If he dares to lie, he will definitely give himself away. An imperishable realm cultivator said, "Is there going to be a joint trial?" Ning Qi smiled. "Emperor, let me ask him the first question." Qi suddenly spoke before looking at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. "Have you ever betrayed the Holy Council?" Chapter 3767. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say, net this is a wonderful free reading without a pop-up window. Did he ever betray the Dark Parliament? Ning Qi looked at Qi. Qi's gaze didn't contain any emotion, but Ning Qi could see a trace of apprehension in the depths of his eyes. If it had been the Ning Qi of the past, given that his cultivation was far beneath Qi's, it would have been impossible for him to discern the latter's emotions from his face. However, things were different now. Ning Qi was already a sempiternal realm cultivator, and the gap between their cultivation realms was already very small. There were some clues. After Qi asked this question, the Blood Tier commander and the other dark cultivators all stared at Ning Qi. As long as Ning Qi answered yes, they wouldn't hesitate to suppress him. Never. Ning Qi smiled with a composed expression. Even though the Flowing Water Emperor had been paying attention to this matter, He did not show any signs of guilt. A smile appeared on Chi's face when he heard this. How do you explain your current cultivation realm? Making a breakthrough to the samsara realm was one thing, as there was no need for one to overcome the lightning tribulation. All one needed to do was to form the reincarnation bridge. However, how did one overcome the undying realm and sempiternal realm lightning tribulations? All the Holy Council has to do is sense you, not only because you're a dark cultivator, but also because you're Ning Beishuan's reincarnation. You might be able to fool us temporarily, but you can't fool those old geezers in the Supreme Saint Council. Tudo spoke slowly. Lord Tudo is right. Hurry up and explain. If you can't, then you'll be a spy planted by the Holy Council who betrayed the Council of Darkness. One of the sempiternal realm cultivators said coldly, Brother Ning, things have already come to this point. If we continue to hide things from the lords, it will not be good for everyone. The Blood Tier commander glanced at Ning Chi. Among them, only he had the best relationship with Ning Chi. If Ning Chi became a traitor, then he would also be criticized. Most importantly, he didn't want anything to happen to Ning Chi. Their relationship could be said to be bound together for good or bad, because I don't need to undergo a lightning tribulation to break through. Ning Chi looked at Tudo calmly. He did not have much contact with Tudwa. Back when he went to the ravenous wolf world, he only had a brief encounter with Tudwa. Later on, Tudwa wanted to take him in as a disciple, but he was rejected. Ever since Emperor Flowing Water revealed Ning Chi's identity in his previous life, Tuduo's gaze towards Ning Chi was no longer ordinary. Ning Chi secretly raised his guard. Tuduo was an imperishable realm cultivator, a dark cultivator with extremely powerful combat power. Even the imperishable realm experts of the imperial family could not compare to Tudwa. No need to go through the lightning tribulation. Everyone was stunned. Ridiculous. What a joke. Why don't you think of a good reason to lie? There's no such thing as a good thing in this world that doesn't require going through tribulation. Looks like he's definitely a traitor. Many fourth-step cultivators revealed mocking expressions. They didn't believe Ning Chi's words at all. However, Chi-E and the others looked at each other with bewilderment in their eyes. Brother Ning, you are confused. The Blood Tier commander looked at Ning Chi with a complicated expression and sighed softly. As far as he knew, there was no such thing as not having to undergo a tribulation in the Shenlua world, unless it was in the Dark Parliament. However, Ning Chi did not break through in the Dark Parliament. In that case, there was only one explanation. Ning Chi had really betrayed them. What he said might be true. Emperor Flowing Water's voice sounded again. Everyone was stunned, even though they still didn't believe it. Since Emperor Flowing Water had spoken, they could only suppress their impatience and quietly wait for the truth to surface. It seems like Emperor Flowing Water has already guessed it. Ning Chi smiled. The Gate of Fortune has fused with you, so you can head to the divine domain of fortune? Many small water droplets suddenly appeared in front of Ning Chi. These small water droplets condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye and transformed into a human figure. However, the face could not be seen clearly. Chi-E and the others hurriedly bowed again. Previously it was a voice and now it was a projection. It was enough to show how important this matter was to Emperor Flowing Water. Junior Ning Beishian greets Emperor Flowing Water. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. From this moment on, there was no need to hide the words Beishian anymore. The Holy Assembly could easily guess who was behind the destruction of the Jiang family. Furthermore, Ning Chi had left many clues, and even Emperor Flowing Water had exposed his previous identity. The Holy Assembly probably already had detailed information about him after entering the Shenlua world. The Holy Assembly probably already had detailed information about him after entering the Shenlua world. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Answer me. Can you enter the divine domain of fortune? Emperor Flowing Water asked calmly. Where is the divine domain of fortune? Shut up. We'll just listen. Some fourth-step cultivators didn't know what the divine domain of fortune was. But Qi, who was in the imperishable realm, already had a deep understanding of the divine domain of fortune. When they heard that Emperor Flowing Water suspected that Ning Qi could enter the divine domain of fortune, it seemed like some things that they couldn't figure out could be explained. For example, why Ning Qi's cultivation level had increased so quickly, or why Ning Qi could break through a major realm without undergoing a tribulation. If these things could be explained using the divine domain of fortune, it seemed very reasonable. Sure. Ning Qi nodded. At this moment, not only Tudwa, but even Qi looked at Ning Qi with a burning gaze. Very good. How many people can you bring in at a time? How many spiritual materials do you need? Emperor Flowing Water's tone fluctuated a little, as though he was a little excited. Bring people in. Ning Qi was a little confused. Then he looked at Emperor Flowing Water in surprise. I never said that I could bring people into the divine domain of fortune. Emperor Flowing Water, have you misunderstood something? What? I can't bring people in. Emperor Flowing Water was slightly stunned. Qi and the others were also stunned. Then they were extremely disappointed. That's right. Only I can enter, and I can enter for more than half a year each time. Once half a year is up, I will be expelled from the divine domain of fortune and reappear in the Shenlua world. Ning Qi nodded. What a joke. Even if he died, he wouldn't admit that he could bring people into the divine domain of fortune. In that case, he would really become a special channel for the Dark Parliament, and even his personal freedom would be taken away. Although an emperor could easily search his soul, it was too harmful to a person. Ning Qi believed that as long as he could enter the divine domain of fortune, the Dark Parliament wouldn't do anything to him. Ning Qi was gambling, a gamble with a high chance of winning. That's true. Although the Gate of Fortune is a passageway, there are strong and weak passageways. Not to mention, it has fused with your physical body. Something like this has never happened before. Perhaps you really can only enter and exit the divine domain by yourself. Emperor Flowing Water nodded slowly and asked casually, Is Lu Huang in the divine domain of fortune? Emperor, you don't have to test me. Lu Huang is already my demonic pet and isn't in the divine domain of fortune. Ning Qi smiled. It seems like what you said is true. We still have to discuss this matter. You can't leave the Dark Parliament for the time being, nor can you head to the divine domain of fortune on your own. Otherwise, it will be seen as a betrayal. The next time we meet, you will be killed. Emperor Flowing Water's lips curled up. Then his figure suddenly turned into a water droplet and fell to the ground.